We are looking at right now a division of the question. We're handling the language of LB 825 as a committee amendment presented by the Revenue Committee. And that division of the question has broken that committee amendment down into 5 separate parts. The way I understand it is the amendment that we're dealing with now is the income tax cut. If we get to a vote on that, we will go to the other 4 divisions, which are the corporate rate decrease, property tax relief, Social Security tax relief, and the language striking the original LB 873, which Senator Friesen spoke to earlier. So that's just to get everybody watching at home up to speed. There's a lot of inside baseball going on right now, but at the end of the day, it all boils down to this. Last week we had a debate and we watched a grand compromise of a tax relief bill die under the guise that some people were uncomfortable with the process. They felt that it was brought too quickly and they didn't have time to think it through. So that's why they chose to be present, not voting on the bill. Now we've had some time to digest this tax plan, which I think is wonderful. And Senator Breezy, Senator Linehan, Senator Lindstrom, and Senator Stinner have done a wonderful job of putting together a sustainable, responsible, structural tax relief plan that I'm proud to support. This is really the first time that since I've started serving here in 2019, that we've had a bill that addresses so many core issues with our tax structure. I mean, this is the best of all the worlds. If you're a senior citizen and watching this, we've got Social Security tax relief in here. If you're a middle class working individual, we've got income tax relief here. If you own property, we've got property tax relief in here too. We have all of the big issues that we hear about from our constituents in terms of Nebraska's taxes are too high in this package. So when we get to a vote on this sometime this afternoon or this evening, genuinely as simple as that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Breezy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. You know, it really seems like a lot of folks, everybody has a gripe about this package. You know, some folks don't like the corporate rate reduction. Some don't like the income tax reductions in general. Ag may say, well, it's not enough for us. Others may say it's too much property tax relief. But this really represents a package deal on taxes. It's not perfect, but it's a compromise. It's a compromise that provides an amount of property tax relief similar to the amount of income tax relief contained in it. And it's a compromise that's a huge win for Nebraskans. Again, what's at stake here? Can't say it enough. Without this package, Nebraska taxpayers are going to experience a $200 million property tax increase in 2024. In addition, this package is going to provide an additional $195 million worth of property tax relief when fully implemented. It's going to provide some substantial rate reductions to make our state more competitive, to attract businesses, attract residents, keep current businesses and current residents here. It's going to help us grow our state. And it's also going to help protect our senior citizens by giving them some additional tax relief. AM 2568 is the train that's going to leave the station, and I would submit it's the last train, and I think we all want to be on it. You know, we really need to come together here for the good of the state, and you know, working together means advancing this proposal, and there's not another chance. And I believe the passage of the tax proposal that we're talking about here really clears the way for the ARPA package and the budget. And the budget bills are very important to Nebraskans as they direct some much needed dollars to areas of high need, and as is the ARPA bill. And a combination of the budget bill directing those dollars, the ARPA bill distributing those dollars to areas that are going to help us grow our state, combined with this package, really is the grand package that will create momentum for this state moving forward. It's going to help us create jobs, encourage investment, bring people here, and keep the families here that we have, keep the businesses here that we have. So the combination of the budget, of ARPA, of this tax package really is the trifecta of growing our state. And we need to get behind this. And again, we all have gripes about parts of the budget, parts of ARPA, parts of this package. And nothing's ever perfect. It's never going to satisfy everyone. But it's an extremely important package to our state and to the future of our state. And I would strongly encourage your adoption of the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I was fortunate to have a wonderful college roommate in undergraduate school, and we went through law school together. And then he started working for the Department of Revenue, and he retired from the Department of Revenue shortly before I was elected to be a senator. And one of the things that he gave me when I moved down here was something that he had hanging on his wall over at the Department of Revenue for all those years, over 40 years that he was with the Department of Revenue. And I think this saying on here, if Senator Erdman is here, he will really enjoy this. It says, "Now is the time that women weep by the fireside and men work quietly in the fields. The legislature is in session and no one's property is safe." And that was written by Daniel Webster in 1830. I have to remind myself of that a lot, that when we are in session, we have to be careful that people's property is safe. Each one of us comes from a different spot, different geographies across the state, different ages, different political affiliations, lots and lots of differences. But I would still say that when we put all those differences aside, we have a great deal more in common in here than we have as differences. Our problem is most of the time we spend our time focusing on our differences. I think we have a lot of commonalities. I think we all are striving to provide high quality education at all levels. I think we are all striving to provide good roads and infrastructure across the state and safe water use. I think we all want to help those people that are less fortunate than we are so that our state can thrive. And I think we all want to provide a safe environment. That's our police, that's our military, that's our prison system that we've talked a lot about over these times. Where we get into our differences is how we're going to pay for those things. And certainly we do have differences. But as we sit here today and recognizing that we have a tremendous opportunity facing us right now, we have had situations where we couldn't address these problems because we simply didn't have the availability of the funds. And through a lot of good fortune and hard work, we now have a spot where we can make a transformational difference in the future of people in this state. I'm really proud of the budget that was put together. Holding with inflation doing what it's doing and addressing some incredibly important issues, having that budget just be slightly above 3%, I think is really good work. I'm also proud of ARPA and where we are with that and the bill that we advanced and we'll see again, and hopefully we can move that forward. I think there are things in that that make a significant difference in people's lives in our state. But if we're going to take the next step and make a significant difference, it's the bill that we're addressing right now. And Senator Breezy has talked about that along with others, that this, I believe, is the time, the unique opportunity that we have to make a difference. We can break it apart if we want to and talk
1
about.
minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can talk about individual income tax. We can talk about corporate rates. We can talk about the structure of all that. But there is a point where we all have to swallow and say, this is what we have in front of us. Is it perfect? No. But is it something that is doable? Does it have the protections to keep our state in good stead financially? I believe it does. I think those are the things that we need to be looking at and deliver this to the people that have been asking us for at least the 8 years that I've been here to make that kind of a difference. So I say put our differences apart, celebrate our commonality of the things that we can do together, and let's move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Walsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was quick. First of all, I want to say that, I do support tax relief for people. I don't think, Senator Breezy, that it's just about having a gripe with the tax relief package. It really is about making sure that we have a balance of tax cuts and ensuring that we always have resources for infrastructure, vital services, and education. Not just today, or not just in the next couple of years, but well into the future. There was an article from Jim Carlskit. He's a former Kansas lawmaker who is urging neighbors to proceed cautiously when considering tax cuts. And I wanted to read the article. As a former Kansas legislator who worked to clean up the mess after sweeping tax cuts in our state, I've wanted to cover my eyes lately as several other states, including some of our neighbors, pass or consider their own tax cut packages. Much was written about what has happened here in Kansas after the then Governor Sam Brownback and the legislature enacted massive income tax legislation in early 2010. The claim at the time was that tax cuts would cause such great economic, oh, nope, that doesn't work better, growth, that it would more than offset any revenue losses. But rather than creating an economic boom, the tax cuts led to huge budget shortfalls that threatened our prosperity. K-12 education funding was decimated to the point where some schools had to close early. Lawsuits were filed against the state because of inadequate education funding, and the Supreme Court told the legislature to remedy the situation or else the court would order the public schools to close. And I have a daughter-in-law who was working as a public school teacher in Kansas who had called me and said, I don't know if I'm going to have a job. I don't know in the fall if I will have a job. Roads funding was slashed and important transportation projects went undone. Lawmakers eventually raided our public retirement funds to balance the budget. Local governments significantly raised property taxes on residents to make up for the support they lost from the state. We also enacted the highest food sales tax in the nation, a measure that is punitive to low and middle income families who spend a large amount of their incomes on food and other basic necessities. In the end, my colleagues in the Kansas legislature and I had to roll back many of the tax cuts, but not before substantial damage was done, and many of the lawmakers who voted for the tax cuts were voted out. I understand the desire to get money back in the hands of your residents at this time. It's a laudable sentiment, as many people are still suffering and struggling to stay afloat as we come out of the pandemic. It's also understandable given that many states are experiencing budget surpluses. The fact is, the surpluses are largely the result of a lot of federal dollars being sent to people and businesses, as well as to state and local governments to help weather the pandemic. Without the federal dollars, state revenues would probably look a lot different. These dollars will stop coming in at some point, and then states will have to get by on the strength of their own economies.
1
I
minute.
encourage lawmakers to keep in mind as they consider long-term changes like tax cuts that will carry on long after the federal money stops. State budgets and fund many key services that are important to many residents as well as to our economies. When those services are cut, there are real consequences and real pain. In Kansas, we took a few steps to protect state finances from massive shortfalls and the problem that come with them. Many people suffered as a result. I urge lawmakers in other states to learn from our experience and prioritize protecting services as they look at ways to deliver relief to residents. Doing so can head off damaging consequences and will harm your states and your residents in the long run. Again, I'm not opposed to tax cuts. However, I would like to see us do it responsibly.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Senator Clements, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was an interesting comment about Kansas, and I'm referring back to the chart, how high are individual tax rates in your state. Kansas is listed at 5.70%. And if that's after they had to raise their taxes up again, they're still over 1% lower than our 6.84. And the bill that we have is going to go down to 5.84, which will still be above what Kansas rate is. And so I think if they're able to get along with 5.7, Nebraska should be able to get along with 5.84. And it's going to take 5 years to get there, 0.2% a year. It's not a drastic change. I'm not sure how quickly they did their crossover, but and we do have a budget surplus. Our financial status today shows $453,550,000 above a balanced budget, plus ending cash reserve rainy day fund of $1,325,000,000 in a set aside that if we could use even if revenues decrease. And back in 2017, my first year, when we did have a $800 million shortfall, we didn't make cuts to education or anyone else. We did keep them flat, but they did call that a cut when they didn't get their increase. It was called a cut, but it was really almost every agency kept flat. And then since then, we've been increasing 2 or 3%. And back to the Medicaid providers, especially, are getting 15% increase in this budget. And that's already reflected in the excess cash that we have. That's after accounting for the 15% increase that we're going to provide. I also wanted to comment about the upcoming Social Security, back to the income. For those who hadn't heard before, I disagree with this being just a tax cut for the rich. Using Pew Research Center's definition of middle income, middle class, in Nebraska, median income is $71,000, and $58,000 is where you hit the top bracket for a two-person family middle class income. The middle class by the Pew Research is defined from 47,600 up to 142,000. And so for anybody in middle class, they're going to be paying the top rate above the, almost all of them will be paying above the 58,000 from the, above the median income. And I've then going to brought a couple of tax returns that I've done this year. And the one thing I like to point out is Social Security. That last year we did pass a bill to start discounting Social Security benefits. Here's a husband and wife
1 minute.
that had $39,700 of Social Security taxed, and we gave them 5% off of that. We gave them a $1,987 discount that we did not tax. But this bill, if we can pass it, will give them 40% of that, which would be $15,800 of it would become non-taxable in 2022, which is a $1,087 decrease in Nebraska tax. And so the, especially I do support the income tax, property tax, and Social Security tax changes. And I urge all of you to vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of AM 2658 and the underlying bill LB 873. I want to talk for a second, just, I don't know if Senator Friesen's available, but I want to talk with Senator Friesen about the reason he introduced LB 873 and understand kind of how this will play out as it relates to the tax credits that will be available to essentially underwrite what the state general fund is paying in aid to community colleges. Would Senator Friesen yield to a question?
Senator Friesen, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator Friesen, you and I have talked a lot about the community college issue. We're both supporters of community colleges. I very much appreciate the local control that community colleges have in their respective areas. But can you talk about the essentially a 10% tax credit on this bill and how it's applied and how you got there?
Well, the reason for the way I was doing this in the first place is I did at one time, I still think that community colleges should be funded by the state. But this was a way of saying that the state now, we already did it with K through 12. Let's just add in the community colleges as part of the refundable credit. And that way, people that are paying this, and out in the Sandhills regions, I mean, there's always been complaints. They have so much land and property. Their levy on the community colleges they think is unfair with the number of students that they send. So this would allow them at least to get a rebate kind of on that tax also, along with their K through 12. And so when you click the button and file for your refundable tax credit, we're just going to include the K through 12, and whatever you pay to community college will be in that total, and you'll get a refundable tax credit on that amount.
So essentially with this bill, that refundable tax credit will grow to 35% of your tax bill paid to the school district, 25%, and to the community college, the 10% that represents that portion of your property tax bill.
That's probably correct. I didn't look at the percentages, but yes, that's it. It ramps up over the 5 years until we reach that 195 million or somewhere in there. And so, and then after that, we hit that 5% or whatever valuations statewide grow, and then that fund will continue to grow.
So I think this is an example of yet another compromise that's presented to us, and thank you, Senator Friesen. Another compromise that's presented to us in AM 2658. To be honest, the Revenue Committee wasn't prepared to send out the underlying bill, but Senator Friesen, obviously very vested in property tax relief. The way we're doing it here is almost the best of both worlds. It does preserve the local control for the community colleges, while at the same time identifying a property tax credit that comes back to the taxpayer. The other thing I want to note in this bill is that, and Senator Luann Linehan said this early on, by reducing our top rate from 6.84% to 5.84% and the individual income tax level, we still aren't competitive with Iowa. Iowa's going down to 3.99%. Hard to compete with South Dakota's 0 or Wyoming's 0%. And so while we celebrate the reduction of 1%, which is movement in a lot of ways, there's still more work to do in this state in tax reform to make us even more competitive. And I think we're going to have the opportunity later this session to talk
1
about
minute.
a variety of ideas, including proposals that will be forwarded to the floor by Senator Erdman, who will have plenty to say about tax reform. So I think this is a reasonable step. It's a step that will make a difference. I support AM 2658 and LB 873. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood and Senator Friesen. Colleagues, Senator Bosselman would like to welcome 85 fourth grade students and 16 teachers from Ashland Greenwood Elementary. They are seated in the north balcony. If they would please rise to be welcomed by your Nebraska Legislature. Thank you all for coming. Senator Bostelman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's great to see these kids up in the balcony today. Let me tell you something, colleagues, at about 1 o'clock, I got the opportunity to speak with them. It was really a fun time to talk with them, but they had something happen to them today that in the 6 years I've been here, I've never seen happen before for our classes to come in. The governor happened to walk up the stairs at the time. They got to meet the governor. And you know what impressed me the most about when they're up there talking? The governor asked them questions. You know what? They knew all the answers. They're pretty darn smart. Good job. It's always a pleasure to talk to our students when they come in, whether they're fourth graders, whether they're high school students. It's a pleasure to see them because, you know, the most important thing they have going for them right now is what they're learning from their teachers. When they study hard, they work hard in school, they can do and become anything that they want. Their teachers provide them a great education, a great opportunity when they take advantage of that. And I look forward to seeing, and Governor and I both said, I think we may have some senators sitting up there in the balcony right now, that fourth grade class. They did a really good job. We'll get back to income tax, what we're talking about right now on the floor. As I told them, we're talking about taxes today. So right now, the bill that we're talking about, students, is a bill that includes all of our taxes that we have, types of taxes we have in the state. Right now, we're talking about income taxes. We'll talk about property taxes, talk about corporate taxes, and we'll talk about Social Security taxes, and we talk about community college taxes here in a little bit. So all these things we're going to talk about yet today, this afternoon. We could be talking on these until about 6:30 tonight, and that's when we'll have what's called a cloture vote, and then that's when we'll take a vote and see what we're going to vote on. We may vote on each individual one of these pieces up until that time, and if we pass them all, great. Then we move on to the next bill. If not, about 6:30 tonight, we're going to be taking a cloture vote and then voting on the underlying bill. So we're talking about property or income taxes right now. And what I have is something that was handed out before. It comes from the U.S. Census Bureau, and it's on income tax. It's about the median household income is in the midpoint of all incomes in a county. Half of households made more than the median and half made less. The household consists of all the people who occupy a single housing unit. This ranking is based on the 5-year estimate of inflation-adjusted income for the years of 2012 through 2016. And when I look at this, the 3 counties, which I explained to the students a little bit ago, was I represent Saunders, Butler, and Colfax counties. So I look at the median household income in here. Number 4 is Saunders County. Saunders County, the median household income is $64,475. And this is as of 2016 end of. My next one is ranked 29 is Colfax County, and that's at $52,712. And then we get to Butler County, which is number 43 at $51,166. And that's the median household income of those households in those counties. Now, when I look at the state income tax, per capita state income tax collected, and remember what we talked about, with Saunders County, their median income was $64,000. So they're number 24 in the per capita income tax collected at $921. And then in Colfax County, they're number 30 at $859. And then Butler County is number 47, ranked at $766. I do support
1 minute.
873. I do support all the amendments. I do support the original amendment. As we go through this evening, or this afternoon, this is a comprehensive tax package that's put together. It's been worked very hard by all committees, by the Revenue Committee. We've heard from the Appropriations Committee Chair that this is fits within our budget. We can do this. It will fit in the out years, and there are certain protections in there if we have a difference in our funding if it goes negative. So with that, I would encourage everybody's support of, as it is now, AM 2658 and LB 873, but really it's 873 in the original underlying amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosselman. Speaker Hilgers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of AM 2658 as well as the underlying bill, and I will be voting green. If we get to all of the amendments, I'll be voting green for those and for cloture, and I would urge you to do the same. I want to talk a little bit about merits and a little bit about process. Certainly, I think there's a number of great arguments for these tax cuts. You could talk about competitiveness with other states. That is, of course, true. You could talk about giving people more of their own money back. That is, of course, true. You could talk about helping people in this inflationary environment, be able to afford the things that they need for life and to get ahead. That is, of course, true. But at the end of the day, I think these are the types of things that we are empowering individuals. We are empowering businesses, small businesses in particular. We're empowering Nebraskans to do more with the money that they have earned and worked hard to receive. And so at the end of the day, this is the type of bill on the merits that does a lot for a tremendous amount of Nebraskans. We talked about last time we were on the mic, last time we had this debate and I was on the mic, I talked about the people in my district, the teacher at LPS who's married to someone who works at Kawasaki, who will benefit from the income tax of this bill. You could talk about the startup C Corp in my district that will benefit from the corporate tax piece of my bill. You could talk about all the families and individuals in my district and across the state of Nebraska who are going to benefit from the property tax provisions of this bill. And you can talk about all the fixed income seniors all over the state of Nebraska who are going to benefit from this bill. Think about the families who are maybe more likely to have ties to Nebraska because their parents or grandparents are able to stay here. When I went door to door, there were fixed income seniors who were on the precipice of not being able to afford to live in this state. They had kids, they had grandkids, but if you can't afford to live in Nebraska, it doesn't matter about the family ties. You have to go to Missouri. You have to go to other states. To be able to give them some relief to be able to stay here in Nebraska, I think is one of the most important aspects of this particular bill. And to do it all together in one bill, I think is a transformative, big picture, big vision bill for the state of Nebraska. I'm proud to support it, and I appreciate all the efforts of so many to do it. Now, let me talk a little bit about process. Sometimes in this body, we take bills and we run with them and we don't engage others and we don't try to work through different opposing viewpoints. Sometimes we try to do that and we can't address all the viewpoints, but we do it our best with the best way that we can. And I think this bill falls in the latter. Senator Linehan and the members of the Revenue Committee could have just said, this is going to be my way and I'm not going to try to engage with Senator Sinner. I'm not going to try to engage with rural interests. I'm not going to try to engage at all with people like Senator John Kavanaugh. And to be honest, if this gets across the finish line, it will be because they did all those things. I was in the meetings with Senator Linehan and Senator Breezy, talking with people like Senator Friesen and Senator Hughes, people who have been stalwart protectors and defenders of rural Nebraska, whose number one issue is property tax relief. I was in the room with Senator Linehan and Senator Breezy and Senator Stinner, talking about how do we do this in a way that's fiscally responsible? How do we do this in a way where we can cash flow these tax cuts to ensure that we're both giving money back to Nebraskans while at the same time ensuring that we can have the dollars here to spend on the priorities that we need to fund through our state budget. I was in the room when we met with Senator John Kavanaugh and Senator Linehan to try to at least address and understand the concerns that he had. Now, you can't address all the issues with everyone.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. All the time. But the work that led up to this particular bill and the collaboration and people giving to try to come up with a big picture, big vision tax cut for a whole lot of Nebraskans from west to east and north to south, I think is to be applauded. And I certainly, for one, appreciate it. And I will be voting for this. And I strongly urge you to do the same. Strongly urge you to get this to final reading, get it to the governor, have him sign it, and get money back to Nebraskans where it belongs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was listening when Senator Williams read what he did about people being more safe when we're not in session. If you go into my office, I have a motto hanging there that says this: no government has ever given anybody anything that they didn't first take from somebody else. No government has ever given anybody anything that they haven't first taken from somebody else. And you just heard Speaker Hilgers talk about give the people back whose money? Their money. Their money. Okay? So I got good news for you people and all of you listening. I have a plan that we don't have to have this discussion ever again about property tax being in competition with sales tax, or income tax being in competition with sales tax, and all these issues we're talking about. I have a solution. What if we never had to have these kind of discussions again? What if? What if we could do that? What if we never had to have these discussions? For you see, we have three forms of taxation: sales tax, income tax, property tax. And those three all compete with each other all the time. And they call it the three-legged stool, right? We will never have a fair system because none of those will be satisfied. So the only way to fix it is once and for all, revamp our tax system and fix it once and for all. And I am not here just to represent agriculture, rural Nebraska, or urban Nebraska. I'm here to represent all of Nebraska, all of them, whether they live in Omaha or Harrison. Everyone deserves to have an opportunity to decide how much of their money they give to the state, how much of their money they get to keep. And we are wonderful at taking their money, and then we argue for hours on end about giving some of it back. It's amazing. It's amazing. For the life of me, I can't understand why for 54 years or longer we've been talking about this issue. 54 or more years. That's probably longer than some of you in this room have been alive. We've been talking about property tax, income tax, sales tax. It is time to make a decision about how to fix this system, and I got good news for you. We won't have to do all this stuff again. Could you imagine what our life would be like as a legislator if we could just do what we need to do to get things done here without arguing about we're going to make a 0.2% income tax cut or a $50 million property tax cut? Well, let me give you another bit of news, is property tax in the state of Nebraska this year in 22 will probably increase 300 million. The average has been 200 million, but ag land valuation has gone up in excess of 20%. Home values have increased at a significant rate equal to that. My community went up 16% last year on houses. So get ready. get ready. We're going to have an increase in property tax like you've never seen. So someone is going to decide for you how much of your money to give to them so they can do whatever they want with your money. It's your money.
One
Remember
minute.
what I said earlier? No government has ever given anybody anything that they didn't first take from somebody else. And Senator Hilger said, we're going to give the people back some of their money. Wouldn't it be better to let them keep their money and then they decide how much to give? Wouldn't that be a better process? I think so. But until we get more concerned about keep doing what we're doing here to make a change, we won't make a change. It's time to stand up and make a decision that really counts for all Nebraskans, whether you're urban or rural. Doesn't make any difference. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. So I haven't really weighed in, at least today. I weighed in last time. I just wanted to provide some context because I do think a little bit of perspective is always helpful here. You know, over the past several years, I've introduced legislation that honestly was trying to make our tax system a little bit more fair and equitable. I say that because part of the discussion here, and quite honestly, is not whether or not you support income tax cuts, it's whether or not it's targeting to the highest need individuals or the lowest income earners, basically working families. I introduced an earned income tax credit that would target tax relief to low income earners because I have no problems with taking tax cuts. I just wanted to make sure it was getting to more low income families. I introduced a bill to add some tax brackets so that individuals making around $30,000 a year weren't paying the same tax rate as Nebraskans earn more than $250,000 a year. Question's not, again, if you support tax reform, it was, can we make it more equitable? And I also introduced a bill that would add a 1% tax on incomes that were over in excess of $1 million. Fortunately, I'd like to say this, none of my bills made it out of committee. Couldn't get enough consensus, which is unfortunate because I really believed, and most policy that we see show that these are a more progressive tax changes in terms of fair and equity in that capacity. That's what it largely would say, most of the policy would say. And we had a good discussion in committees. I'm saying this because a lot of the conversations that we're having right now are honestly with a little bit of that debate. If we had some of those pieces in here, I don't think we would be debating as much. I do rise here because I want to make sure it's clear that I support tax reform. I've had this conversation with Senator Erdman before. He's right. I've had this conversation when I first started here with Senator Linehan. And I do support tax relief. We have done a tremendous amount of tax relief within our budget process. We passed 1107. I supported that. Even Senator Hilger said that's one of the most substantial tax relief we've provided in the last 20 plus years in property tax relief. I just want it to be clear that it's not whether or not we do nothing, it's all or nothing. I've had that conversation with Senator Breezy too, but there have been substantial things that have been done, and it's important for the public to know that. But I do recognize that we have serious challenges when we're dealing with taxes and making sure we're making people's lives easier. But I still worry, and that's the part about this. I worry mostly because we're not going to be here. It's not black or white for me. It is that when we have less revenue, we are going to have to make changes in our budget. We passed long-term budget bills, some of which I introduced, that gave us information on stress tests. But this is just a new change. The stress test now is we're going to have less revenue in the future. Look, I support income tax cuts. I support property tax relief. I support the Social Security aspect. It's just whether or not we are being as forward-thinking about how much we're going to need for the growing aspect of our budget and changes that we make. We did not plan for a canal this year. It's happening. If we have something else like a canal or other things, they're going to add to our budget. And we wouldn't have planned for it. And it's going to mean that there's less revenue in the future. I do think it's important for the public to understand that. That is, the votes on these is not whether or not we're completely yes or no. It's more to what extent are we
1
being
minute.
fiscally thoughtful about what happens in the future. Many of the big items in our budget I voted against because I didn't think it was the right time to either create a new program or do things. Or I fought to do them a lot less. The canal is one aspect of it. They asked for 500 million. The most I was going up was 25. I lost that fight. I say that because individually, as we're going through each of these, it's not easy to paint us as either not supportive or supportive of it. There's many of us that have been fighting to keep down costs, especially in the Appropriations Committee, to reduce our spending more so than any committee has. And I understand that that's also what Senator Linehan and her committee are also trying to do with tax relief. But I'm still concerned. The concern doesn't mean that I'm firmly against or firmly supportive in any way, shape, or form. It means that we need to be educated as a body because many of us are not going to be here in the future on what does or does not happen.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Pansing Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. President. So I have not spoken on the mic this whole time, and part of it has been just concern about what we're doing, concern about what we saw Kansas do. It's not a concern that if we do this right now, I think Senator Clements sort of said, well, we have the money for it right now. And that's correct. We do have the funding to do this kind of major tax reform. But my concern isn't today, it's next year or 4 years from now, and being able to sustain this. That's one of my real concerns. And if you remember what happened in Kansas, you know, they had, everybody was all excited about getting the taxes down and having these income tax packages. And then what happened is K through 12 funding was decimated, and they had to close schools early in Kansas. Road funding was slashed, and all sorts of projects were left behind. And so there was substantial damage done, and lawmakers were voted out. Remember, this all happened. So as we look at these issues, we have to look at our neighbors and what happened. And it's important to get money back in the hands of our constituents. I totally agree with that. And to help people in an inflationary environment, which is exactly why that housing bill should be overridden, the veto overridden. The fact that the rental assistance, it's not that the problem of COVID currently, it's the fact that we're in an inflationary period due to COVID and a number of other circumstances. So my concern has been helping small businesses. And I'd like to ask Senator Linehan a couple questions, if I may.
Senator Linehan, will you yield?
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Could you explain to me about how this is going to be helping small businesses and just not the large, huge businesses out of state?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm happy to do that. So most small businesses, even if they're an LLC or sub S, they pay their taxes are at the individual rates. So even some of our bigger companies, Kiewit, for example, they're owned by, it's everybody owns a piece. So they are taxed at the individual rate. Logiers is another very large manufacturer and employer in Omaha, and they pay at the individual rate. So let's move away from the big guys. Let's go to Jason's Plumbing on L Street in Omaha. Let's say he has 2 or 3 employees. He has good years and bad years. When he has a good year, he pays the top individual rate. All of your small, unless they don't make any money, and there's ways, if you're in business, you have everybody in business, ag, or any consulting, you have good years and bad years. So you pay at that, they all pay at that top rate. And another thing, I was talking to one of our colleagues this morning, In Nebraska, if you sell your business, so let's say you've worked for, well, you and your husband have a business. You worked for 30 years, you've built a business, and you sell it out. You pay on all of it. We don't have in Nebraska what
1
we have
minute.
nationally. We have what we call capital gains. So if you have a one-time big income, you get a tax break. In Nebraska, we don't. You pay 6.84% on all of it, even if you've never been in that bracket before.
Okay, thank you, Senator Walls.
You're welcome.
So when it was all together as a package, it has been very difficult because, of course, I think the vote on Social Security will be nearly unanimous because people do really care about, and I care really a lot about Social Security and supporting that. We have to do better for our seniors. And I am listening to all of this. I do think that there's some value. I am concerned about tax incentives. We've got to look at that. And we've got to be careful without a trigger or something that would, when we have a downturn, we cannot allow ourselves to turn into Kansas. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks and Senator Linehan. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk, please record.
29 ayes, 0 nays to cease debate.
Debate does cease. Senator Linehan, you are recognized to close on AM 2658.
So I know it's after lunch and we haven't all had time to connect, but I did talk to several people who said that it was okay to go ahead with this. So this vote is on the individual income taxes. That's the first question. So this vote is just on that question. So I would appreciate your vote on it becomes this amendment, I guess. I can't see it, 2658. So I would appreciate your green vote on the individual income tax portion of this. And I would like a roll call vote in regular order. Call of the House too, thank you. Call of the House and a roll call vote in regular order, please.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Wayne and Senator Vargas, please return to the floor. The House is under call. Senator Vargas, please check in. All members are now present. The question is, shall the amendment AM 2658 be adopted? Roll call vote in regular order has been requested.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Flood. Voting yes. Senator Friesen. Voting yes. Senator Geist. Senator Gregor. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen. Senator Hilgers. Voting yes. Senator Hilkeman. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Coulterman. Voting yes. Senator Lathrop. Voting yes. Senator Lindstrom. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McCollister. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Morfeld. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Pauls. Senator Pansing Brooks. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Stinner. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Williams. Voting yes. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 43 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. I erase the call. We'll move to the next amendment. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next amendment from the Revenue Committee, AM 2661. This would be the corporate income tax portion of the division.
Senator Linehan, you're welcome to open on AM 2661.
Mr. President, so we started this a couple of years ago. We have a corporate rate, when we started, I think it was 7.81, which is considerably higher than our individual rate. So what that means is we probably have companies in Nebraska, well, I don't doubt we have companies in Nebraska that would like to incorporate, but they won't, they can't, because it increases the taxes. So what we worked for was parity. So last year, I think it was last year, we got a bill, got to the floor. It was going to bring the top rate of 7.81 down to 6.84. And we got, right now, it's at 7.5. And I think next year already goes to 7. I think now it's over 4 years. There might be an intent language that we have to pause and look. But this is already headed down in current law. So what we're doing now is, because we're starting on a road to lower our individual income taxes, we're trying to keep that headed toward parity. It doesn't get there as fast as the individual does, but it gets us to the end of 5 years, will be what we started last year. Our individual rate and our corporate rate will be the same. Why? Well, because it stops people, just because of a tax thing, not a business decision, but because of tax avoidance. We have people who may want to incorporate for other reasons, family reasons, because I think people think of corporations as huge things, but there's other reasons to do it. It's easier to have a family farm incorporated because you know who owns what parts, and if somebody dies, there buy-sell agreements. There's lots of reasons to do corporations, and they're not all the biggest companies that you see when you look at Omaha's skyline. As a matter of fact, most of Omaha's skyline is not incorporated. You have the tallest building is family-owned business. You have other businesses that are S-corps or LLCs. There are a handful that are incorporated, but it's not everybody. But those few that are incorporated, I don't know why we would have them pay a higher bracket than the guy across the street who's an S Corp. So that's the goal of this. The other goal of this is not to have one of the highest corporate tax rates in the country for the same reasons we don't want the highest individual tax rates in the country, because when, and I think Chairman Stinner has said this best, others have said it, it's on our door, welcome to Nebraska, here's our corporate tax rate. So what do we do to make up for the fact that that is so high? We have a huge incentive package, which that was our battle 2 years ago. We have to have an incentive package. Everybody agreed. I don't know what the final vote on that was, but it was very significant. We have to have an incentive package because our corporate taxes are too high. What the blueprint plan, we didn't try to do that this year, and I don't love everything in the blueprint plan. I like a lot of it. But one of their points were we need to move away from incentivizing businesses and incentivize people. So I think there's actually some in the business community, if not several, who would like to move away from incentivizing companies, which clearly we have enough jobs. I think Senator Lindstrom said yesterday, 60,000 jobs we can't fill, and incentivize people. So it's the reason it's a package, even though we're gonna have individual votes here, is because we need to do all these things, because we need to make sure we keep both our corporate businesses here and our S Corps here and our partnerships here. And we need to let even, again, corporations, I know we think big skyscraper, but sometimes it's the family farm. So with that, I would request, we'll talk about this, I'm sure, for quite a while now, but I would appreciate your green vote on this subsection and the overall package. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. We will now open debate. Senator Moser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support 2661. And I think I'd like to dispel the notion that all the corporations are the top 500 in the country. There are many corporations in Nebraska. They're not all in the big skyscrapers with 40 floors. Some of them are kind of low scrapers. We've got 1 or 2 floors. Even my little modest retail store is a C corporation. It was incorporated in 1945, and there was an attorney in town, and then a businessman, and then the band director from the high school. Those 3 together got together and incorporated, and it gave them a way to come up with the brains and the money and the good business sense to make the business succeed. Although they still did some stupid things. They each put in $2,000, so they had $6,000 for operating capital. And they went to Omaha and ordered some cabinets, a front counter and some music racks and things. And they didn't ask how much it was going to be before they ordered them. And when the bill came, it was $4,600. So they spent 2/3 of their operating capital on some oak cabinets that really looked nice, but didn't really generate any capital. So then they had to kick in more money. So then they each kicked in another $1,500 or something like that. And so we escaped our first big stupid thing that our corporation has done through the last 50 years. And, I have to admit, some of those years I was in charge and we did some stupid things. We bought a CPM computer one time with a printer for $10,000, and because we wanted to join the computer age. And then within a few months, IBM announced their PC computer, which, if you don't remember, was $2,000. So there was an $8,000 mistake. And the CPM operating system, I can still remember. However, it's not relevant because it's not being used nowadays. So corporations aren't all the big fat cats that you think of. And as soon as a corporation makes money, so they can deduct their expenses, their wages, rent, and all those things. But as soon as they add that all up and they have a profit, they have to pay tax. Whereas individuals, we have some standard deductions we can take. But in the case of a corporation, even if you have inventory, maybe you don't have cash, but you've got inventory that you have to add at its current value. That could make you pay a tax, and you might have to borrow the money to pay your tax. So I just, I wanted to dial back the expectation that all corporations are fantastically profitable or fantastically wealthy or are bad people, but I know there are a lot of smaller corporations in the state. It does give you some liability protections because you're an employee of the corporation, and if you get sued, there's an extra layer of protection there. You could still wind up getting drawn personally into the suit. But if you make money, you pay tax. And then if you want to distribute that accumulated
1 minute.
profit, you have to pay dividends when you pay it to your shareholders. So there's a double taxation there. That's why some people go from C corps to S corps, because they can take their income right to their personal tax return, and they don't have to worry about the double taxation of a dividend and then an income tax. So I support 2661, and I hope everybody else does too. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moser. Senator Hughes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. My first opportunity to talk on LB 873, and I certainly want to give some kudos to the Revenue Committee, especially Chairman Linehan and all the members, for finding another avenue for us to provide tax relief for all the people in the state of Nebraska. We are in a very unique situation. The last time we discussed this package with a different bill number, Senator Stinner had handed out a sheet that showed that we can afford this. There is money to pay for this as we go along. And that was using 0% growth in a couple of the out years. So for those people who are watching and listening, we are not spending the state into oblivion. We do have the money to pay for this, and the projections are very, very conservative in order to show that we've got enough money to do this. But I did want to take just a little different tact, having been in the chair this morning and this afternoon and having an opportunity to listen to a lot of the discussion, my first opportunity to talk here, and I wanted to take a little different angle. I wanted to have a philosophical debate, if we could. I know you're all sick and tired of Senator Friesen, Senator Breezy, myself, Senator Brandt, Senator Merman complaining about property taxes. And in reality, the property tax this legislature has done tremendous work at bringing down the property tax burden on property tax payers in the state of Nebraska. But those gentlemen that I mentioned are farmers, and I wanted to give you a little more in-depth why farmers are so adamant about bringing down property taxes, even though we only benefit from 29% of the money that we have put into property tax relief. We're a minor player, but there is an imbalance in the proportion of collected on agriculture because we are such a capital intensive industry. First off, I don't have to own land to be a farmer. The reason I own land is because it's a good investment. If you talk to the bankers in the room, they own banks because they're good investments. The stockbrokers in the room, they own stocks because they are good investments. Most of you who have IRAs or SEPs or Roths, your retirement accounts. Why do you own those? Because you have investments for your future. It's not any different than having land. But all of those other investments that I mentioned aren't taxed every day. You pay income tax on them, but you don't have to pay a tax every day like you do on land. Every day, every morning when I get out of bed, or if I don't get out of bed, it costs me money to own land. It doesn't cost me money to own stocks or bonds or CDs in the bank. They're both investments. I just happen to be an industry where I can invest in my operation. Now, I'm certainly not suggesting that we start taxing stocks and bonds. I'm trying to make the point why it is unfair and not correct
1 minute.
that we treat land differently than we treat stocks and bonds. They are investments in our business. If I'm a garage door repairman, I can rent a building with which to run my business out of, or I can own that building. That is different because that is a service to individuals. If you have raw agricultural land, it does not benefit from having an educated workforce. Let me repeat that. If you have agricultural land, it does not benefit from an educated workforce. I've got a section of land, there's not electricity poles within a mile, there's no underground natural gas goes by it. The
Time,
only
Senator.
possible service, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to continue on the theme that Senator Hughes was on a little bit. It's just a little different angle. There was a couple that contacted me a couple years ago, and they're retired. They're in their 70s. They owned, I think, 300 acres, 320 acres of ground, and that was their retirement income. All of the money they'd ever made in the years, they invested in farm ground and bought land. They didn't have a 401k. And so now they wanted to rent it to the young farmer that was wanting to rent their ground. Is a nice guy. They wanted to rent it to him, but the rent that they would have to charge him, the banker wouldn't go along with it. It was too high. And yet, if they didn't charge a high enough rent, they were not going to get enough income off of their IRA 401k account, that land, to supplement their living costs. And so their choices were either, rent it to the big farmer who would pay top dollar in rent and they could get a better return on their investment, or they could rent it to this young man and then not have enough for retirement, or they could sell the ground. And that's the big difference that I see between the average person that has a 401k or an IRA. They invest their money in that, and we don't put a property tax on that. We used to. We called it a intangibles tax. It was a property tax. And I can see why we don't do that. We shouldn't do that now. But when the rural farmers want to invest in a 401k and that's their land, for them to have to pay property tax on that every year at the rates that we're charging right now, and you have some areas that exceed $100 an acre, by the time they pay their property taxes and the person that pays them rent can make a living doing it, there isn't enough to supplement their income. So that's the disparity that you see between rural and urban. And this is more the ag community than it is anything else. I mean, others invest in different things. Yes, some people invest in their house. And that's where now value's shooting up. And if they're retired and on a fixed income, the taxes they pay is at some point in time, they're going to say, I'm going to have to sell my house. I'm going to have to downsize. I'm going to have to move into a condominium. My property taxes are too high. I can't afford to pay the property taxes. That's where we're headed as values shoot up. And if inflation rates come in at 6, 7%, those housing values are going to continue to go up. People are not going to be able to afford to keep their house. We need to do something to address the property tax portion. That's the one that me, Senator Hughes, Senator Breezy, Senator Merman, Senator Bosselman, been very focused on. And so when we finally get a package together where everyone can finally agree to do something, which is what we have in front of us, it's all or none. We have realized that being a minority, you sometimes have to make concessions. We're making concessions. If you looked at the chart that I handed out, we still have not done anything to address the huge increase in ag land values that happened
1 minute.
in the 2010 to 2014 range. And that's where we saw in the last 10 years, residential housing in rural areas stayed relatively flat. Ag land in some places tripled in value. And some would say, well, you know, if your property taxes are too high, then sell the land. Well, that's like saying you're going to quit your job because the taxes are too high. That's not how we treat the number one industry in this state. So taxes are disproportionate depending on where you live in this state and how you do business. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as always, I appreciate what Senator Friesen is saying. And we're not on the portion of the bill that I know that he is his baby, as we would call it, the things that he really cares about. But in my many conversations with Senator Friesen about this issue, you know, he's certainly made me come around to the virtues of some of those sections of this bill. But this is the part of the bill that gives a tax cut to corporations. And this is the part of the bill that I dislike the most and that I intend to vote against. One of the reasons for the division of the question was to make sure that there are so many parts of this, as Senator Friesen was talking about, compromise, as we call it, where we really just added more parts until this bill started out as personal income tax and corporate taxes. And then we added, I think we added Senator Breezy's 723, which is increasing money to the 1107 fund. And then after that, we added this, the community college 1107 fund style income tax credit. And then after that, we added Social Security, or we added all of this to Social Security to build this sort of giant, by my math, $903 million when fully implemented is the price tag of this. And so I don't know if I've heard anything that's particularly wrong today. I've heard some things I disagree with. I've heard people say that, you know, that young people are concerned with the top marginal tax rate. I, being a formerly young person and not that long ago, with kids and a job and a house and those things, and moved back to the state, and knowing a lot of people similarly situated, has never come up. The top marginal rate has never come up with the type of people that we all talk about trying to attract to the state, to come back to the state, to come to the state in the first place. They talk about a lot of other things. They talk about, you know, quality of the schools. They talk about, you know, how accepting the community is here in Nebraska. But they don't talk about the top marginal rate for personal income tax. But that's not what we're talking about anymore. We just had that vote. That is in the bill at this moment. If this bill were to pass, we would give $70 million in tax cuts to millionaires. But we're talking about corporations right now. And this section costs something along that lines, another $70 million, I think. And it goes to corporations. It goes to corporations that make over $100,000 in the state of Nebraska. It goes to 83% of those corporations are out-of-state entities. So 83% of that $70 million will flow out of the state of Nebraska. So this is not the type of thing where we give this tax cut and it potentially generates future pays for itself, as some people would say, which is also not proven theory. But it flows out of state. It'll flow to the corporate coffers in New York and Delaware and Arkansas and other places. So I'm opposed to this for that reason. I'm opposed to this partly because we just reduced the corporate tax rate last year. We talked about this. We went through it. We ended up doing a measured step, which is what I've suggested we should have done on all of these other issues this year, is that we should have taken a small step down and then we could come back and do it again in the future. And I voted for that corporate reduction at that point, and I voted for the smaller reduction as part of an actual compromise. They were seeking 1%. We agreed on 0.5%. In
1 minute.
In exchange for that agreement to mitigate the cost. The agreement was that we wouldn't go any further than that. And I even said, if this actually ends up serving the purpose that people say it does, which is stimulates the economy, generates revenue, those things, then I would be part of bringing an additional step down. That is not the case at this point. We have not, is one, not been implemented to actually demonstrate that it works. And two, there is no evidence that it will actually do that or has ever done that. And so I'm opposed to it for those reasons, but I'll push my button and get in again and fill you in on the rest of the reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Breezy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. I appreciate the discussion that Senator Hughes and Senator Friesen brought to the floor about property taxes and its impact on agriculture. And those of us in ag, sometimes we do feel kind of picked on when it comes to property taxes because we unfortunately do pay a disproportionate share of those taxes relative to funding our local schools. In the Revenue Committee, we hear periodically from a farmer from somewhere in southeast Nebraska, and I don't recall his name, but he's a great guy and enjoy having him come in, and that is his message, his tax burden relative to the tax burden of his friends in town. And I think he maintained one time that he pays 70% more in property taxes towards his local school system than some of his friends that live in town. If you remember back on the discussions about LB2, I sent out some handouts, and they suggested a typical ag producer, an average type ag producer, might pay 25 to 30 times more than one of his neighbors in town. But anyway, that's not really the topic here today, because here today we have a property tax plan that is not weighted towards agriculture. This isn't about ag trying to get cut a fat hog on this deal. Again, if we were doing that, we'd be trying other approaches. These property tax proposals here are very fair. Everybody gets the same percentage of tax relief relative to their K-12 taxes, and under the new plan to divvy some up according to the community college taxes, everybody's going to get the same percentage. As I indicated earlier, I think Douglas County school taxpayers relative to the K-12 portion get close to, I think, about 23% of the total, 127 million roughly at today's dollars on the 1107. And go out where I'm coming from, Boone County, we get a fraction of that. So it is weighted towards, I shouldn't say weighted towards urban Nebraska, but it's a very fair mechanism, and urban Nebraska is going to get, in other words, your constituents in urban Nebraska are going to get a very large chunk of these property tax dollars we're talking about. Again, 200 million we're going to protect in the 1107 fund, and another 195 million directed towards the community college distribution formula. And some have questioned sustainability of this, but again, this is a sustainable package. This is fiscally responsible, and I think Senator Stinner established that. We may have a downturn in revenue growth here, but revenue growth has averaged 5% a year over the years, and we're going to get back to that very quickly, very soon. And that, coupled with reasonable spending at the state level, should put us in a very fiscally sound financial situation. And when we look in the general fund financial status in the budget book we have, we noticed there, I think it was on page 17, we talked about the other day about the formulas used to project revenue growth going forward. And I think Senator Stinner, for the next few years, the out years, is using a 0% revenue growth. But some of those formulas in there are projecting a significantly higher revenue growth than that. The average of the forecast using these other systems, I think, is 1.5%, and with the high end being considerably higher than that. So Senator Stinner, in maintaining that this is fiscally responsible and fiscally sound using a 0% revenue growth, I think he is being very cautious and conservative. And when he says it's sustainable using the numbers he is using, I believe
1 minute.
wholeheartedly it is more than sustainable. And so this is a fiscally responsible, fiscally sustainable means of providing a significant amount of tax relief to everyday Nebraskans. We need to remember what is at stake here. This is a package. And again, the corporate tax reductions that we're talking about with this amendment are very important to a lot of folks, and they benefit Nebraskans. They benefit Nebraska consumers. Again, might not be your favorite part of the package, but the corporate rate reductions are very beneficial. In dollar wise, it's still a fair chunk of money, but it's not that substantial relative to the total package. So I strongly urge your strong support of AM 2661 and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to kind of carry on a little bit of the theme here on the ag side. I think one of my concerns is I continue to look at many farmers, and yes, property taxes are at the very top of the list, okay, and have been for some time, and for good reason. And I'll maybe delve into that first, and I want to come around to the income or the corporate tax rate as well, and how that also impacts farmers. And I've often talked about it's the total picture. Okay, many farmers have C corporations. Okay, and so when you look at a C corporation as opposed to an S corporation, if you have an S corporation or an LLC, you pass the income through and you pay it at the personal income tax rate. If you have a C corporation, however, you're subject to double taxation. Why is that? Well, because you're going to pay tax at the corporate level, and then if you ever move that capital out vis-a-vis a dividend, you're going to pay tax again at the corporate level. Before the Trump tax cuts, which is kind of an anomaly for the smaller corporations, the first $50,000 wasn't taxable. So there were a lot of farmers who went out and organized their farming operations using a C Corp structure. And by using the C Corp structure, they weren't paying federal income taxes on that first $50,000. They were paying state income taxes, however, through that C corporation. And if they ever dividend money out of that, they're going to pay again personally. So what happened with the Trump tax cuts is we lowered the overall highest corporate tax rate, but we started it and it's flat. So it's 21%. So now if you're a farmer who is paying 0 on that first 50,000, now you're paying 21%. So you'd say, well, then why are they continuing with those C Corps? In many cases, and I'm not going to get into the details of the capital structure, but many of them, their capital structure trapped them into this particular entity, so they can't convert it to an S Corp without other massive costs or going into an LLC. So this is real, and there are a lot of farmers out there who do have C Corp structures, and they're paying at this higher rate. It gets back to Senator Linehan's point. We're trying to create parity. I would also tell you that when we start looking at tax rates, why is that important that we care about what's happening in the states around us? How many times do we look at comparability when we start looking at salaries, whether it's at the county level, the teachers, the city, so on? We do these comparability studies, right? Okay, and we say, well, gosh, if it's higher over here and we're below everybody else, then we need to raise salaries to that level. Well, we need to be looking at the same thing as it relates to our tax structure. If every state around us has a lower corporate tax rate and a lower personal income tax rate, that's a problem. That's a problem. And it's not close. We've heard a lot about Kansas. Well, when you go from where we're at today to 0, yeah, I can see where that can be problematic. We're not talking about going to 0. We're talking about just lowering it some and trying to be more comparable. I want to talk to you again just a little bit about property tax, and I'll get up on it when we get to the next phase of this. But let's also remember, and I think Senator Hughes brought it out very clearly, farmers don't invest in their farmland as an investment, and they're going to turn around and sell it if the price goes up. That's how they make their livelihood, is owning the land and farming it. Just like people would go out and invest in securities. They're not paying taxes every year on owning those securities. They're only going to pay taxes at the time that they sell it. When we start looking at what's happened to land values and housing values, this impacts homeowners as well. Homeowners don't buy their home as an investment. They buy their home to live in it, and then they hope when they ultimately sell it that they'll have a gain.
1 minute.
So, thank you, Mr. President. So at the end of the day, you're seeing these property taxes go up significantly as we look at the inflation that's going on right now, the shortage of housing, same thing on the ag side, and you're seeing a lot of non-farmers coming in and buying farmland, driving prices up, which is going to drive up the property taxes for the farmers that are trying to make a living off of that farm. That's a problem. It's going to be a big problem as we continue to look at costs rising for farmers. I'll get in the mic later to speak about property taxes in general. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Listening to the conversation today, I thought I should maybe explain a bit about how we have gotten to the current systems that we have. The government at one time collected taxes from you by you writing a check or paying it yourself. And someone came up with a brilliant idea, tax withholding. They decided that if we take the money out of their pay before they get it, they won't be nearly upset about how much they're giving to the government. So they did that. So they raised taxes by taking it out of your pay before you've seen what they took out. And nobody hardly commented on it. Then they needed more money. And so they devised another plan, a great idea. And that idea was, we're going to tax these evil corporations. And the reason we're going to do that is everybody will say, that's a good idea. We'll tax the corporations. And nobody will say anything because they make all kinds of money. And so now we're going to tax the corporations so we can get more money. And the pushback won't come from the voters because they won't see that they're actually paying the tax in higher service costs or goods they buy. It's a great idea. So if today, at the end of each pay period, you had to write a check for your income tax, you would be very concerned about how much they take out of your check. But they devised a plan that eliminated you seeing that or paying attention to it. So we're going to tax these evil corporations. I just received a message from my brother back home who owns a business, and he said, my corporation doesn't pay the taxes, I pay the taxes. All right? And so I will tell you this, if we make a reduction in corporate income tax, the only reduction that we're going to receive is the reduction that we made on the income tax, the personal income tax level. That's the reduction that we're going to take, because reducing the amount of taxation on the corporations probably won't change the state's revenue a nickel, because somebody, some owner is going to pay the tax. But it's a sleight of hand thing. And so Senator Jacobson was talking about we're not trying to take it to zero. He's wrong. I am trying to take it to zero because that's where it should be. Because it's the corporation's money, it's not the state's money. So whether it's a corporation or an individual, it doesn't make any difference. And we had numerous conversations about incentives. Why do we do incentives? Why do we do the Imagine Act? And by the way, somebody today mentioned about that. There was a significant majority vote was made, the comment was made. I voted no. I voted no against the Imagine Act. Why is that? It's because the government picks winners and losers. Same with TIF. Why do we do TIF? Why do we have tax incentives? Very, very simple. The answer is this: our taxes are too high. That's why we do that. That's why we do that. So instead of the government choosing who the winners and the losers are going to be under our current system, why don't we level the playing field
1
so
minute.
that everybody can compete on the same level? If you make the best business decisions, if you're the most efficient business, you win. And the government shouldn't subsidize you to do whatever you want to do so you can compete against someone else who sells the same product you do because they didn't get to take advantage of these tax advantages. Okay? So it's a sleight of hand thing here with corporate taxes. And we can keep taxing these evil corporations because whoever they are, they can pay the tax. The individual, the owner, pays the tax. Plain and simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in opposition to AM 2661. I will be voting red on this amendment for the corporate tax. I believe Senator John Kavanaugh mentioned this in his remarks. So we had a corporate tax package last year and came to an agreement on a corporate tax cut last year. I know it wasn't what Senator Linehan wanted, but I think Senator Breezy or someone talked about how you have to make compromises, and compromises were made. It's not really a compromise if you just turn around and go after it again and then attach it to things that are important to other people and force them to do what you want because you didn't get your way last year. It's not a compromise. That's bullying. But we have a lot of bullies in here. Someone I heard mention that people are always attacking farmers. I've never heard anyone in here attacking farmers. All I've heard is how much we don't respect farmers or care about farmers. We don't do enough for farmers. And those same people are the same people that voted against 121 and 1073, which is the SNAP for convicted drug felons and the rental assistance bill. The same people who are attacking people in poverty are the same people that claim falsely that farmers are being attacked. I have said numerous times to people in this body, to farmers in this body, that I would support 723, a $220 million property tax relief bill. How is that attacking farmers? But those same individuals voted against 1073, which required the governor to apply for rental assistance from the federal government. Senator Breezy and Senator Linehan haven't voted for those two bills. They'll never vote for those bills. They will never vote for things that help poor people, but they will tell you that this is an income tax cut for the middle and working class. And it's not. It's a tax cut for the wealthy. The middle and working class people might get a slight tax cut, but that's not who's benefiting from this. And those people would benefit a heck of a lot more if they had a secure place to live, they had access to good education, public transportation, food, childcare. But we can't have those things. We have to have these tax cuts, but we can't have housing. Senator Albright voted against SNAP and rental assistance. Senator Breezy, Senator Clements, Senator Erdman, Senator Flood, Senator Johnson, Senator Halloran, Senator Ben Hansen, Senator Hilgers, Speaker Hilgers, Senator Hughes, Senator Linehan, Senator Lowe, Senator Moser, Senator Merman, Senator Sanders, and Senator Slama all voted against rental assistance and SNAP for convicted drug felons. So get off your whatever you're on. Cry me a river. You don't care about poor people.
1 minute.
You want to badger us into caring about your tax cuts when you don't care about poor people in Nebraska who need help. Shame on all of you. You are a disgrace to the state of Nebraska if you think that this is more important than helping people have a safe place to live. I'm going to vote for the piece of this that is a property tax piece. I'm going to vote for the piece of this that is the Social Security tax piece. Because those things help people. They help a lot of people. But the rest of this is just shenanigans to deconstruct the government
Time,
of
Senator.
Nebraska.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Brandt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I would just like to remind everybody out there in Nebraska, 71% of all property taxes paid in the state of Nebraska go to homeowners and business owners. 29% goes to ag landowners, and half of those ag landowners are landlords. So let's not say this is a farmer and a property tax thing, because it's not. The farmers, the true farmers out there that farm the land own about 15% of that property tax discount. But I'd like to talk a little bit today about income tax. There's also a false perception out there that we farmers do not pay income tax. I would grant you this. In farming, there are two kinds of accounting: accrual and cash. As a single proprietor, I have the opportunity to use cash accounting. And I wished everybody in this country, and there is a way to do this, okay, but talk to your accountant. But under cash accounting, I pay my income taxes once a year on March 1st. And what that teaches me, it's my money. It's my money to invest that capital in my business for the whole year. And then when those taxes are due on March 1st, we pay both federal and state. Most people work for somebody. It's an accrual system. And when I did work for corporations, I got a paycheck every 2 weeks. I get a paycheck for this job, and they deduct state, federal, FICA, they deduct all that every 2 weeks. But there's ways that you don't necessarily have to do that. But a lot of people like that because then that money is banked. They're very afraid that if they kept all the money and paid once a year, they would not have the money for that. It's always sort of stymied me that people are very excited when they get a tax refund. I mean, you should set it up that you shouldn't be getting a refund. You should be paying in. But anyway, that's my perspective on how it works from my experience. Would Senator Dorn yield to a question?
Senator Dorn, would you yield?
Oh.
Senator Brandt, I do not see Senator Dorn.
Would Senator Clements yield to a question?
Senator Clements, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Clements, you're pretty sharp on this stuff. You get pretty excited about numbers, which I think is great. You do a lot of work with farmers and businesses in a small town in Nebraska. And what is your experience on the difference between cash and accrual accounting?
On the cash basis, you pay tax on what you take in cash, and you get to deduct what you spend in cash. But on accrual, even if you haven't really spent it or earned it, you have to count it as income. For example, in our bank, we accrue interest on our loans. Then we put it into income, but we haven't really received it from the farmer. We accrue it every day, but we have to count it as income even though we haven't received the cash.
So you've been doing this for a long number of years, I'm sure. Just because one uses one system or the other, you're still going to pay the same amount at the end of the day. Is that correct?
In the long run, yes, it'll
1
be
minute.
the same amount over a period of time. It's just the timing from one year to the next makes a difference.
So it's pretty much a false perception out there that farmers do not pay income taxes. Would that be correct?
Yes, it is. They're able to defer it some, but eventually they will pay it, but usually get to defer it a year.
Thank you, Senator Clements. So this overall bill that we're looking at today, whether you're a farm that's incorporated or a single proprietor, you are going to reap the benefits, not only of the property tax, but primarily on the income tax portion on this. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt and Senator Clements. Senator Hughes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to pick up kind of where I left off. I was discussing, I've got a section of non-irrigated land out there that does not have electricity to it. There's not a natural gas pipeline goes by it. There's not an improved road within a mile of that. So it receives no benefits from property taxes. If there were a fire, the local fire department would show up. That's it. So how is it right? What benefit does that section of land that probably cost me $5,000 a year, $6,000 a year in property taxes, what is the benefit to that piece of property versus a garage door salesman that has a shop in town, or even if it's outside of town, he's got a paved road goes by it, he's got electricity to it, he's probably got natural gas heat. There's a value there that those property taxes are paying for. But ultimately, the biggest chunk of property taxes for farmers goes to our schools. And we've done a lot of work in that area. But again, I will go back to that bare section of dirt with no improvements. What benefit is educating society for that piece of land, for that piece of dirt? The benefit of educating our kids goes to the population, the homeowner, the business owner, the individual that's, if you're on a fixed income and you have, people that need to work in the pharmacy or the senior center. So we've got a very skewed value system of how we're funding our education. I want to go back a little bit. 100 years ago, 150 years ago, when the state of Nebraska was founded, we didn't have income tax. We didn't have sales tax. The only thing the state of Nebraska had was property. And we got instituted a property tax in order to fund the state. But as the state has grown, we now have income tax. And in 1967-ish, we got a sales tax to fund the state of Nebraska. So why do we still have property tax? It's because we've always done it that way. That's never a good enough reason to do anything. Because our property is listed in the courthouse. That's why we're doing it. But back to my argument of my land is an investment. It's my retirement. It's what's keeping me off of the county dole when I retire. I'm going to pay for my own retirement. Thank you very much. That's a lot of why I work as hard as I do, of why I make the business decisions I do. I don't want to rely on someone else to take care of me. And I want to leave something to my kids, because that's how I was taught. So back to the fundamental principle why farmers are angry about property taxes is they're not fair. Because my land is an investment for my retirement. It's an investment in my business, yes, but I don't have to own land in order to farm. I have neighbors who don't own an acre.
1 minute.
They farm, everything is rented from someone else. And they're rented from individuals who live in cities. Half the land in Nebraska is owned by non-farmers because it's an investment. Why are we having to pay an extra tax on that investment because it's listed in the courthouse? That's the whole premise. That's the philosophical debate that I would like to have. I'd like to plant the seeds because I'm not going to be here next year. But those of you that are going to be back, be thinking about that, because a lot of what we have to do is create fairness. Government is very inefficient because one size has to fit all. And the value, taxing the value of individuals' wealth, that one size is not working. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I appreciate everybody's conversation on this issue. And I didn't quite get to my last time talking about my specific objections to the corporate cuts. I did mention that 83% of the cut will go to out of state. And I hear what people are saying. I do about some people are not going to get the benefit of the property tax cut. Obviously, there are renters as well, not just land farm renters for farming, but renters for their domicile, for their home, and those individuals will not necessarily derive that benefit. I know some people will say, well, their landlord can lower the rent, but that doesn't seem likely. But nonetheless, not talking about that, we're talking about corporate taxes right now. So, and I mentioned the fact that we did cut the corporate rate last year. We cut it by 0.5%, and we've come back and we are now putting more into property tax relief. We're putting more into personal income tax relief, but corporate tax cut got cut last year. And so the question is not, in the grand scheme of things, whether you agree with this or not, which again, as I've stated, I'm not convinced that this is something that would be necessary anyway. But the question is, when you're making a list of priorities, what are you prioritizing? And if we were to cut, I think, let's see, the corporate, I think was, well, it's part of a $415 million package. And well, it's hard to tell exactly what that amount is, but if I recall, it was somewhere around under 100 million, but more than 70 million. But if you're going to cut that amount in tax revenue, there are other ways you can cut it that would be better, a better approach. I proposed cutting that middle income tax bracket, the 5.01 to 4.01, that cost $97 million. So in terms of priorities, what will have the most benefit for the most Nebraskans? That's where I think we should be putting that priority. So when we're making all of these cuts and we're talking about all of these, we do have to look at them in terms of as against something else. And so we are not doing that cut that I proposed, that 5% down to 4.01%, that actually gives a tax cut to Nebraskans below the median income, because we want to give a tax cut to corporations, 83% of that revenue will go out of the state of Nebraska. Those Nebraska residents earning in that middle income bracket live in the state of Nebraska, work in the state of Nebraska, raise their kids in the state of Nebraska. They will not get a tax cut because under the previous amendment we had, decreases the top marginal rate, but the individuals making below the top marginal rate will not get a tax cut. And individuals making just at the top marginal rate, their tax cut is proportional to the amount that they make above the top marginal rate. So if we were to cut that middle rate from 5.01% to 4.01%, those individuals in the top marginal rate would get that full benefit of that tax cut, as would the individuals in that bracket would get their marginal benefit. So that's one of the reasons I'm against this particular portion of this bill. I don't think it's the appropriate allocation of the funds. I don't think it's the right way to use this money. I think that we already gave corporations tax relief last year. I think when we're looking at giving tax relief, if it's between corporations and middle class working Nebraskans, I would rather give it to middle-class working Nebraskans, people earning underneath the median income. That's my fundamental opposition to this
One
portion.
minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that is why I'm going to vote against this portion. Again, as I've said at the beginning of the day, and I think many people have said, I don't know where I'm going to be at the end of the day on this bill. It's going to depend on where the 5 pieces that we are debating end up. But there are parts of this bill that I do support. The Social Security portion, I support. I was a co-sponsor of the bill last year when it was would have been fully implemented, would have been this level. I voted for this bill this year, and I intended to vote for this bill again this year before it got weighed down by $900 million. Well, I guess at that point, $800 million more in taxes, in income and property tax cuts. So I would urge a red vote on AM 2661 and see where that gets us for the rest of the day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me give you an idea of what corporations are. I'm walking down the street of Kearney and I walk by businesses. There are furniture stores, there are a little grocery store, there is some boutiques, some other things, there's a coin store. There's our little office that sits there on the corner. And about a third of them are corporations. These are not the big skyscrapers. These are single-story businesses. And that's what a corporation is. And why? Because they do it to organize. Maybe there's several partners in it. Maybe they just want to feel secure. I had a business in downtown Kearney that we incorporated because I didn't want the liability coming back on my family and my brothers that I'm also in business with. I incorporated because things happen. One night we were open and somebody came rushing in that a lady had broken her leg outside our business. It was a cold night, but it had warmed up that day, and so the roofs were melting. And some of the rain or some of the drainage was coming down onto the sidewalk as it does. And went out and we'd put salt out and ice melt, and because we didn't want anybody to slip on our business, on our property. And so we took the young lady in and called the unit and got her taken care of. And we paid those bills because we thought it had happened on our property, as they said. And she could have come back and sued us if she wanted to, because we had allowed ice to accumulate on the sidewalk. And I went out and I checked, and no, there was no ice out there. And come to find out, she was halfway down the block when she slipped on the ice at another piece of property. But we took care of her expenses that night because that was the right thing to do. Now, that is an evil corporation, what everybody thinks of. Corporations are small. We have one, my wife and I have one that incorporates 2 houses because it is a way for us to organize what we are doing. Corporations are not big, evil things. They're people. They're farms. They're little old men and women. They're young people. They employ people in the state of Nebraska. Many of the corporations are very, very small. They're families. That's what we're talking about. I stand in support of LB 873 and AM 2661. But in order to attract and to keep our young people, we need businesses to look at Nebraska, about coming into Nebraska. I'm very active in trying to find businesses to come to Nebraska. I've talked to many across the United States and across the world. because I want to keep our young people in Nebraska. I want to keep our teachers when they retire in Nebraska, and many of them retire at a younger age.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. That yes, they can take another job, part-time or full-time, whatever they wish, if we have the businesses here. And we need to keep up with the rest of America in order for us to be livable here in the state. We need population. That's the only way we can keep up with the rest of the United States, is by keeping our young people here and keeping our retired people here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if we want to talk about the current portion in front of us, the corporate tax, this will go back if you had a C Corp in Nebraska, and when they did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, I forget what year they did that, they changed our corporate tax rates on the federal level. And so they used to have, I think it was a 15% bracket, and then I think it went to a 28% bracket. They had I might have the numbers off, but they had a couple of brackets. And so if you were a small C Corp in Nebraska, I think your first 100,000 of income was taxed at 15%. And so when they passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act at the federal level a few years back, that's when they went to a flat 20% corporate tax rate on the federal level. So if you were operating a C Corp in Nebraska at that time and you were always, your income levels were below that 100,000, you were always being taxed on 15%. So well, they touted this as a big tax cut for corporations, but if you were a small C Corp, you actually had about a 6% tax increase because they dropped off the tax rate, and now you paid 21% at the federal level on all your income. And so that was one of the things that happened on the federal level. And so that also, it changed your state taxes too, and we did some tax bills, I know, that meshed the two together in the end. But what it amounted to for the small C Corps in the state was actually a tax increase. The absolute wrong place, I said, to increase taxes is on small business. But that's what happened on the federal level. And so again, the corporate tax rate, everybody always says that's just it's a pass-through tax and everybody pays it because you as a business, you're going to pass it on to the customer. So I used to support taking the corporate tax down to zero. Today, I'm saying that my compromise, I've changed. I've said we shouldn't touch the corporate rate. But my compromise part of this is saying that no, let's get the corporate rate down to where we're on parity, because a lot of people do switch to an LLC, which is taxed at our personal rates. So if we're just going to encourage businesses to change their corporate structure, we could say that we want parity between our corporate and our individual rates. These days, if you would start up a business in Nebraska, you'd probably form an LLC or a subchapter S. You wouldn't start out with a C Corp. So these are the things that happen sometimes when we change whether it's on the federal level or on the state level, when we start messing around with the tax code, we actually drive how people structure their businesses sometimes. If the taxes are too big an increase, or if we provide a big tax cut somewheres, it incentivizes businesses to operate under different structures. And so today, if I was going to start a business, I would probably start it under a subchapter S or probably a limited liability company, an LLC. And so there, your taxes are passed through and you pay them on your personal rates that we're trying to lower here. And so in order to provide parity between the two, if we would keep those rates the same, it would keep some businesses probably from changing their tax structure and actually save them a little money and those changeover costs and able to do that. So I think by lowering the corporate taxes a little bit as part of the package, it's not a very expensive portion compared to changing the individual rates. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have a lot of deep thoughts about this. I think that this is another example of immoderate thinking when I listen to the debate on this issue. The question isn't, are corporations evil or good? Or can corporations help people or not? Or are corporations owned by, faceless Lex Luthor conglomerates or little old grannies? Like these are the dichotomies that we've heard throughout this debate. I can easily concede to the fact, because it's a fact, that yes, corporations help people. Yes, they hire people. Yes, they create jobs. Yes, they're often owned by regular, middle-class citizens. They're owned by mom and pop shops, regular people in the neighborhood to farmers and everything in between. And I can still not want to decrease corporate tax rates because it does also catch in the net of that tax cut some of the bigger corporations that I don't really want to expend energy or money giving a benefit to, giving another benefit to in this state. I also will concede to the argument that was made by Senator Erdman that, by cutting taxes on corporations, we're not decreasing, we're not taking the state's money, we're just decreasing the state's revenue. And to me, that's a little potato. I'll say whatever it is you want me to say with that. It's fine. There are a lot of things in this state that I want to do before we cut the corporate tax rate. I'm not categorically against it. There are definitely scenarios where I would agree to do something like that. But in the hierarchy and list of things that I have heard from my constituents in District 8 would meaningfully improve their quality of life, this isn't even on number 1 through 100. And there are things that are like 1 through 5 that this legislature has refused to push forward, has refused to agree to. We have a veto override opportunity coming up tomorrow, and do you understand how you sound, how frustrating it is to hear people say, well, it's just the little old granny and the mom and pop and the little old man who own corporations in Nebraska. So vote for AM 2661 because it's harmless. And then tomorrow you're going to stand up on the mic and speak against taking federal aid for renters. People who own corporations are renters too. Stuff is not so black and white, and I'm boring myself. Like, I bet I look really bored on camera right now. I'm just like dead behind the eyes because it's not black and white. It's not that corporations are good or evil. It's not that, they're owned by Lex Luthor or grandma. It's not that simple. So I'm not trying to boil it down to that. I'm not opposing this because I think corporations are evil. I'm opposing it because in the vast list of can we please do's of this year and the last year and the last year and the last year, nothing that my people are actually asking for is rising to the top for you guys. So if you deal with me, I'll deal with you. That's politics, right? There's scenarios where I would support this. One thing you could do for one is accept the federal dollars for emergency rental assistance that Nebraska taxpayers, who are farmers, who are corporation owners, who are grandmas, who are Lex Luthors, who are everybody, have already paid for. We've got the receipt, but we don't have the rental assistance. So it's not really deeper than that for me. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues, although it's already pretty dark in here. It must be cloudy outside. So, individual income taxes. I voted in favor of that one because I am a person of hope. And I hope that between general, which we're on again, and select, I will keep crying out into the wilderness, and maybe someone will hear me, that we need to do something on that middle tax rate from 5.1 to 4.1, that it costs about $100 million. Maybe we can do something for people who do not make up into the top tax bracket. I am a person of hope. I am hoping that maybe we can work on that. And if anyone wants to talk to me about that, I am here, or you can follow the coughing and find me wherever I am. And please help me with that one. I would really like to do something for folks in my district. To be honest, we get up here a lot and we talk about our districts. Well, that affects my district. The median income of my district means that half the people in my district aren't going to get anything from the individual income taxes that we're cutting in this bill. So I'd like to help that half. Say, well, there's property taxes. Yeah, but I think I figured it out, and it's something like 1 in 5 people in my district lives in rental units. I have a lot of people who rent in my district. So that means that they don't get anything from the property tax, they don't get anything from the income tax, and if they're not old enough, then they don't get anything from the Social Security tax, so they're being left out of this package. I'm trying to fight for my district. Now, I am and always have been a supporter of the Social Security tax relief package, I guess we're calling it, getting rid of the Social Security tax. We've got to get the money back into the pockets of our senior citizens, no question. That's why I have a stack of amendments upstairs that if for some reason this bill doesn't pass, I will make sure that it happens on the next bill or some other bill. And I'm sure, frankly, that so are about 20 other people going to make sure that happens. We're going to get that one done this year. And I'm certainly not taking the credit for it because that is all Senator Lindstrom. And I think we should all thank Senator Lindstrom for his dedication to getting that done, and the Revenue Committee as well. I don't want to leave them out. So Senator Linehan and the rest of the Revenue Committee, thank you for getting Social Security tax done. We'll get that one done. We got to get money back into the pockets of our senior citizens. But when we do that, we really need to think about who we're missing in this tax package. And who we're missing is a good chunk of people who live in my district. And if there have been several senators who've gotten up on the mic and argued, this misses my district, well, this one misses mine, a large chunk of people in my district. So help me out. I am hoping between general and select, we can maybe get some movement to make sure that we bring everyone along in that and bring relief to everyone. And really get to that wide swath of Nebraskans that it seems like we're talking about on the mic, but doesn't bear out. Now, if you're sitting at home and you're watching this and you're saying, oh, I'm hearing one thing from one group and another thing from another group, here's what I'll say. Don't take our word for it. Figure it out yourself. This is tax time, so look at your taxes, look at your tax return, and imagine what happens if the top bracket only goes down 1%.
1 minute.
And see if you get any or very much, or if you just get a pizza party, or which, look, I like pizza, I had it for lunch, so maybe that's enough, but see what you get with this package as it is by only lowering the top tax bracket 1%. Because, you know, that's my concern. I'm also not interested in voting for corporations getting tax cuts when it won't have any incentive effect on them, because they pay on whether they're located in Iowa or Florida or Nebraska, they pay the same amount based on their sales in Nebraska. They'll pay the same amount regardless of whether they're located here or not. So I don't see how it incentivizes anybody to move here or move their businesses here. So you know, this one isn't popular with me. I'd rather get tax cuts for the middle class. I'd rather get that middle tax bracket down than
Time,
corporate.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I appreciate comments from folks about the tax package and tax policy in general. And I was talking out off the mic in the intervening time about how much I've learned about tax policy just through the debate of this bill over this year and the debate we had on tax policy last year. If you remember, as I said, we ultimately we negotiated to do a 0.5% instead of the whole percent that was proposed last year. And there was other portions of that bill, including what was called the GILTI tax, which was the global intangible tax, which has to do with companies offshoring and basically some sort of tax avoidance schemes in the Cayman Islands sort of thing. And we negotiated around that as well. Ended up not changing that and only changing the 0.5%, which again, I thought was a reasonable compromise on that issue and resolution to that at the time, and that we would leave that as is until, you know, a few years down the road, fully implemented, and come back and talk about the evidence of that affecting the nature of the state finances and the nature of corporations as they choose to cite or not cite in Nebraska, if that makes any impact. And if there was any evidence, I said on the mic, I remember I talked to Senator Flood about this, that I said, if the evidence shows that this actually does what people argue it does, then I would be supportive of further change. And at this point, there is no evidence to support the arguments that have been put forward about reducing corporate taxes. The evidence, obviously, there's the evidence that people would like to pay less taxes, and that corporations, of course, are in a category of trying to minimize the total amount that it costs to operate the corporation, so they can increase the amount that they return on that investment, which is like everybody, and return to their shareholders or owners or whatever the structure is. But the tax rate to this point, I have not seen any studies or any evidence that shows by decreasing the tax rate 0.5% or further decreasing it, that more corporations will move to Nebraska, that there will be generated more economic benefit from that for the state of Nebraska, that it will ultimately generate more economic or more revenue for the state of Nebraska. So based on the evidence, I'm suspicious of this amendment and this idea, and I oppose it at this point. And again, I would go back to when we're talking about our priorities and we're talking about this whole package, there's going to be, everybody gets to vote on the individual pieces. And then when it gets put together at the end, I think people will get to decide whether the parts that are in outweigh, you know, the parts that are out for them, or the parts that are in outweigh other parts that are in that they don't like. People will get to make that decision on the holistic package if the whole thing is worthwhile to them based off of whichever parts are in or out. And so that's why I think it's important to have the question divided and have the question taken up individually. But again, the whole package, as put together, fully implemented, $900 million. That is about $450 million between the income, personal and corporate income. 415 million between personal and corporate. 220 in the 1107 fund. I think it was 195 in the community college fund, and 73 million is the Social Security portion.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Social Security portion, we'll get to, I think it's last, if I recall the order that was articulated, is, again, wildly popular. It is a good idea. It goes to Nebraskans who paid into the system and in a tax, and, well, we can talk about that later. The personal income has already been put back in, and my opposition to that is how it is top heavy, meaning that it gives a huge amount of its tax benefit is derived by individuals making over $100 million. A huge part of it is made by individuals making over $200,000. And we can all haggle about who we call middle class, who we call working class, who we call middle class Nebraskans, but we can all agree that $1 million in income is a wealthy person. And $70 million of the 415 million total will go to those folks, to 8,811 taxpayers. So to me, that is what
Time,
really is.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am rising to correct the record. When I was talking about the rental assistance bill, I said that Senator Breezy did not vote for it, but he did in fact vote for it. So I apologize, Senator Breezy, that I got that incorrect. I still oppose AM 2661, but I appreciate Senator Breezy's support of the rental assistance bill because it is extremely important that we ensure that people who are housing insecure have that stability in their lives. And it is very upsetting and disappointing that we just can't do that. That we can sit here and want to cut $900 million from our taxes, but we can't accept $120 million to help poor people. So, but that's where we're at, Nebraska. And I saw some funny things on Twitter about, hopefully people aren't actually doing this because it's still a work day, but of just, drinking games around hardworking Nebraskans. How many times people here say hardworking Nebraskans and the middle class Nebraskans and farmers in Nebraska? There's just like a whole bingo. I personally hope that bologna Skittles gets added to that bingo. So yeah, I am gonna vote red on AM 2661. And as I said previously, I will be voting for some of the other amendments to come, specifically Social Security and property tax relief. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, I believe this is the first time I've spoken since we've divided the question, and I believe this is the first time I've spoken this afternoon at all. Part of that was because for a good chunk of the early afternoon, Senator Wayne and I were on a Zoom call with officials from Washington, D.C. on talking about rental assistance. I do think we'll have some updates and some ideas on that. I certainly have a better picture of the overall state of that being my priority bill after that call than I did before. It's more nuance and more details and more numbers than I want to necessarily throw out of this debate. But I did want to just kind of reaffirm that we are continuing to work on that. I think we have some updates, and I'll be excited for the opportunity to discuss it more on the override vote. Looking at this bill and looking at the specific provision, the corporate income tax provision, this is one that I've identified throughout multiple times talking about the tax bill as one that I think is deserving of a lot more scrutiny. Again, and as Senator John Kavanaugh just made this point again, I've tried to make it. When it's income taxes, it is tied to the place you earn the income. Notably with national and international corporations, if they are earning their income from sales in Nebraska, they are paying their income tax on those sales, which is to say that a lot of the tax breaks that are included in this corporate income tax are to corporations that, regardless of what our corporate tax rate, are going to be earning money here because their consumer base is here. And that's something why, when especially I'm told we don't necessarily have the money or the opportunity to address some of the lower individual income tax rates, I question why we would prioritize doing the corporate tax rate. We have an opportunity to do different things with that money other than to provide it to corporations that are going to be located here because their income, their sources of income are here, their consumer base is here. Again, a national retailer who has stores in Nebraska and has customers wanting to buy things from their store is going to be in Nebraska, kind of regardless of how this provision of this bill passes. So I will not be supporting this portion of the Revenue Committee Amendment AM 2661, and we encourage others not to. With that, Mr. President, I know we're going to have more time. It seems like we're getting to a vote here soon, so I'll rise and discuss other portions of the bill later. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. Senator Linehan, you are recognized.
my staff. Thank you, Mr. President. So, just have a few responses. So there are, according to the IRS, I think this is from year, oops, thank you. From year 2018, there are 19,969 C Corps in the state of Nebraska, so that's almost 20,000. So the number of C Corps that, this gets back to the point, I know we all think we're talking about big bad business, but the number of C Corps that paid, that had income between 0 and 5,000 is 6,167. So we're not talking about huge companies here. The next grouping is from 5 to 10,000 of income, and I have this list if somebody wants to look at it, 755. So there are a lot of corporations who aren't the corporations that Senator Matt Hansen was just talking about that are, we don't need to name them, but we all know the big retailers that we're referring to. And we talk about those big retailers that are here and they only have to pay the money, only pay taxes on the money they make here. Those big retailers also generate a huge amount of sales tax. So I think we want those big retailers here because sales tax is the other half of our general fund. We had a vote on this last year on the parity part of that, which we're trying, maybe I'm not explaining this well enough, but what we're trying to do here is keep the parity that 42 of us voted last year that parity was a good idea. Senator Kavanaugh talked about the vote. As I said earlier, we were at 7.81%, when individual was at 6.84, and now we're at 7.5. It's going to take us 5 years to get it down to 5.84 at parity. Others have talked about Kansas. This is not even, this is, when we pass this package, we'll still be higher than Kansas. So we're safe. And that's after Kansas raised their taxes. Yes, that's right, Senator Wells. They do have more people. I heard you. South Dakota and Wyoming, let me see, what's their income tax rate? Oh yeah, 0. They have far fewer people than we do. The idea that our taxes are high because we don't have enough people is a very, I hear it a lot. It's not true. If that were true, Wyoming and South Dakota would have higher taxes than we do. They do not, and I know the reasons. So the other thing, when I think you talk about taxing corporations, that we forget, a lot of people, hopefully many of us, have retirement accounts that are invested in C Corps. And when C Corps pay taxes, their dividends shrink. So anybody with a teacher's retirement, fireman's retirement, county employees' retirement, they're all invested, many of them much in corporate America. When we tax them, we hurt those retirement accounts. Senator Stinner, could you yield for a question, please?
Senator Stinner, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Senator Stinner, you and I have talked about this many times. What is your impression of our top rate, whether it be corporate or individual? What's the problem with having the highest rate in the region?
Well, it's generally what I call a marquee rate, or that is what is advertised many times across, whether we look at high tax states or low tax states. It's always that high tax rate that everybody looks at for comparison purposes. And I would like to talk about corporations as job creators. That's exactly what you want to attract, are job creators. And corporations generally come in, think of Union Pacific that goes across the state of Nebraska. They're great job creators with great jobs. And that's what you want to have in your state. Corporations also are very mobile, and they can locate anywhere they want. They can, even though they're here with a small office, when they look to expand, they're going to look to the most advantageous place to expand, both regulatory-wise, workforce-wise, and tax-wise. So it's important that we're competitive. I think if you just look at South Dakota, you know, the Sioux Falls area has grown like crazy. They're attracting corporations with great paying jobs.
That's
Time,
exactly
Senators.
what we want.
Thank you, Senator Linehan and Senator Stinner. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like a new seat. I would like to relocate my seat in the legislature because Senator Walls and I are not getting along. This has been going on for months now. I got this seat because it was my old seat and it reclines the best, but I did not realize who I was being surrounded by over here. The neighborhood changed. Oh. I am so in support of AM 2661, and I'll tell you why I think this makes sense. You may not like it when businesses look at where to locate, but it boils down to a CEO looking at a spreadsheet, and one of the factors that they look at is what is the state's corporate income tax rate. And that may be something that you can explain 5 ways to Sunday, but when Nebraska sells itself, one of the things that's in our portfolio is what is the corporate income tax rate in Nebraska. Now, we have things to sell here. We have a workforce second to none, people that work hard. We have a great educational system. We have safe communities. We have a lot of different variety in terms of the different environments we have in Nebraska, from urban to rural. Cities like South Sioux that take advantage of the Sioux City Metro. But one of the hurdles that we have, quite frankly, compared to a lot of states, is our corporate income tax rate. And we can have these conversations about how it's working or how it's not working, but imagine if some corporations really considered leaving, what would we do for a Union Pacific if they decided they didn't want to be in Nebraska? We've had to chase them back before. Now, I have every belief that they love being here, and they are here, but they are a corporate citizen that has been so ingrained with the values of the state of Nebraska, we put the train in the state flag. They are part of us. We are part of them, but we have to create an environment where these corporations feel like there's a partnership. And trust me, going down to 5.84% doesn't seem like much of a partnership when states like Texas are working to lure corporations from Nebraska at 0. That's a challenge. And so we're not, as Senator Linehan said, we're not trying to be 0. We're trying to find modest reductions in our tax rate to make Nebraska more appealing to all the corporations that we want to be located in the great state of Nebraska. There are more opportunities out there for us. I will tell you, in my district, there are challenges today keeping a corporation in my community. I hope that what I'm hearing doesn't happen, but we have to create an environment where they want to be here. And the people that we work for in our districts want to know that when we're at work, we're finding opportunities for their kids to work at those places so that their grandkids can be raised close to them. And that means selling the state. How many of you have been in sales? My guess is that all 49 of us are in sales because we had to sell ourselves at a minimum to get here. Imagine that job every day, selling the state to people and businesses and CEOs and corporations that employ tens, hundreds, thousands.
1 minute.
One of the items on the spreadsheet is the corporate income tax. And where it sits right now, it's not very competitive. Yes, we have incentives. Yes, we have Nebraska Imagine and a workforce and a community college system and the University of Nebraska and University of Nebraska Medical Center. But we have a corporate income tax rate that has to be addressed too. And AM 2661 is one of several compromise pieces in this bill that, when put together, will help us attract more businesses and jobs and opportunities to this state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Pansing Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I am standing to ask some questions of both Senator Clements and Senator Linehan, if they would. First, let's go with Senator Clements. If he would be willing to answer some
Senator
questions.
Clements, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Clements, I was just talking to you off the mic to find out what's happening. I've done business and corporate law throughout my life since I graduated from law school. That's what our business is. So I understand the concerns of corporations and the belief that if we make taxes lower, that they will come. It's sort of like if we build it, they will come. If we lower it, they will come. So what I'm interested in though is could you tell me what the lowest rate is? And if we are doing anything to the lowest rate for small corporations, small business, which I believe are the backbone of our state.
Yes, there are two rates. The first 100,000 or corporations with less than 100,000 of taxable income, the rate is 5.58%. And this bill would continue to say that the first 100,000 or anyone under 100,000 pays 5.58%.
Okay, 5.58%. So that part is not going to change. But the amount above 100,000, the people that make above 100,000, what happens to them?
It's currently going to be 7.25% in 2023. Then this bill in 24 is 6.5, then 624, 6.0, and 2027, 5.84%.
5.84. And still the people under 100,000 still make still are at 5.58. So the first 100,000 is taxed at 5.58%. And then in 27, everybody above 100,000 will then be taxed at 5.84%. Is that correct?
Yes, that's page 15.
Okay, do you have any knowledge of why we didn't, this is when I'll probably ask Senator Linehan, but I'll ask you too. Do you have any understanding why the startups and the people who are truly attempting to start businesses were not included in any portion of the tax cut?
I wasn't involved with that, but I would say that the top tax rate, like Senator Stinner said, is what people look at when they're thinking of moving into the state or moving away.
And of course, the lower tax rate is what encourages people to start businesses here and to help hire Nebraskans. Is that correct? I mean,
Yes, starting businesses will usually be in the lower
we have to
income.
support our new businesses as well. Okay, thank you very much, Senator Clements. I appreciate your input on that. Senator Linehan, would you answer a question?
Senator Linehan, will you yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. You know that I've been concerned all along on why I felt that the middle class could have used more of a tax cut. I'm concerned about the fact that those under 100,000 corporate taxes aren't getting a cut. So could you speak to that and why you stopped at 100,000 when a lot of our startups and all of those groups that we want to do business here in Nebraska and thrive and not start their business somewhere else? Why did we not work with those
1 minute.
businesses as well?
Actually, Senator Pansy Brooks, if I was magical and I could do anything, I wouldn't even have a corporate tax. 100,000 or 500,000. It's double taxation. I own stock. I don't know how many, it took me a long time to get any, but I do have now. I'm retired. And I use dividends to pay my bills. And before I get the dividends, the corporation has to pay taxes on it. Then I get the dividend. Well, they pay taxes on their income, and then they take their income and they send out dividends to
but
me. Okay.
Still worried about the people under 100,000 that are startups. You know, we're the Silicon Prairie. We've got people that are doing startups that need to have relief as well.
Right, and we do some pretty good things for startups that they're very successful in Nebraska. I'll give you another example. If you start a business in Nebraska and you're Nebraska owned and you stay here.
Time, senators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Pansing Brooks and Linehan. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just couldn't stay in my seat after hearing all of the wonderful things that will happen with the consumption tax. Senator Pansy Brooks, let me tell you what the corporate rate can be in 2024. Zero. Zero. Senator Flood talked about he may lose a corporation in his district because of corporate taxes. When a corporation makes a decision today, they don't necessarily make a decision what's the best one to make for the business. The first question they ask is, what does this mean to our tax burden? What state would give us the best opportunity with the tax system they have? What state has the best incentive package that would allow us to go there and start our business or stay there? We have talked about being competitive with Texas. They're recruiting our businesses and all the other states that have a more fair tax system than we have. And we wonder how we're going to compete. Senator Linehan says if she was magical, she would eliminate corporate income tax. Well, when she gets a chance to vote on the consumption tax, she can consider herself magical, because that's what it does. And she is correct when she says a double taxation. And so all of this conversation today, and I've said this numerous times, I'll say it again, can all be eliminated when we have a fair tax system, and the consumption tax is just exactly that. Then the businesses could make decisions on what is best for the company economically, what is best for our employees, and they'd make that decision based on those criteria rather than what is the best tax system for us. This is the wrong way to collect taxes from people, telling them how much they should pay and when they should pay it. But we'll probably find resistance, I'm sure we will, because you'll be too scared. You're going to be frightened about doing something different. The state is going to go broke. The schools will close. The highways will just fall apart. And we will be no more. That's the same thing they said in California when they lowered their property tax from 2.5% to 1%. Guess what? None of that happened. Why is that? It's because the economic advantage was so great that after 2 years, they collected more revenue at 1% than they did at 2.5%. And so why is the business in Senator Flood's district think about leaving us? Why did ConAgra leave us? Why do other businesses look to relocate? It's because our tax system is burdensome. So we can make a decision once and for all to fix it, or we can continue to do what we've always done and expect different results. In 1966, the voters circulated a petition to eliminate property tax for the state. The comment then was, the state has no revenue, it's going to go broke, schools are going to close, the sky is falling.
1 minute.
Guess what? They figured it out. None of that happened. We can do it again. But continuing to put a Band-Aid on an amputation is not going to solve our problem. I'll leave you with this. It is not our money. It is the people's money. No government has ever given anybody anything that they didn't first take from someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Lanahan, you're welcome to close on AM 2661.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. So is this 5 minutes or what's the time?
5 minutes.
Okay. So 2 years ago, first I want to say I like my neighborhood. I do. I like my neighborhood. I like my numbers guy right here. He's also a tax guy. I mean, how good is it that you're chair of the revenue and the guy sitting next to you does income tax, files income taxes for people? He's got a story for me almost every week. And lately, it's been great stories about 1107. So that's good. So going back to 1107, we all talk about the property tax portion, but that wasn't even, that was part of the package. The other part of the package was the Nebraska Imagine Act. And we had, I don't know, Senator Coulterman was working like the whole session, well, actually 2 years, so the whole legislature, to try and get it an incentive package passed, because if we didn't get the incentive package passed, we were not going to have an incentive package. And this actually goes back to, I've been around in Nebraska and in and out of, well, mostly in politics for a long, long time, about 30 some years, actually, more than 30. You check my math. I just don't want to say how old I am. I think it's actually 40. So I remember 1988 when Union Pacific was going to leave, ConAgra was going to leave, and Governor Kayor said, we can't let them leave, and we passed LB 775. And it was a hard vote. Legislature did the right thing. Kayor lost her election over it. Then, I don't know exactly when, but later, LB 775 is going away, so we passed the Nebraska Advantage Act, because we knew if we didn't pass an act, we would lose corporations, we would lose business, because our income taxes are too high. So we can't like just have a tax rate for everybody, we gotta have special deals. So 2 years ago, when we did 1107, we passed the Nebraska Imagine Act. Why did we have to pass the Nebraska Imagine Act? Because our income taxes are too high. I don't know what the final vote was. I looked at the cloture vote this morning. There was, well, it got done, so that tells you. We all knew we needed to do it. And we needed to do it because our taxes are too high on individuals, on corporations, property taxes. They're all too high. And we're never going to be able to set aside the idea of an incentive package which picks winners and losers unless we bring all the rates down. So I please, and to answer Senator Pansy Brooks' questions, they're good questions. I didn't start in the middle. I don't know why I'm not explaining it well enough, because everybody plays the middle rate. Everybody doesn't, if you make $1 million, you still pay at those rates. So taking those rates down, they too cut the people at the top, but that's what we're worried about. There's not a way to give the people in the middle a tax cut without giving the people at the top a tax cut. That's just not the way it works. I don't know why I can't get that explained. So corporate taxes hurt retired people. They hurt your, what am I trying to say? Your retirement accounts, your savings, families, teachers' retirement, unions, firemen, policemen. These are investment vehicles that every investing agency uses. And when you say you want to tax corporate, you are taxing your neighbors and probably yourselves, frankly, if any of you have retirement accounts. With that, I would ask for your green vote on, I've got to get different glasses.
1 minute.
What's the number? 2661. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, thank you. See, this is why I'm such a good neighborhood. Cloture on 1107, which was the incentive act, the whole, got 42 votes. So I would ask for a call of house, a roll call vote in regular order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, 5 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Bostar, Senator Wayne. The House is under call. All members are now present. Their colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2661. There's been a request for a roll call vote in regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Not voting. Senator Bostar. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Flood. Voting yes. Senator Friesen. Voting yes. Senator Geist. Senator Gregert. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen. Voting no. Senator Hilgers. Voting yes. Senator Hilkeman. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Coulterman. Voting yes. Senator Lathrop. Voting no. Senator Lindstrom. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McCollister. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator Morfeld. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Pauls. Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Stinner. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting no. Senator Walls. Voting no. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Williams. Voting yes. Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 32 ayes, 12 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 2661 is adopted. Items for the record, please. I raise the call.
Thank you, Mr. President. New A bill, Senator Lindstrom, LB 730A. It's a bill for calculating appropriations, appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of legislative bill 730. That will be placed on general file. Additionally, motion to be printed from Senator Kavanaugh, bracketing LB 1014. And committee report from the Retirement Systems Committee concerning the gubernatorial appointment of 3 members to the Retirement Systems Committee. That will be placed on general file. Additionally, motion to be printed from Senator Kavanaugh, bracketing LB 1014, and committee report from the Retirement Systems Committee concerning the gubernatorial appointment of an individual to the Nebraska Investment Council, as well as an individual to the Public Employees Retirement Board. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returning to the agenda, the next amendment.
Mr. President, next amendment from the Revenue Committee, AM 2662, concerning community colleges.
Senator Linehan, as chairman of the committee, you're welcome to open on AM 2662.
I'll assume that's an accident. Good afternoon. So this is a part of the bill that increases the 1107 property tax credit. So as you all know, this year, the tax credit is about 25.3% of general fund school taxes that you pay, which makes it fair to everybody because it's based on what you pay. So if you pay $1,000, most people pay more than this, but just for easy math, so I don't have to tax Senator Clemens here. If you pay $1,000, you're going to get $253 back in a credit. So we're applying the same logic to taxes you pay on your property taxes for community college. Now, I don't know exactly what the percentage will be. Community college taxes are not as big a part of your property tax bills, schools are, but it's on there. And there's arguments ever since I've been here that they really shouldn't be a property tax thing. But they are, and we're not going to take their levying authority away from there. So there was a bill introduced to do that. They obviously was not very popular. So what we did instead, the committee, working with, well, I guess pretty much the committee, but working with community colleges and others, we are now going to take what you pay for community college property taxes and apply a credit to that. The first year, I think it's $50 million. So it won't be nearly as significant, but then remember on the school taxes, we started with, I think, 125 million, and it was only 6% of the school taxes. 50 million will be considerably more of your community college taxes. I think it's about 25%. So you'll be getting 25% credit on what you pay on your general school property tax and 25% on your community college. Then it goes up to where, I think in the fourth year, might be the fifth year, it's what you pay. So I think this is done on amount of money, not on a percentage. So the first year it's 50, and then we get to 195 million in the fourth year. And if I'm missing anything on that, I would have yield the rest of my time to Senator Breezy if I've misspoke there. I know, no heads up. Can I ask Senator Breezy a question? That's a better way to do this.
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Am I right on the numbers? It's 50 million. Oh, here again. This is why I like my neighborhood so well.
Yeah, it's 50, 100, 125, 150, and 195.
So it's
I think-
five. Okay, go ahead. I'm
I was
sorry.
going to say your 50 million, I estimate about 26%.
Okay. And then the next year it would be 52% about.
Roughly.
Of course, we know one of the problems with these taxes might go up, so it can't be exact, but yeah. Okay, did I misrepresent or misspeak on anything else?
I don't believe so. I think that was very accurate.
So I think this should be I haven't gotten a lot of pushback on this. I think people understand. The Department of Revenue has ensured us it will be easy. It'll still only be 2 clicks on the computer, and they will pop up, and you'll be able to figure out what your percentage is and what your credit is on your income tax. So it'll be income refundable. So in case radio stations are listening, you don't have to pay income taxes to get this. You just have to file. Even if you don't owe income taxes, you owe 0 income tax, you still get this credit. So the state could actually end up sending you a check. With that, I would welcome the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan and Senator Breezy. Debate is now open on AM 2662. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Linehan and Senator Breezy, for walking us through this one. And as Senator Linehan, I think, correctly pointed out, there hasn't been a whole lot talk about this one or pushback or people being too upset about it. And this is well, certainly better in my mind than what I think LB 873 originally was. And people have talked about the 1107 funding and kind of the difficulty some people have had with it. And Senator Linehan has walked people through. I know Senator Michaela Cavanaugh has walked people through on the mic about how to apply for these. Senator has also walked people through how to apply for the refundable tax credits through this. And so we're all doing our public service announcements on that to make sure that people actually capture these finances when we this tax benefit when we make it available. And so I'm actually not rising in opposition to this. I generally, this one is one that I think, I guess I'm leaning towards voting. I know I should see the smile on Senator Breezy's face voting for this one. There it is. Senator Breezy and I have had a lot of, we get along very well. We've worked together on a number of things, and Senator Breezy and I have butted heads on a bunch of stuff. Not butted heads, but we have been on opposite sides and been very cordially on opposite sides of many issues. So I always appreciate Senator Breezy being on the opposite side of an issue with me. But this is one we've all talked about. Everybody is very, I think has made the case this year and in every year that you watch the Nebraska Legislature about the importance of property tax relief and the importance and what role we can play in property tax relief. And I would say my general problem with 1107 has been, and this is just that the way it's structured, it's not the actual dollar amount, it's not the nature of it. But I guess the thing I wanted to say about this was we had the conversation on 723. Is that right? 723 originally brought it up. I know it feels like a million years ago to everybody. Senator Breezy brought up a bill, which I think is the next amendment, and we'll talk about it on that point. But the conversation around that bill, and part of it was, can we afford this going forward? This increase, putting some more guardrails, which ultimately were part of the compromise in this bill, this portion, putting a 5% cap and growth on this to make sure that it doesn't have a runaway growth that is uncontrollable. And so the conversation, though, at that time was we should delay having these conversations till we have a better picture of what we're spending, what the fiscal picture of the state looks like going forward, how much that we can actually afford to do. And so Senator Breezy, I think, agreed on that as well. Everybody kind of agreed, and we kind of pulled the brakes on moving on those bills at that point in time. And now we're back having this conversation with, I think today's the 51st day in the legislature. So we're getting close to the end. We've gotten new forecasting projections from the forecasting board. We've gotten our estimates of what our take is and in terms of what's coming into the state. And so all of those things meet the level of that this is currently an affordable thing to do. The state can bear this cost. And so then the question is just, is this how you want to, this is a question of priorities, what you want to spend the money on. And, I've not been the huge advocate for this, but I'm not a person who's necessarily opposed to this idea either. Like I said, my position on it has been that it's more the mechanism issue and making sure that where people are getting it for one, but also understanding that this is what it is doing and going to. And so because we have a big conversation, we spent this whole time, I guess I'll run out of time here, but we've spent all this time talking about the importance of, as Senator Stinner said, the marquee tax rate, right? And so sometimes we do these sorts of property tax relief that do actually give people property tax relief because this is a refundable tax credit. So you get, even if you don't owe income tax, you will get back the amount of money that you're owed based off of what you owe in property taxes. But your property tax rate will remain the same and your property tax bill will look the same. And so sometimes I'm concerned about these nature of these reductions that people don't actually associate them with what they're associating. I think some folks have talked about that they are hearing from people on that. And so I think that's a good thing. I hope that continues, that people actually recognize these things as property tax relief, and that when we talk to people, they recognize that the state of Nebraska has helped provide some.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Breezy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to add just a couple things very briefly. After year 5, this 195 million will grow at the allowable growth rate under these provisions, but that growth rate will be capped at 5%, just like it is for the original $1107. And as far as the complexity, this should not add any level of complexity for the users of this. The Department of Revenue should do the calculations, shouldn't add to the complexity of it from what it already might be. And I'd also suggest it is a very fair mechanism. Everybody will get the same percentage of relief relative to their community college taxes paid, and urge your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, similar to Senator John Kavanaugh, this is an interesting proposal in the sense that, or an interesting component of the bill in the sense that it's a new concept and one that I don't necessarily have any objection to. I can see the logic behind it going to a community college being funded by partially state state support, as well as property taxes, is similar to schools or K through 12 schools, and examining and going down this route. I do want to kind of talk broadly, and I know we'll talk about it a little bit on the next amendment when we get to the provisions of LD 723 and kind of some of the escalators in the property tax credit fund. One of the things that I've been supportive of or generally okay with on the property tax credit fund it was kind of my understanding that a lot of times the goal with putting money into the property tax credit fund, and in this instance kind of creating a new property tax credit fund for community college property taxes in addition to K through 12. But one of the goals with the property tax credit fund was it was essentially a fund in the state government that you could kind of stock funds and allowable and growth in there. You could kind of store funds in there with the noted goal, and sometimes even on this microphone here in debate, the express goal of using that later for some sort of school finance and school funding goal. And that's always how I view the property tax credit fund. It was a very short-term way of providing direct property tax relief from the state, because again, we as a state don't levy property taxes. A very direct way of the state providing property tax relief, knowing that longer term it was going to be used in some manner to ultimately, when we update or change or kind of completely refigure TIOSA, we'll use the money that was stored in the property tax credit fund. The notion that we're now starting this for community colleges and potentially other political subdivisions, I think this can changes the look and changes the perspective of that, in the sense that obviously if we're doing K through 12 taxes in the property tax credit fund, that's something that notably then could obviously essentially becomes a little bit of a back end way of funding TIOSA or funding schools. But when we start doing other political subdivisions like we're proposing to do here in community colleges, I think that opens up the notion that this might be a permanent system. And I think that's something we should at least be conscious of if we start going down this route, that if we're going to start including other political subdivisions, and at this point just other educational subdivisions, but other political subdivisions, community colleges, of course, are represented by an elected board of governors, we're probably acknowledging that some of these property tax credit funds are going to be permanent, or at bare minimum longer term than we might have initially thought or might have initially intended when we first started going down this property tax credit fund route. And I say this as somebody who doesn't necessarily have some of the fundamental opposition to the system of property tax credit funds. I think that's been a pretty effective way as us of a state to provide direct tax relief of a tax we don't levy, which has always been kind of the confounding nature of trying to solve property taxes in the state legislature in a body that doesn't levy them. And so I just kind of wanted to start talking about it and framing it that way. As I said before, I don't necessarily have any opposition to starting to include community colleges in this way, but I do want to caution the body that once we start community colleges, I do think it probably makes sense.
1 minute.
And probably we would encourage other people to bring bills next year looking at cities, looking at counties, looking at some of our other political subdivisions that levy property taxes. Because ultimately what we're getting at is kind of a back-end way of direct support to political subdivisions in a way that we as a state don't always accomplish kind of directly through our appropriations process. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I am just trying to catch up on what exactly this one does. The tax means property taxes levied on real property in the state by a community college area, excluding any property taxes levied for bonded indebtedness and any property taxes levied as a result of an override of limits on property tax levies approved by the voter. Okay. Would Senator Friesen yield to a question?
Senator Friesen, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Is this amendment your actual bill, 873?
No, my actual bill was to take community colleges off of the property tax rolls completely and have them funded by the state.
Okay.
That's why this amendment changed that and
Okay.
gutted my bill and changed it to this.
Okay. So, and this doesn't take it off the
No.
property? Okay.
No.
Are you able to answer more questions about this amendment, or should I ask?
That's up to you.
Okay, well, I'll try then. If it's not your bill, I don't want to put you too much on the spot, but okay, so this doesn't do what you were trying to do. Can you walk me through what this amendment does do?
Well, what this does is it arrives at the same place that we did with K through 12 education when we applied for the refundable tax credits on the property taxes paid to your K through 12 system. I just applied that same principle to how much you pay to community colleges also.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Whatever your levy is and the dollar amounts you pay into the community college and property taxes, you'll now be able to get a refundable tax credit on a portion of that. And each year we increase that portion.
Okay, so this is just an expansion, not just, but this is an expansion of the 1107 tax credit to include K through 12 and community college.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. I feel like I understand it now. Okay. Well, I'm not inherently opposed to that since we already do this, but as Senator Matt Hansen had said, we don't levy these taxes, property taxes, and so this has always been sort of something that gives me a little pause, because it feels like we are doing this type of tax reform for more vanity because we want the credit from the people that were doing it, as opposed to just funding education at the state level, which would also result in property tax relief. But we're already here with 1107, so I guess this is the next logical conclusion. I don't know what the next logical conclusion next year is going to be, but I'm sure there will be one. Probably not going to vote for this amendment. There is still another amendment. I'm looking at Senator Breezy for property tax. That's 723. Yes. Okay. I have agreed to vote for that amendment. So I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator John Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was talking about, again, this is an issue that, as Senator Michaela Cavanaugh just said, in principle, not an offensive idea, right? And so the question is just whether this is how we want to make a priority, prioritize this. And I think Senator Breezy said it's 50 million, goes up to 195 and something like that, and then it'll grow by 5% a year after that. And so it's just a question of, is that how you want to spend the money? And I have raised these questions, and I don't think I've really raised them very much today, but at some point it needs to be said, as we're spending $900 million, that we have good revenue projections right now. The forecasting board projected increases, but it was the most divided forecasting board projection, I think, in history, as they said. And that, so they're projecting, guessing about the future. What is our revenue going to look like based off of a number of things? And of course, now there's a war in Eastern Europe, and that's affecting commodity prices, grain prices, petroleum prices. And so there's a lot of uncertainty. And the reason I'm talking about that is we are talking in this whole bill, and I truly do appreciate everyone engaging on this today, talking for a long time. We're gotta continue to talk, because it is really important to discuss, to slow down, have a conversation about $900 million. I'm saying that as the full implementation price. As Senator Breezy said, the 50 million up to 195 million. That's essentially first year implementation of the whole bill is less than that. It looks like I could do the math, but it's, I'm guessing it's $100 and something million. And then it goes up to that amount. But we need to have we need to slow down, take time, digest that information. And the slowing down, having that conversation in that context is relevant to, and I talked about Senator Breezy earlier, waiting on having this conversation until after the forecasting board and the revenue projections came in. That was relevant to how much money we have now, what the projections are about the future, how much we're going to have in the cash reserves. And we've all, I think, as beating a dead horse, they say, we've had this conversation over and over and over and over again. But it does need to make sure that it is part of this conversation. It is on the record at this time, that we all understand the state of play of the world, the state of play of the projections. And Senator Stinner has talked about projections that revenue projections at a 0%. If we have a 0% projection, meaning that we have no growth is flat in terms of our revenue, that we can afford these sorts of things. And we can even afford it, I think, with some sort of decrease. But the question, and this is the thing I learned from Senator Stinner, about the historical average. We have a historical average. It's somewhere in this pile of papers I have here, but we project our revenues out in the out years based off of the historical average. And it's over 40 years of data. And they show that it's about, I think it was a 4.5% growth average over 5 years, which means when you have high years of growth, comes due essentially, and that your growth decreases, meaning that you go from where right now, 13 and 10% growth years, that is essentially to average out, we're going to have negative growth. And that's a concern that I have had and that I've raised as we've debated this along the way, and that I think is important that we all understand. I know that we've basically received assurances from
1 minute.
from Senator Stinner that and the forecasting and the projections, that we are in good shape. We have a good cash reserve, and that is one of the reasons that I think so many of us are comfortable moving forward with this. But I think it's important that we have this as part of the conversation. And the thing all of this ties together in the sense that we've had these projections in the context of massive growth years as a result of something like some $20 billion of federal investment into the state in emergency recovery funds through CARES Act and ERAP and other sorts of things that amount to, if I recall, it's about 11% of income, actual income, personal income in the state, which means it has increased the state's revenue.
That's
that has been
time,
derived.
Senator. But you are next in the queue, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a lot to say about this one. But so we've had a huge influx of money. We've had huge growth years. We have a forecasting board that's making projections about positive in the future, but it is the most uncertain, most divided forecasting board we've had to this date. And we have growing uncertainty in the world about all these other things. So we're going to have those federal funds are going to stop flowing to the state, and some that we have not accepted. But the federal funds are going to stop flowing to the state in the near term. There may be some increase in costs, of course, as a result of that uncertainty in the world, but there could be negative economic impact. And we have prepared against that with the cash reserve fund. But this bill, in particular, the whole package, as the 873 is now, as 919 was, as 825 was on Friday, as 993 was before that, all of those bills are very bullish, meaning have a positive view about what the future holds for the state of Nebraska's revenue picture as it pertains to production. And so this, I still am going to vote for 2662. I just want to make clear that now that I'm on my last time. But in the whole picture, the whole conversation, talking about what we can afford, what we should be doing, it is important to recognize that we are making these long-term changes to our tax structure based off of some very positive projections, which could be related to changing circumstances in the future that will decrease our outlook, but also that are based on a huge increase in revenue that we have had as a result of federal investment in the state. And so that is something we all need to be conscious of. That's something we need to be looking at as we go into the future, something that when we come back and revisit this in the future, we are under the understanding of the context in which we've made this decision. That said, as I said, I will vote for AM 2662. But the thing that I actually liked about this, and Senator Breezy mentioned, or Senator Linehan mentioned, I can't remember which, the refundable tax credit. The fact that if you pay, you pay, I think mine is 9.5 cents is what I pay the community college tax, or is my levy. And I don't have to go into what levies mean at this point. But if that is actually more than your state income tax liability, you will get a check back from the state, which is tax relief to everybody, right? If you're an income taxpayer and a property owner in a community college taxing district, and you fill out this paperwork properly, you will get tax relief. So it does go to everybody. It reaches all of the levels that we've talked about and that I've talked about. I would like to see more tax relief go to individuals at all levels, not just those of the wealthiest. It'll obviously, people who have more valuable land will get more of a benefit, but it will go to everybody who pays this. But a refundable tax credit, I proposed some refundable tax credits are credits that go to people even if they don't have an income tax liability. And this is a way in which we can actually help put more money in the pockets of Nebraskans. It's more spending money, more money than they can put into the economy. When they get that money back, that's a good thing. And this is actually a good middle class and working people tax relief.
1 minute.
So I thought I was already on my minute. So, Mr. President, thank you for that. So again, as we're about to spend $900 million, I think, or potentially spend $900 million in 2027, I think is the out year on this one. Not this particular section. This section's, I think, $195 million in the out years. But it's important to consider we're basing it on projections about the future. Some of them may be too rosy. And so we need to be cautious about huge expenditures into the future. And I think it is be prudent, as I've said along the lines, to undertake a smaller tax cut, but we've already voted on the ones that I think we need to moderate. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I did want to revisit the letter from last night, but my desk is so tidy with paper. I do feel a little guilty about all this paper. So well, maybe that's it. Nope, that's not. Okay, well, anyways, I was in my mind revisiting it because I don't know where it is. And I just recalled the governor's statement about how Nebraska is, we're self-reliant and we pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. And someone on Twitter said that maybe all the people complaining about their property taxes should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And I thought, well, I mean, the governor says so. Maybe they should. In all seriousness, I think our property taxes are high and we should lower them, but that would require tax reform. And tax reform is not a shell game, it's actual reform. And so what that would look like is the state funding education at the state level. And some have argued in here that we are funding 50% of education at the state level. However, that statement is true in that we have the property tax relief fund. And so it's not false and it's not true. It's somewhere in the gray. And I do appreciate the fund because, you know, I benefit from it. Of course, I own a home. And in Douglas County, in Westside District, which is the highest property taxes in the state. And so, yes, it is nice. It is helpful when I do my income taxes to have that fund. It would also be helpful when I'm paying my property taxes to just not have to pay the education piece of it. But I also don't mind paying for education because I think that it is a public good and it is our duty as good stewards and people in this country to offer public education to everyone. So that's kind of where I'm at. I know we're still on the community college bill or part piece. So I just want to make a plug for community colleges. I hope this amendment doesn't adversely impact your budgets because community colleges are really, really, really important to Nebraska and really important to our workforce. They are sort of the first line of defense in creating a skilled workforce, whether it is in anything to do with automobiles, trucking, the trucking industry, cooking, nursing. Our community colleges start training people to go into the workforce much sooner than if they go to a four-year institution. It's such a great opportunity for so many of our young people and some of our older people who are going back to change careers. And so, I always I have someone dear in my life who always says, let's make Metro awesome, which is Metro Community College. Metro Community College is awesome. And it continues to grow and be more awesome. And I'm very proud of it. And I'm very proud of the people that are involved with Metro Community College. And I think it's a great service to Omaha and to the state of Nebraska. I only wish we could offer free tuition to encourage more people to move into Nebraska, to join our workforce and be trained by our community colleges. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just exactly evening, colleagues, 5 o'clock, but not time to go home. I'm glad we're getting to talk about property tax relief now, because that is one thing that I hear about on the doors. So this is something that I'm happy to be able to work on with my constituents. I was wondering if Senator Friesen would be willing to answer some questions.
Senator Friesen, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator Friesen, I understand this is a portion of the bill that you were involved in the creation of. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, Senator Friesen, does this portion of the bill work largely the same way that the 1107 credits work?
Yes.
Okay, so if I am a taxpayer and I have an income tax return, not everyone does, but let's say I do, and I own property that is within, a school district and pays those, and then and that gets the 1107 piece, and then this is the community college piece.
Correct.
So do I have to fill out a separate form to get that, or a separate item or something in my income tax return?
No, the Department of Revenue, where we were assured they were going to make it so this was a one-click, the same way you looked up your K through 12 spending, it would just bring up this amount also and include it in that same total.
So you will not have to do a separate sort of like 1107 piece and then 873 piece?
That's correct. They assured us they would find a way that's streamlined so we didn't have to go through any separate process.
Well, that's encouraging to hear.
Yes.
Also because I didn't want to have to talk about the 873 and the 1107 and thought that would get confusing. Okay, so how much money is going into this 873 piece of the whole?
So I think the way they did it with the K through 12, this will same way will apply. If, for instance, the total dollars paid into the community college and property taxes is, I'll use 250 million, then they will divide that by the first year we're putting in 50 million. They'll come up with a percentage, and then that percentage is what you'll get back on what you pay to that community college. The second year will make it 100 million, do the same calculation. As you recall, the K through 12, the first year we did that, it was a 6%. And so same principle here, they'll come up with a percentage and then you'll.
How
get
much
that back.
money are we putting into this fund?
I think community colleges right now, I'm going to just make a rough estimate, is around 250 million.
We're going to put 250
No,
million.
what we pay now for community colleges, property taxes.
Got it. Okay,
So we're going to put in 50 million the first year, 100 million the second year. Then I think it goes to 150 million. Eventually it gets up to 195 million.
So we're going to almost entirely pay for the community colleges through the state.
We'll, by the year 2027, I believe we're close, but their costs will go up too. So I'm not sure we'll ever get to that point. No.
But we will be paying the lion's share of the community college property taxes through the state.
Well, the total wise, yes, yes.
Well, that's interesting. Okay. I'm going to process that for a second. Okay, so we're going to, does this have a growth factor? So is 250 million going to grow at that point?
Well, then it grows the same as 1107 does under the current. It'll grow whatever the statewide valuation increases with a cap of 5%.
So the 5% stabilizer is on this as well?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
So if we, for instance, would grow at 6% statewide valuation, this will be capped at 5.
To stabilize us from any crazy
Yes.
ups and downs. Good. All right, so I think that answers my questions about the gist of how this works. I'm glad we're able to do property tax relief for everyone. Will this have the same effect on urban and rural, or is there some sort of difference between the effect it will have on an urban homeowner and a rural homeowner?
Have no difference. It'll be based strictly on the levy that you're paying or the dollars you're paying to your community college.
Okay.
Whether you're urban or rural, doesn't matter.
All right. Thank you, Senator Friesen. All right, colleagues. Well, this being similar to the 1107 program, which
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Linehan, you are welcome to close on AM 2662. Senator Breezy, you are recognized to close on AM 2662.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage your support of this. It is a very fair mechanism to deliver direct property tax relief to everyday Nebraskans. It's the same percentage of community college property taxes paid for every Nebraskan, and I would strongly encourage your support. Thank you.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 ayes, 1 nay to place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator Wishart, please check in. Senator McAllister, please check in. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, Senator Matt Hansen, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All senators are now present. Mr. Clerk, the request is roll call in regular order.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Flood. Voting yes. Senator Friesen. Voting yes. Senator Geist. Senator Gregert. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hilgers. Voting yes. Senator Hilkeman. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Coulterman. Voting yes. Senator Lathrop. Voting yes. Senator Lindstrom. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McAllister. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Morfeld. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Pauls. Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Stinner. Senator Stinner voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Williams. Voting yes. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 44 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. I erase the call. Mr. Clerk, for some items.
Mr. President, your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 1144 to select file with E&R amendments. Additionally, your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 707, 750, 752, 805, 805A, 809, 809A, 863, 1015, 1023, 1083, 1084, 1112, 1112A, 1273, 1273A, as correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Additionally, an amendment to be printed, Senator Wayne to LB 1014. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. For the next amendment.
Mr. President, the next amendment, AM 2663, consists from the Revenue Committee, consists of Senator Breezy's Legislative Bill 723.
Senator Linehan, you're welcome to open on AM 2663.
Do we just ignore it? Okay, okay. I'm going to yield, this part of the bill is Senator Breezy's 723, so I am going to let him open.
Senator Breezy, 9 minutes, 40 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairwoman Linehan. As you remember, may remember, is with 1107, we created a refundable income tax credit based upon school property taxes paid. Under current law for the 2022 tax year, the total amount to be distributed there under that program is $548 million. For 2023, it's likely to grow somewhat from there. For 2024, under current law, it is to be reduced down to $375 million. And folks, that represents a nearly $200 million property tax increase on everyday Nebraskans. The provisions of LB 723 reflected in AM 2663 fix this issue. Without it, property taxes go up by over $200 million for year 2024, and we cannot allow that to happen. The provisions in the amendment represent the agreement between Senator Stinner and myself that the amount of relief based on school property taxes paid will be $548 million in tax year 22, 560.7 for tax year 23, and then growing from there by the allowable growth rate. And it's a very fair mechanism of distribution. Everyone's getting the same percentage of relief for school district property taxes paid. It's not weighted towards ag. It's not weighted towards anybody. It goes to your constituents. It goes to mine. And I would note that an earlier iteration of this amendment removed the cap on the allowable growth rate. This amendment puts that 5% cap back in place, which is where we originally landed when 1107 was drafted. And that really puts a safeguard in place to prevent a spike in valuations from negatively impacting the state budget. And I want to thank Senator Stinner for recognizing the need for that, calling it to our attention. But again, this portion will prevent a nearly $200 million property tax increase on everyday Nebraskans, your constituents and mine, from occurring in year 2024. It's very meaningful, and we need to get this passed, and I would urge your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Debate is now open on AM 2663. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we talked a little bit about this one on the last one, and again, I would, as Senator Breezy just referenced, there was a change in the bill that moderated its impact and made it more, I guess, easier to sustain on the state's budget going forward. And so I appreciate Senator Breezy and Senator Stinner working on that. And I appreciate Senator Breezy agreeing to, when this bill came up, we moved it from general to select. It's a separate bill now, but the portion of this bill got moved from general to select. And then he agreed basically to, we won't bring it up on select again until after we've got the forecasting board projections and had a better outlook of the future, which is the right way to handle some of these things, is to make sure he worked with somebody who had a problem with his bill. He waited until the more information was available to make sure that what we were doing is responsible. So I appreciate all those sorts of things that Senator Breezy has done to sort of shepherd this bill along, and now that it's in this package is a bigger part of this. I again comment about my concerns about the 1107's mechanism in general, and there are people who have done a good job of walking through how to apply for 1107 on the floor, and I often enjoy watching that, but that's not my specialty, is walking people through how to use computers. Not a good thing for me. So I wanted to kind of address some of the other broader concerns we've talked about in tax policy here. And actually, I appreciate Senator Linehan walking me through. We have this thing called the green sheet, and I was unaware of a particular portion here where she showed me. I was talking about the projections and how the historic projections are this negative. I think it was 2.5% or 3.2%. I can't remember exactly. That our growth rate would go down in those out years, and that essentially that's a projection based on historical analysis of the state's revenue, the budget of the state of Nebraska. And that's one formula for how we project the future, how we look at it in the out years. Other Moody's and I can't remember some of the other names, but some of these other national projection fiscal analysis groups have projections in the growth in the future, and other people have other projections. So the point is the projections about the future are, of course, inherently uncertain because they are projections about the future. But we have numbers in here that are what the projection, what our variance minimum reserve is, and variance with the projection. But then we also have it with a 0% projection, which, as Senator Stinner has talked about, is a more conservative estimate in the sense that it is in line with just a smaller deviation, I guess. And so that shows that we have still have a surplus in at least the one out year. And I think that as we're having this whole conversation, I keep saying it's important that we recognize that some of the future rate changes we're locking in, not in this one in particular, but on those other tax sections of the bill that we voted on first, are based upon projections about the future. This one, as Senator Breezy commented and I pointed out, has a 5% cap on the allowable growth rate, which means that if the uncertainty becomes too much, there is certainty baked into this bill, into this section, which prevents it from runaway growth based off of things that we are not projecting. So it is conservative. It is responsible in terms of constraining that growth. And so in that way, it is good. So that's, I guess, general comment. A few of the other things I wanted to talk about, taxes, that I didn't get to earlier. There were a lot of people in the queue before lunch. So there were people talking about...
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Other states. We've compared ourselves to other states. We have some charts here that show the state tax burden, the income tax thresholds, the marquee tax threshold in these other states. And comparing ourselves, we do, obviously everybody disfavorably compares ourselves to Kansas and in some ways, and Iowa in some ways. And I think I'm going to run out of time, so I push my light again before I get into it. But I'm going to talk about, spoiler alert, going to talk about sales tax when we get back, when I get back. So I will address that when I get back on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I look forward to the spoiler of talking about sales tax. I also appreciate the setup for what I was going to talk about anyways, which is how to apply for your property tax relief fund. Okay, so your taxes are due next month, April 15th. And if you haven't done them already, now is the time to make sure that you get this property tax credit that we've all been talking about. So how do you do that? Go to the Nebraska Department of Revenue's website, and it's probably easiest if you Google it, just Nebraska Revenue and then 1107 or Nebraska Revenue income tax credit for property taxes. But the exact website is revenue.nebraska.gov/about/Nebraska-income-tax-credit-school-districts. Okay, just Google it. Okay. So you get to this website and you must know your parcel ID to use this program. So there's a link to Nebraska School District Property Tax Lookup Tool, and then County Parcel ID. So you need to go to the second one first. You need to go to the County Parcel ID first so that you can get your ID number for your parcel to then get your school district property tax lookup. Okay, so I am in Douglas County, and that's number 28 on the list. So I go to their website. and I put in my address, and then it brings up my tax information and the parcel number. So now I'm going to copy the parcel number from my Nebraska or from the Douglas County thing, and then I go back to the original website, the Department of Revenue website, and click on the Nebraska School District Property Tax Lookup tool. If you have somebody preparing your taxes, I think they now are a little bit more aware that this is a tax. And I also believe that if you didn't collect this tax last year when you filed your taxes, that you can collect for both this year and last year. I could be wrong about that, but I feel like that actually, I'm looking to see if anyone knows. I will come back with that answer at another point in time. Okay, well, we're at a little bit of a standstill here because the site can't be reached. So the Wi-Fi has been a little spotty today, and I'm pretty sure that this is not a blocked page. Well, friends, I might not be able to walk you all the way through. Okay, so let's go back to the tax lookup. So you will then need to fill out your property tax and form. So you'll need your school district property tax lookup. You need your county parcel ID, and then you also are going to have to then submit the form. And it doesn't say on here what the form is, but unlike the other Senator Kavanaugh, I really enjoy digging into taxes and looking at all of these different forms online. I think I mentioned late last night that I learned that from my mom. Nebraska tax credit for schools, Nebraska property tax incentives. Okay, well, the Department of Revenue's website is working, but for some reason the parcel.
1 minute.
Thank you. The looking up for the credit is not. Well, I hope I can get to this to help people along. Well, dear, it's very important that you collect this so that we have a true understanding every year of how many people are qualifying and getting access to the tax credit. And if you don't claim your tax credit, then the pool just grows, and those of us that do claim our tax credit, we will get a bigger piece of the pie the fewer people that collect it. So I would highly recommend that you collect it. It is money that is owed to you by your Nebraska legislature. And I am going to get back in the queue, and hopefully my computer will be working the next time I'm up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Merman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel very privileged to be able to make 723 my personal priority and stand up very much in support of AM 2663 and LB 873. Property taxes on agriculture have been extremely burdensome for at least the last 10 years. And I hope that with this comprehensive tax package that we can continue the property tax relief that we have been able to achieve from 1107 and keep a conservative accelerator on that so that it will increase at least partially if inflation gets out of control. I'm not sure if I will get back on the mic, so I would like to read a email that I got from someone that addresses more the comprehensive tax problem in Nebraska. My family and I recently moved back to the state from North Dakota. My wife and I are originally from Nebraska, but have spent the better part of the last decade elsewhere. We long to come back to be close to family, but we struggled with one thing in particular: taxes. I am a physician and earn a high income. While I am not opposed to paying my fair share, I was really I would really hesitate to move my family back when we would be paying tens of thousands of dollars more every year in state income tax. For reference, Dakota's top tax bracket is 2.9%, and that comes into effect at nearly $450,000. North Dakota's lowest tax rate is 1.1%, covers all of Nebraska's tax brackets. This is a hard pill for me to swallow. We eventually decided to come back despite the much higher state tax rate to be closer to family, but it still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. I love Nebraska, but as the breadwinner for my family, an extra $20,000 in my pocket every year sounds pretty good. Giving to the state 529 college plan is a start to defray our taxes, but we are still mulling over the possibility of moving to a neighboring state almost solely to save money on taxes. To retain jobs to the state, I think the tax brackets must be fixed. Nebraska is just not competitive. And being on the Health and Human Services Committee, I realize the importance of trying to entice medical providers to locate in the state and stay in the state. And this is just one example of the problems we have with our high taxes in the state of Nebraska. So I thought this would be an important email to read. As I mentioned, property tax relief is my highest priority, and I'm glad to stand up in support of trying to make our three-legged stool of property tax, income tax, and sales tax at least a little more equitable. The property tax part of it has gotten completely out of hand, not only for agriculture, but also for residential and commercial property in the state. And it's only going to get worse in the foreseeable future. So we need to address that right now in a responsible way. And I think LB 873, thank you, with all of the amendments will do just that. So let's get this done and grow the state of Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Slama, you are recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I've had a few constituents reach out wanting to know where we're at in today's debate on LB 873, which I'm still very proud to support. This is just to update if anybody hasn't been following on the floor or at home where we are, I think about 45 minutes out from cloture, so the end of debate on LB 873. This is the fourth of 5 parts of the Revenue Committee's amendment to LB 873, which strikes the original language. Our first vote was on income tax relief, which passed with over 40 votes. It was a very strong vote. The second piece harmonized our corporate tax rates. That also received 32 votes, so a very strong showing. The third piece, which includes community colleges and the LB 1107 property tax relief funds, that passed, I think, with 43 or 44 votes. And right now we're on the fourth of 5 pieces, which is Senator Breezy's bill to create a slightly higher floor for the LB 1107 property tax relief funds. I think that's very, very good governance, and Senator Breezy has been a champion for property tax relief in this body. And I rise to review because in the hours and hours of debate, I don't want us to get lost in how big the thing we're doing today is. LB 873 represents an opportunity for us to provide some comprehensive structural tax relief that we haven't seen in this body in years and get the strong support necessary to pass. This hits on all of our high tax areas, whether you're looking at Social Security taxes, income taxes, property taxes. Whatever area of tax policy in the state of Nebraska you care about, this can benefit you. This cuts your rates, it eliminates the Social Security tax altogether. And that's something we should all be proud of. And so as we're going through and we're debating the different pieces, and I know we've had a lot of discussion about the merits of the different 5 pieces, but what I don't want to get lost in that discussion is just how big of an opportunity today is to provide structural tax relief to all tax-paying Nebraskans. So I rise still in support of LB 873, and we've got about 45 minutes of debate left. I'm hopeful we'll be able to get to a vote on this and get to the Social Security tax relief piece of this bill as well. And with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was, if you remember, when last I was on the microphone, talking about sales tax. And so we talked about comparing ourselves to other states and their top line income tax, their marquee income tax rate, and that being important. And in this whole conversation, I talked with people about ways in which we could make this cost less and, have less of a fiscal impact and, implement it. And comparing ourselves to other states is, you can do that, right? But you need to make sure you understand that sometimes down that path, people are talking about how terrible it was in Kansas or all those sorts of things for what the tax structure they went and what was the reason that was bad. But the thing you have to keep in mind is, so in Nebraska, we're surrounded by several states, but South Dakota, Missouri, and Kansas have sales tax on food. And South Dakota and Kansas tax at the full rate, and Missouri has at a lower rate. But I'm opposed to imposing a sales tax on food. I think that would be a very regressive tax, meaning that it would disproportionately affect individuals lower income. But what I'm saying is, when you go down this path of cutting so much revenue and comparing ourselves to other people, you have to ask, well, how do they pay for their government? Some of these states, South Dakota has a pretty robust tourism industry with the national parks and the state parks and the Mitchell Corn Palace. If you've had the opportunity to go, I would certainly suggest that you stop there on your way to Badlands National Park. And then they, of course, have Wall Drug, which I'm sure everybody has seen a poster or sticker for. But they have a tourism industry. And then we have Colorado and Wyoming that have, Colorado certainly has a tourism industry. Wyoming has a tourism industry. Colorado has legal marijuana, which a lot of people have talked about here. But they also have extractive industries. They have natural resources that they extract out of the ground, and particularly in Wyoming, that helps them pay for that revenue. And so you have to wonder, how do they achieve these tax rates? And can you go and supplement your state's income through the same method that they do? So question is, can you? We can't create more tourist attractions, although we're talking about the lake, I guess. So we can't create a Mount Rushmore. We can't create Badlands, although Toadstool, I'm told, is beautiful, and I would hope to go there sometime. But we can't create an extractive industry to the level Wyoming has. So how do you make up that revenue? And one of those is things like broadening the base, this sales tax base, adding it to services and things. Some people have been opposed to, some people have been in favor of, but one of them that jumps out at me always is looking at states that have a sales tax on food, which is an absolute bad idea. And so I just want to make sure that we all recognize that when we cut revenue, we may have to make up for it at some point in the future. And that when we look at other things and we make sure that we don't start making up for that lost revenue in places that are detrimental to Nebraskans. So that's the thing I wanted to make sure. I meant to talk about it when we are on the first bill, but I didn't get around to it. You know, there was a lot of other conversation happening on that.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, on this one, this is the Senator Breezy's 723. I'm eventually going to remember that number, 723. Not relevant anymore, but that's how we think of these things. 723, that I think I will be a green vote on this amendment at this point. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Nebraska. It's a little after 5:30. A little bit of light out there yet, so we're going to go a while tonight. I stand in favor of LB 873 and Amendment 2663. Thank you, Nebraska, for the money that we are talking about tonight. Our coffers are full and brimming. It's good. We're there because we've had frugal spending in our government. And I think we need to recognize that we've kept our government growth at a reasonable rate in the last 6 years that I've been here. And it's allowed us to catch up to where we need to be. And now we're looking about putting a floor on the property tax relief, our 1107 bill. We did it, I think it was last year, but then we got more money in and we've added to it. So we need to adjust that floor so that in 2 years it doesn't drop back down. And if you file for your property tax relief this year and then file again in 2 years, you're not getting less money. So that's what this amendment does. And that's great. It's great that we're able to give you back the money that you earned. We didn't earn it, you earned it, Nebraska. And I appreciate that. Do that by keeping our spending level low. But I'd like to ask Senator Erdman a question, if I might.
Senator Erdman, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. You have been talking for the last 3 or 4 years about a tax situation that you would like to instill in Nebraska. Could you explain that tax?
Yes, I can, Senator Lowe. Thank you for asking. It is a consumption tax proposal that I have introduced for the last couple of years. It would be one flat consumption tax collected on consumables. And so anything that's consumed for personal use would have a consumption tax, or any service that you hire for your personal use would have a consumption tax. All used items would have no consumption tax, and any business-to-business transactions would not have a consumption tax. It will be an economic boom like we've never seen in the state of Nebraska, or any other state for that matter. And several times people have asked, is there any other states do this? And the closest example that I can come up with are those states that don't have income tax. And you have the opportunity to go look and see what happens in those states, and their sales tax is very, very constant, and it is more constant than their income tax. And so as we proceed down the road to implement this, we will find out that we will become the most popular state to live in, to do business in. Our young people will stop leaving the state. It will fix our brain drain. And we will now, once and for all, have enough people to actually accomplish all of the work that we have available for them. Because as Senator Lindstrom has said in several occasions, we're short about 50,000 workers. And so this will give us an opportunity to be very competitive. And Senator Holleran has said this on several occasions, that Nebraska will become the most popular state in the nation to live, work, and start a business. It'll be so popular that we'll have to build a wall around the state to keep people out. And Colorado will pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Now, Nebraska taxes several different ways. Would Senator Erdman, would any of these taxes be left if we adopt the consumption tax?
No, sir, Senator Lowe, we're going to eliminate corporate and personal income tax, property tax, sales tax, and the most egregious tax of all, inheritance tax. All go away.
All right. Thank you, Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator Lowe and Senator Erdman. Senator Clements, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the property tax adjustment to the current property tax credit percentage. And just want to remind people that the credit is $548 million divided by all the property in the state. But we have $439 million excess in our budget now, and the 548 has already been taken out. The next year is going to change it to 560 million, which is a $12 million increase. That's the amount that would come out of our surplus, which is just a 2% increase. I was looking at then after that, it says it's going to change by an allowable growth percentage. Would Senator Breezy yield to a question?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
The allowable growth percentage, I think the definition has changed from what it currently is. Would you describe that?
The allowable growth percentage is the percentage change in the taxable value of all real property in the state from one year to the next.
All right.
And I might add, historically, depending if you're looking at 10 years or 20 years, historically it runs in the low 5%. And if you take the average, you might have that 5.25 or thereabouts, give or take, depending if you're looking at 10 or 20. But if you put a 5% cap on that and then average it, it'll be on roughly 1.3 to 1.4% less than that. So I just point that out. That's what that 5% cap does. Historically, it would have held down the average allowable growth rate by about 1.3 to 1.4%.
So if property taxes increase 10%, this credit will increase how much?
5%.
5%. Will the extra carry over to the next year?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you, Senator Breezy. Just wanted to make that clear. Then I was looking at a tax return I did this year regarding the school taxes on it's a 160-acre farm in Cass County, and that farm paid $11,133 of property tax in 2021. That's 160 acres, which amounts to $70 per acre. It's in the Waverly School District, which has 4 different levies. And using the property tax lookup tool, I was glad to hear that there was some education going on about the property tax lookup tool. I just put in the parcel ID number, and the State Department of Revenue website looked up all 4 of those levy amounts and added them up to $7,024. And for you tax preparers out there, I've been told that putting in that parcel ID is all you'll have to do again for 2022, that the state will pick up the community college tax and add that in. I just had to put one number in for the amount of school property tax, and it will probably be a separate number for the community college if it is a different percentage, but it will be coming out with just the one lookup there.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. That farm, the credit of 25.3% will give them an $11 per acre tax credit, so they'll be down to $59 an acre. Then I looked up the community college tax on that farm. It's $659 for the year. The credit should be about $165. So it'll be about another $1 an acre credit on a farm. So it's about $12 an acre credit in Cass County on a dryland farm. And so I am in support of this section, AM 2663. And I'm glad to see that as valuations go up, the credit goes up. But I do support the 5% limit so that it doesn't get out of hand if valuations spike one or two
Time,
times.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator Moser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier in the debate, I was talking about a friend of mine who overlooked that line 36 on the Nebraska income tax return. And after I talked to him for a little while, I looked up his parcel on the website that the state set up, and we went through the calculations, and he was going to get over $300 back from this property tax incentive fund. It's on line 36 of the Nebraska income tax form. And there's a worksheet that you print out. It's a PTC. It's a property tax credit worksheet, I think is what that stands for. And you go through those computations. It takes the amount of school tax you paid on parcels that you own. So if you have your home, that would be one parcel. Say you have a business parcel or a rental or something, whatever else, any properties you own, and the parcels will be listed there, and you click on those. It'll tell you what percentage of the tax that you have paid is attributable to school tax. And then this year, it's 25.3% of that school tax. So in our case, he's in a tax district that's right around 2% total. And the school tax portion of that is about 1.2%. So we multiplied that times his valuation and then times the 25.3%. And he got around $300 or so back. So first part of my purpose for being up here this evening is to remind people to apply for that. If you've already filed your Nebraska income tax form, you can amend it. You know, it might cost you some money if you have to have somebody else help you amend it. So you might look up and see how much you're going to get back before you spend. Say you're going to get $100 back and it's going to cost you $200 to have your tax preparer do the forms. In this case, my friend did his own tax. He just overlooked it. And then two of his children also overlooked it. And one of them used an online tax service, a famous one, the one that you hear on TV all the time. And the other one did his own, and they both missed this. And they both live in high tax areas. And so it's going to save all three of them some money. So I'm just bringing it up because a lot of people are not claiming this. There have been people in the past that didn't file for this credit, and you really should because it can add up. So be sure you look into that. This is the part of the original mosaic of bills that were put together that adjusts the value of this property tax incentive fund. And right now it's around 548 million, something in that neighborhood. And in the next year, I think it's going to be about the same, but then in subsequent years, it would ratchet down to where it could be in the $300 million range. So this bill, I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. If you really want the exact description, we can ask Senator Breezy because it's his work. He knows all the absolute details.
1 minute.
But anyway, it's going to decline to a 300 million here in another year or so. So my friend who now got $325 credit back, and that's going to cover his entire state tax liability. Instead of getting that back, he would get back a couple $100. So it would make a big difference in that property tax incentive fund. So that's why I'm going to support this section, 2663. And I appreciate Linehan, Breezy, and Lindstrom, Friesen, all the heavyweights that made this all work. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moser. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening. I see we're getting down to the end of it. It could be the last one. I just want to share with the body what we're up against and what we're competing against as far as property tax goes. Two properties. The first property is in Kingman, Arizona. The value on the house is $237,000. That's the cash value. And in Arizona, they do it somewhat different. They have the value that they put on the property is, for taxation purposes, $77,400, and then they take 10% of that, and then of that 10%, the $7,440, they multiply that times their mill levy, which is 9.68. So 9.68 times the 7,740 winds up being $750. So the total taxes on a house in Kingman, Arizona, worth $237,000 is $750. I found it kind of amusing that one of the things that I pay for in my property tax in the desert is 5% for flood control. 5% for flood control in the desert. That was kind of an unusual item. But $750 on a $237,000 house. Now, if that home were in Lincoln, would be $6,500 or more. And people say, well, I don't want to leave the state because my kids or my grandkids or my family's here. Well, I tell you right now, for $6,000 a year, I can fly back and forth to Arizona, from Arizona to Nebraska several times. And so that's what we're up against here. The second house I want to talk to you about is in Inverness, Florida. Inverness is about 75 miles north of Tampa Bay. That property is worth $228,000, and the taxes on that property is $1,668. And in this example, 42% of that 1668 goes to the school. So 42% of that 668. But you got to remember, here's a property that is 228,000 and the property tax is 1,668. Now remember, Florida has no state income tax, none. All right. One of the amusing things I've seen on the Florida property is on the property tax, there is mosquito control. Now, that's kind of an unusual line as well. And so I pay $50 for mosquito control out of my property tax. And so these issues are what we're up against as far as property tax and trying to be competitive with states that are trying to draw our people to move there. And as I said earlier on the mic, because of the increase in value on houses as well as ag land, property tax could very well go up $300 million in 22. $300 million. So until we pass the consumption tax, which fixes the property tax problem, we need to pass this to make sure that the $300 million in increase is not a significant increase. At best, it'll maybe keep us even. And so I'll be supporting 2663, and I encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Slama, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I believe this will be the last time I speak on this fourth piece of LB 873, which, just to remind everyone, it raises the floor of the LB 1107 relief funds It provides consistent property tax relief. So in 2024, we're not looking at a $200 million drop off in the largest property tax relief package ever passed by the Nebraska Legislature. But we have gone through 3 pretty big votes today, and I've had a couple of people call my office and wonder, Senator Geist was unable to be on the floor today for a few votes, so I was wondering if she would yield to a couple of questions.
Senator Geist, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Great. Thank you, Senator Geist. First off, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
Solid. So I just wanted to have a dialogue with you on the different parts of LB 873's amendment that we voted on today, just so your district and the state of Nebraska knows where you would have been on those different pieces of the committee amendment that we've voted on already. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Fantastic. Well, the first one we had up today was income tax relief. It lowers our rates and provides income tax relief to taxpayers of Nebraska. Would you have greenlit that?
I would have greenlit that 3 times if I could have.
Fantastic. Well, that's a great argument for my voter ID bill. So just to have some voting controls here. The second piece of LB 873 was a piece to harmonize our corporate tax rates. So we had a very long discussion about how that's beneficial, not just for like the very large corporations in our state, but also in the agricultural community with corporations that way. Would you have voted green on that one as well?
I listened to that debate, and yes, I would have also voted green on that.
Fantastic. And the third part, and this is the one we just voted on, I think this third part and the fourth part are pretty complementary in that they both provide property tax relief to Nebraskans. The third piece would have included, and it passed, so it is included, includes community colleges in the LB 1107 fund. So we're providing additional relief that way. Would you have voted in support of that?
100%.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Senator Geist. I appreciate you having this dialogue with me. Senator Geist has been a champion for tax relief, and I'm really glad she's here. And just to remind everyone briefly, we're on part 4 of 5. The next one up is a quicker phase out of Nebraska's Social Security income tax. We're one of 12 states, I believe, who still has that tax in place. But we've got a win-win-win for Nebraska taxpayers in LB 873, whether you're looking at income tax relief, property tax relief, or Social Security tax relief. If you're a Nebraska taxpayer, LB 873 is something that is good for you to support. And I'm hopeful that when we get to a cloture vote on this here in about 20 minutes, we'll see that board light up green for Nebraska taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Moser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's just one thing that I forgot to mention when I was talking before. Some people have complained about the complexity of getting this property tax incentive fund rebate, tax credit, and you do have to look up your parcels and use that PTC form to get it. But why this is important that it is done this way is that the more school tax you pay, the more credit you get back. Some districts, some school districts have really good valuation compared to what their costs are, and their levies are low. And then some districts are at their maximum, which is what the district is that I'm in. So a person who has the high levy, the maximum, gets more rebate, tax credit than somebody who might be in a real fortunate situation where their school tax is not as high. So that's the reason for it. They didn't do it just to make it complicated. They made it this way so that it gave more credit to people who had the most tax to pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moser. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Linehan, you're welcome to close on AM 2663.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this, as we all know, is I'm getting confused on my Revenue Committee members. Senator Breezy, would you please close on this bill?
Senator Breezy, 4 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairwoman Linehan. Just very briefly, Nebraska taxpayers under current law are facing a $200 million property tax increase coming at them in year 2024. This amendment, AM 2663, containing the provisions of the amended LB 723, prevents that tax increase. And it distributes these dollars in a very fair manner, same percentage of school taxes paid back for every taxpayer. Nebraskans appreciate this, they deserve this, and we need to get this passed. And I would encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for a call of the House, roll call vote, regular order, please.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 ayes, 2 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Wayne, Senator Matt Hansen, Senator McKinney, Senator Bostar, Senator Hunt, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All members are now present. Mr. Clerk, roll call in regular order.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Flood. Voting yes. Senator Friesen. Voting yes. Senator Geist. Voting yes. Senator Gregert. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen. Senator Ben Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hilgers. Voting yes. Senator Hilkeman. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Coulterman. Voting yes. Senator Lathrop. Voting yes. Senator Lindstrom. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McCollister. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Morfeld. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Pauls. Senator Pansing Brooks. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Stinner. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Williams. Voting yes. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 47 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 2663 is adopted. I erase the call. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, next amendment, AM 2660 from the Revenue Committee concerns Social Security tax.
Senator Linehan, you're welcome to open on AM 2660.
Yes. I am yielding my opening to Senator Brett Lindstrom.
Senator Lindstrom, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we'll try to get through in about 6. I think the cloture vote's at 6:15. Well, I've been working on this for 8 years, so 4 amendments. I think I could get through 4 amendments to get through 8 years of working on this. What the bill does, and I guess since we have some time, I'll just point. Social Security is one of those issues that really, in my mind, when I ran back in 2014 and was walking doors, it's, looking at, again, being competitive, to me, it's a double taxation to begin with. So in my opinion, we shouldn't have never been taxing it, but that's another conversation for another day. But it's again, one of those things that I couldn't figure out why we were doing it. And of course, being 11 or 12 states that were taxing it, I brought that bill that first year. And then the Revenue Committee had taken some steps the year prior. And I remember coming into the committee and they weren't super happy with me when I first brought that bill because of the heavy lift that they had done the year prior. But I thought, you know what? What's right is right. And I'm going to continue to fight on this. So the first year it didn't go anywhere. The second year it didn't go anywhere. The third year it didn't go anywhere. The fourth year did not go anywhere. The fifth year, I had the opportunity, I believe this is the fifth or sixth year, and Senator Linehan mentioned this earlier, was to index the tax brackets. Again, we were not in a great budget situation, but this to me was the least we could do under the circumstances that we had. And so in the statute, when you look at it, it'll read for a single filer, $43,000, and for a joint filer, $58,000. And what we did was we indexed it. So the consumer price index, like how we do on many of our tax brackets, that was the bill that I did that year. And I thought that was a pretty big deal at the time. Obviously, things got a little bit better as we moved on and last year and brought LB 64. When I first brought the bill, I wasn't sure how the fiscal situation would be at the state, but again, I'm going to bring it every year, and brought it again. Well, things worked out. We made some negotiations on the floor as we do down here, similar to what we're doing today and similar as we'll do it moving forward. One of the compromises that we made when I first brought the bill was, again, what we're doing today, the 5-year phase out, which would have been a 20%, 40%, 60, 80, and then 100%. but not everybody was comfortable with the circumstances last year, and we worked on it. We decided to do a 10-year phase out. And with that, if you recall, the 5-year look back with the intent of the legislature to address that in 5 years, again, with the 10-year phase out. I believe the fiscal note at that time was about 168 million, again, affecting about 325,000 Nebraskans. Fortunately, I thought, going into my last year, I came in fighting on this bill. We're going to go out fighting on this bill. And again, forecast came in strong, as we all know, and we're able to, again, have this bill in front of us today. And with LB 825, we moved it out of committee, got to the floor on general file. I think it moved 41 or 42 to 0. Few present not voting. I'm hoping that'll change today. And then we incorporated it into the bill that you have before you. So what this bill does, LB 825, is taking provisions of what we did last year with LB 64. As Senator Clements mentioned, the phase out has already taken place with taxable year 2021. So everybody in the state of Nebraska that is above that adjusted gross income of, and what Senator Linehan mentioned. So it's not 43,000 anymore. You have to take a couple years of the consumer price index and add that onto 43,000. Same with the 58,000. So anybody that fits under that category right now is tax exempt if they are relying on Social Security as their main source of income. It is with the adjusted gross income, AGI, is when we start to climb above that is where you start to get that percentage of reduction. And right now it's 5%. So this bill will speed up that process. We will take the 10-year phase out, and we will end the tax on Social Security in 2025. So this year, for taxable year 2022, it'll be 40%. For 2023, it'll be 60%. 2024, it'll be 80%. And then we will get rid of it completely for good in 2025. So I appreciate everyone sticking with us through all this. I want to thank the Revenue Committee for all their work. I've been proud of that committee and what we've been able to accomplish, and I guess the relationships that I've built in there. We've had some great discussions and dialogue, and we've had members come and go. And this has been one of the best revenue committees that I've sat on from top to bottom, from the individuals that sit on that committee. And we all come in with our own ideas and interests. And I know that not everybody believes that Social Security is the number one thing, but to me, it was a very important thing. And I appreciate all the senators coming together to support that. And so I encourage you to support. I don't think we'll get maybe an up or down vote on the amendment, but with the package that we have in front of us, it's vitally important to making sure Nebraska is competitive. What we're doing is not for today, it's what goes on in the future, and allowing us to make those necessary steps to ultimately be competitive. So I encourage your green vote on the cloture, and I encourage your green vote on the underlying amendment and bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lindstrom. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Friesen would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
It is the ruling of the chair that there has been fair and full debate afforded to LB 873. Senator Friesen, for what purpose do you rise?
Like a call of the House and a roll call in reverse order.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
39 ayes, 4 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the first vote is on the motion to invoke cloture. There's been a request for a roll call vote in reverse order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator Williams, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Stinner, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Pansing Brooks, voting yes. Senator Pauls, Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Morfeld, Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McCollister, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lindstrom, voting yes. Senator Lathrop, not voting. Senator Coulterman, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hilkeman, voting yes. Senator Hilgers, voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen, not voting. Senator Ben Hansen, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Gregert, voting yes. Senator Geist, voting yes. Senator Friesen, voting yes. Senator Flood, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator John Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Vote is 43 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the motion to invoke cloture.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. Members, the next vote will be on the adoption of the original undivided amendment to LB 873. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish? Record, Mr. Clerk.
44 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the undivided committee amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Members, we will now vote on the advancement of LB 873 to ENR initial for engrossing. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish? Record, Mr. Clerk.
44 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 873 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, for items,
Thank you,
raise
Mr.
the call.
President. New bills, Legislative Bill 1068A from Senator Stinner. It's a bill for enacting appropriations, appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of provisions of Legislative Bill 1068. That'll be placed on general file. Additionally, Legislative Bill 1150A from Senator Geist. It's a bill for enacting appropriations, appropriate funds to aid in the carrying out of provisions of Legislative Bill 1150. That'll also be placed on general file. Amendments to be printed. Senator DeBoer to LB 741A and Senator Flood to LB 927. Additionally, that's all I have this time, Mr. President. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returning to the agenda, LB 920.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 920 from Senator Lathrop. It's a bill for enacting criminal justice. Changes provisions relating to problem-solving courts, mandatory minimums, penalties, and provisions related to controlled substances, theft, and burglary, sentencing, set-asides, restitution, pretrial diversion, and parole, provide for applicability, states legislative intent regarding appropriations, creates a pilot program relating to courts, probation, and parole, creates a Justice Reinvestment Oversight Task Force, terminates the Committee on Justice Reinvestment Oversight, provides for parole of geriatric offenders, defines terms, provides duties for courts, the probation administrator, the Board of Parole, the Division of Parole Supervision, the State Court Administration, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Correctional Services, and provides for additional benefits under the Rural Health Systems and Professional Incentive Act. Harmonized provisions and repeals the original section. Bill was read for the first time on January 10th of this year and referred to the Judiciary Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments. There are additional amendments pending, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Lathrop, you are recognized to open on LB 920.
Okay. I guess there's a little bit of conversation after that last vote. I'm going to open on 920. I'm sure you're relieved that we are finally going to take up LB 920. I wanted to start out in my opening by giving a little bit of history. My interest in this topic began the first time I got here. I got onto the Judiciary Committee, and I have been involved in issues related to the Department of Corrections since 2007 when I arrived. And when I arrived, I knew very little about the Department of Corrections, but you absorb things as you spend 12 years on Judiciary Committee. And in my first service, we watched as the population grew, as the percentage of design capacity was well exceeded and continued to grow. And concern began to mount even towards the end of my service. In 2014, an inmate by the name of Nico Jenkins was discharged directly from the Department of Corrections. He jammed out. Before he jammed out, he told people if he did not get medical care or psychiatric care and mental health treatment, he was going to get out and kill people, and he did. And while all this is happening, we were reassured that the overcrowding situation was under control. Everything was fine. We're making do. We're getting it done. It's not a concern. And in 2014, when Nico Jenkins went on a murderous rampage, and the ombudsman at the time, Marshall Lux, did a report and identified all the problems at the Department of Corrections, I put in a study resolution. That study resolution led to a special investigative committee that worked through the summer and fall of 2014. And what became, by the way, that committee subpoenaed all the witnesses, put every witness under oath, and subpoenaed documents. And what became evident during that investigation was this: that while we were told everything's fine at the department, it was not. We got documents in the course of that investigation that showed that there was alarm at the Department of Corrections as the population grew and as overcrowding got worse. And we also saw that the department went to the then governor to try to expand capacity, to address the overcrowding. And the response was, we're not going to build. And we watched in that committee as we did our investigation and followed the trail. What we found was ultimately what you might expect. If you're not going to expand capacity or address overcrowding, you are going to go to what they then called or labeled the no-cost options. The no-cost options in 2014 to address overcrowding included putting people on parole that shouldn't have been there, setting up a furlough program and sending people home early, not bringing parole violators back to the department. And all of these things were intended to control the population without making an investment at the Department of Corrections. And I term limited at the end of 2014 and returned 4 years later to the Judiciary Committee. You were kind enough to make me the chair of that committee. And one of the first things we did was do a briefing with Director Frakes. And I remember I was here about 4 days into my third term, and we had Director Frakes in front of us, and I asked Director Frakes, you are going to be in an overcrowding emergency in 2 years. What's the plan? Nothing. There was no plan. There was no plan. There was no sense of urgency. We made some investments. We've talked about those. We made $150 million worth of investments in facilities. We will open some of those facilities this summer, and when we do, we will remain in an overcrowding emergency. And colleagues, you may be tired of me handing this chart out, but this chart tells the story. Again, I've handed it out. It's my favorite chart of all the charts that I'm going to hand out because it illustrates the problem. We aren't just in an overcrowding emergency. Even if we built additional capacity and closed a dilapidated penitentiary, we will not be out of the overcrowding emergency. We will not have addressed overcrowding. We will have built additional capacity, as we have tried, to no avail. It is incumbent upon this legislature in this session to chart a long-term course for the Department of Corrections. The problem at the department is evident. It is the rate at which our population will grow. By 2030, we'll be at 7,327 people. And just if you've not been involved in any of these projections are very accurate. I've seen 3 or 4 of them since 2006, and our actual population follows these projections remarkably close. This is something that we can take as a data point. If we built the proposed prison beds and closed the pen, we would still be 1,300 beds short of operational capacity, meaning 125% of design capacity. We don't address this by building. We have spent $150 million trying to do that, and you can see we can't build as fast as the place is filling up. And even if we were to get to a place where we built sufficient beds to catch up to the growth in our population, we would then have to build 200 beds a year. It's time to address the underlying problem. The underlying problem is the rate at which our population is growing, and it is for that reason that we invited CJI into the state of Nebraska. I want to talk a little bit about how they got here. I contacted conservative groups to try to find an organization that would have credibility with conservatives to talk about what are the possibilities for reforms so that we can stop the growth in our population at the Department of Corrections. That effort led me to CJI. I had communications with the governor and the Chief Justice. The governor did his due diligence to determine this is a credible group. And in the next few hours, we'll have an opportunity to talk about coming up with a plan that is data-driven. So much of the dialogue when it comes to overcrowding or opposition to making some kind of a policy change is driven by stories, by fear. Other states have invited CJI into their state. Other states have enacted reforms in this local state policy leader driven decision-making process, and they've not seen increases in crime rates. Some of them have seen their decline in crime rates exceed the national average. This is a public safety issue. It is a conservative issue. What we will talk about tonight is not about sacrificing public safety.
1 minute.
It's not about letting people out early. It's about making an investment, making a policy decision that will keep the citizens of this state safer and will allow us to spend taxpayer dollars more wisely in ways that result in fewer reincarcerations, better outcomes, people that can enter and participate in the workforce, and people that have assistance as they leave the Department of Corrections and attempt to integrate back into society. If you don't hear anything else I say tonight, in other states, this has been driven by the conservatives who say we are wasting taxpayer dollars, building more prisons, and trying to build our way out of this. And we can only look around at other states and say, this process works. It works. It's been done. It doesn't sacrifice public safety.
Time,
and it is
Senator.
a better investment of the taxpayer dollar. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the Judiciary Committee. Senator Lathrop, as chair of the committee, you are recognized to open on the committee amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and colleagues. The committee amendment, as well as the bill, advanced from the committee on a 6-2 vote. The committee amendment makes some changes to the bill. I'll take a moment to talk about the bill. When the CJI group met, there was a diverse group. Senators included McKinney, Lathrop, and Geist. We had the Chief Justice, some members of the bench were also included, a county judge, a district court judge. We had Chief Schmatter from Omaha. We had Don Klein, a prosecutor, Tom Riley, a public defender in Omaha, and others who participated in this process. The group looked at data about our population, not somebody else's, but Nebraska's population. And the group met, and the subgroups offered up options for our consideration. LB 920 includes each of the options, 21 of them, that have come out of that working group. Some of them were consensus items, and some of them were not consensus items. We'll have an opportunity to talk about much of that tonight, but understand that if we are to make an improvement in the rate at which we are incarcerating individuals, we must get to sentence reform. It's not enough to say, we hope we expand problem-solving courts. We hope there's more diversion. We will appropriate money for assistant probation officers. Those things are all very, very thoughtful ideas that have come out of the group. They are not the ideas that make a difference in the growth rate at which our population is growing. You have heard me go through the options. You have heard me go through the bill. I want to take a moment to talk about maybe the most significant thing we can do with respect to criminal justice reform, and that is reducing jam-outs. Jam-outs, colleague, is when an individual serves their sentence to the mandatory discharge date and does not parole out. You can parole out, which means you leave before your mandatory discharge date, and we do have some offenders that do that. And someone who stays to the mandatory discharge date is a jam out. That's the term that they use. If you jam out, you have no supervision, you have no services, you can simply go back to the community and become somebody's next door neighbor or the person you see at the grocery store. Jam outs, preventing jam outs, reducing jam outs, discouraging jam outs was a consensus item. The working group, the larger working group, agreed that we needed to reduce jam outs. I specifically remember Chief Schmatter saying, I don't like jam outs. We need more people on parole. And why is that? Why is that? Because we know that when a person is on parole, they have a period of supervision. By the way, they have to earn that. They have to earn that. You don't get parole because you've sat around in a cell long enough. You get parole by earning it. And you earn it by going through whatever the department has determined are your necessary clinical programs, and you earn it by behaving while you're an inmate. And then if you have done what you are supposed to earn it, you have to get the approval of the parole board. Now, why is that important? If a person paroles, you know that they have completed the programming that they're required to do. The person that jams out does not have to. They don't have to do anything but not lose good time, behave. We want people to complete that programming. And then to the same extent that they are released before their mandatory discharge date, that's the same number of months or years at which they will be followed by a parole officer. That parole officer can put an ankle bracelet on them. They make them come in and report. They can make them do outpatient treatment. They can make them do whatever the conditions of the parole dictate, including reporting and drug tests. When you think about the people who parole, you should know that class 3 and 4 felonies, the lower 2 tiers, those people get a relatively short, flat sentence, and they're followed on post-release supervision. And you have the death penalty and the lifers, and in between are the people that have committed a serious offense. Those are the people whose sentence structure allows for a low number and a high number. When those numbers get too close, they jam out. When you spread them out, you incent them to behave, you incent them to participate in programming, you incent them to earn parole. And if they are paroled, they are assisted by the parole officer, they get services, their neighbors. 95% of the people at the Department of Corrections are getting out. Our communities will be safer if they get out on parole. And the only way to prevent jamouts, is to improve the opportunities for parole. That's what 920 does. That's what makes a difference in the growth rate at which our population will grow between now and 2030 and indefinitely. I am happy tonight to answer questions you may have. I've talked to some of you individually, and I'm very familiar with this topic, and I feel like everybody else understands it since I've been talking about it for a while. And I'm confident that many of you may have questions. I'm happy to answer them. This is important because if we are not going to do this, if we're not going to address that line that keeps moving up, then we need to be prepared to spend a lot of money on prisons. And I don't think that's what we were sent down here to do. And with that, Mr. President, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Mr. Clerk, there is an amendment to the committee amendment.
There is, Mr. President. Senator Geist would move to amend the committee amendments with AM 2337.
Senator Geist, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, my amendment includes just the consensus items. There are a couple of consensus items I left off of my amendment with the intention of negotiating, but that hasn't happened until this week. I was a member of the CJI working group. The consensus items have been discussed at length already during many other bills. And I would like to point out to my colleagues that the consensus items are about 80% of what is in LB 920. They are focused mostly on rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is a large part of what I think is important and something we as a state have rarely focused on, if ever, exclusive of lowering penalties, changing sentences. In my opinion, those cost nothing except public safety. Rehabilitation, treatment, mental health, drug treatment, that's expensive. And to do it well is even more expensive. To make the programming go not only inside a facility, but to transition with an inmate outside of a facility, rarely done. When it is done, it can be done well, and something we as a state have not focused on. So I would contend that instead of changing sentencing, changing penalties, that we focus at a time when we have money coming in to the state. We focus on that so that we can help our inmates actually get better. And what better means is you don't return to prison. It's a novel thought, I think. I also have to say and address that we've been told for 4 years how uncollegial the body is now, how we treat people so much worse than we used to treat people before the past 8 years. Well, I can tell you, not feeling well, being home yesterday, listening to my colleague talk about me when I'm not here to defend myself is one of the reasons I'm here today. I feel that's not collegial. So I'm here to defend myself tonight. I'll tell you when my interest in this topic began. The interim after I was first elected, I was asked to be on a committee that toured all of the facilities that the state runs for corrections. During that time, I was able to meet with inmates, with wardens, with those who ran the facilities, with the inspectors general, and I was so taken by the inmates themselves. So it stirred a passion in me to get to know some of them, to meet with them, find out what their issues were. It was very enlightening. And I found out that they are just like me. They made different choices than I did, but they're humans just like I am. So that started me on a path to see what I could do to help. One of the things I also firmly believe in is you don't try to change something you don't understand. So in the ensuing 4 years, I tried to learn the system. So I went to drug court for a year. I met judges, I met law enforcement, I've met county attorneys, I've met prosecuting attorneys, and I've continued to stay in touch with inmates, with mental health people, with people that do programming inside and outside the facilities. I've tried to learn the whole system. And so this was my first attempt at really getting involved and really being a part of what I think we can do to change the system. I do think that, yes, sometimes there are changes that we can make in our criminal justice code that may help. But I do also think there is a balance that needs to be struck between rehabilitation and public safety. And because I spend a lot of time with people who do this job, not people in here who just think about it or think they know, I think we need to go to the experts and ask them, what do you see, judge? What do you see, officer? What do you see, attorney? What works? What doesn't work? And my objection to some of the non-consensus items come from that arena. They're people with boots on the ground who know what it's like out there, not in here in the ivory tower, but what it's like out there on the street. And I think it behooves us to listen to their warning. So my amendment has taken out all of the things that I had concerns about. I am willing and have been willing since day one to discuss our differences, to come to some sort of terms in some things, And there are some things we probably aren't going to come to terms on. And certainly at this late hour of session, making good policy in an hour or two or even 5 with just senators in the room is not a good plan. You need the people in the room who this actually affects. So with disappointment that we couldn't do that earlier, we come to this point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Debate is now open. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I first want to say thank you to my colleagues who are in this room. I think this is such an important debate. I know we've talked about it some in the past, but the fact that you're here and you're listening says how carefully you are considering this and how important you think this work is for Nebraska. And I think Nebraska should be proud of the fact that we're going to have a very serious conversation about this late at night. Doesn't matter because we're dedicated. I want to specifically thank the members of the CJI committee from this body, Senator Geist, Senator McKinney, and Senator Lathrop. I was not on that particular group. That working group had 3 senators. I think we got a great mix of senators on that group. I have been on the Judiciary Committee since I began here 4 years ago, and I think I've mentioned before that the very first hearing I went to was one about our overcrowding emergency that was impending. Colleagues, I've handed out to you 2 pieces of paper. You may be able to see my pen was dying, so the WED is kind of light in the corner, but they say Nebraska at the top, and it's pages 2 and 5. Now, I like trees more than Senator Lathrop, so I didn't kill as many as him, so I didn't give you the whole report, but if you want, this is from the 2022 mandatory discharge report from Director Frakes of the Corrections Department, the Department of Corrections. So this is one of their reports on mandatory discharge, which is their word for what we call jamming colloquially. You'll notice that I've given you page 2. Page 2 has a list of a table. Table 1 talks about the number of mandatory discharges. These are the jams. You'll see in 2017, 485 people went back into our community without being on parole, directly from prison one day to the grocery store next to you the next. In 2018, that number was 383, 387, and then in 2020, 316. You'll see below, on the bottom line of that table, 1467 people were paroled, 1538, 1592, and only 1399 in 2020. So that gives you a sense of the numbers that we're talking about when we're talking about how many people jam out. I'd like then to draw your attention to table 2, which shows the most serious felony level of these folks who are jamming out. You'll see, I've underlined this for you towards the bottom of the page. Nearly 4/5 or 80% of the prison's mandatory discharge population were convicted of class 1, 2, and 2A offenses. Colleagues, those are the most serious offenses we have in this state. 80% of the people which are in the grocery store next to you the next day were convicted of those 3 levels of most serious felonies that we have in our state. The second page I gave to you, I want to thank Senator Walz for helping me to highlight by hand for you so you could see this more easily. So if you look at the sheet that has the highlights on it, that is a page 5.
1 minute.
The Nebraska Department of Correctional Services uses we call it an instrument called the Revised Strong R to assess risk, needs, and how much danger someone might be to the community. So of the 246 people who completed the risk assessment tool before being mandatorily discharged, and there were 57 who didn't, so we don't have information on them, 70 people who went to the grocery store the next day with you were of high risk for violence, property, and drug offenses. That one is a composite of they're at high risk for all three. 85 of those people who now live next door to you were at high risk of violence.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Geist, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, while I was at home, I actually had a great conversation with a reporter. I think it's the first time I've ever talked to a reporter over an hour. And he was amazed at how actually close in ideology or outcomes Senator Lathrop and I actually are. I think we want to get there in a different way, but we want the same things. One of the things that we talked about for quite a while was reducing penalties for the possession of small amounts of drugs. And I think this is a place where reasonable people can disagree. In the amendment of Senator Lathrop's Judiciary Committee amendment, they reduce the penalty from a Class 4 felony to a Class 1 misdemeanor for having a small amount, which is less than half a gram of drugs. And it's any kind of drug. And it does exclude marijuana, by the way. So we're not talking about marijuana. It's like, heroin and crack cocaine or methamphetamine or whatever, any of those kind of things. And it's assuming that this person is just a user, and that very well could be. But the conversation that we had was why I was opposed to that, and this is, I'll let you know. One of the reasons is I do know that if you're arrested for a first-time possession, every judge I've talked to, now there could be one out there, because I haven't talked to every judge in Nebraska. I can't represent that, certainly haven't done that. But the penitentiary is not full of people that are arrested because they had less than half a gram of a drug. Now, maybe if it's the 7th, 8th, or 9th time they've been arrested and they've gone through drug court or they've gone through diversion and the judge has nothing else, no other means of correction for this individual, that person may be in the penitentiary. But a first-time drug user or the first time they've been arrested for drugs, they're on probation, typically, or sent to drug court. What I've heard from those who run drug court is that part of the leverage of getting someone to go to drug court is to give them a felony. Now, I don't want people to have a felony on their record, but that's the reason you go to drug court. You graduate, you have no felony on your record. They wipe it clean. It's as if it never happened. You finish diversion, they wipe it clean. It's as if it never happened. So it's not as if individuals don't have an option to get that felony off of their record. The other thing is that we want people to get better. If we say, okay, well, it's just a little bit of drugs, and you get arrested a second time, well, okay, it's just a little bit of drugs, or a third or a fourth, and we're not going to make it a felony until the 5th or 6th arrest. Do we really care about people? Do we really want them to get better?
1 minute.
Or is that a message to society that just says, go ahead, you do you, no harm, no foul? I just say no, it's not. You wouldn't treat people in your family that way. Why would we treat other people that way? I think that's the mentality that got us in the position that we're in. Therefore, I disagree with changing the sentence or the penalty for a small amount of drugs. That can show a very serious problem, and we want to address it on the front end as soon as we possibly can so that it can be taken care of. Treatment can be the very best thing, even if it's forced treatment. I've been reading this book that talks about how forced treatment and voluntary treatment, virtually the same outcomes.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Senator Panzine Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we have had these discussions on and on and on again, and I guess people are listening, but I don't know how long we have to continue. So I think I have some questions for Senator Geist.
Senator Geist, would you yield?
I will.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank you and the other members of the committee for the time that you spent on the CGI work and for the committee and all the things that you've done in regard to that. So I appreciate that amount of time you've spent. I also wanted to find out, because as I'm skimming through your amendment, and maybe you can explain it to me, but what I see are a Justice Reinvestment Oversight Task Force. I see some pilot programs, one to monitor and analyze criminal justice system, another pilot program for the state court administrator to utilize space, and also for them to look at information technology. Just lost my space on the computer where I was looking this up. Also to hire a pilot program about whether or not to hire additional probation officers. What else? Because to me, these things sound like more of CGI coming in and saying, oh yeah, I mean, we've had groups come in, numerous groups come in and tell us what the issues are. The issues are numerous things I've talked about since 2015, the vicious cycle of overcrowding that we have. And you and I agree on part of that part of the overcrowding is the fact that there's understaffing, we don't have enough staff. And so then the inmates aren't taken to their programming. And so because of that, then they don't end up being parole ready when they're parole eligible. They haven't had the programming needed. And so then they end up jamming out with a lack of supervision. And because they've jammed out, they then end up coming back into the system and overcrowding the system. If I'm sounding tired, it's number one, because this is our third late night, but it's also because I feel like a broken record. We've been talking about this. And as you know, I feel sentencing reform and programming is needed. So number one, and I don't know what else, I haven't gotten through your whole amendment yet, but pilot programs, is that what we need more of? Is that what you think?
No, it's not actually. What I did is I took the consensus items and just removed the things. So my amendment and Senator Lathrop's judiciary amendment are virtually the same except for the things that were the non-consensus items.
Okay.
And then there are two consensus items that were in there that were not in there that I was willing to put back in there upon negotiation. So, but I can answer your question.
I would love to hear that. Thank you.
What I think would be effective, we're already addressing, I say we, it's not me, the governor has addressed or is in the process of addressing staffing issues and raise the pay, which I think was much needed. I very much agreed with that. I think we need more space. And I think there's no forward-looking vision that we can have that excludes building a prison. I don't want to put more people in prison. But in order to have classroom space, in order to have safety for guards, and for a better living space for inmates, I think we need more space. The size of that
So-
is not my expertise. But
but part of
what I
it-
would also like to focus on is really robust drug treatment, mental health treatment. I would even be
Okay,
in favor.
Sorry, but I just want to jump in.
Okay.
So it's my understanding, we don't have, part of the problem is we don't have the staff. And I know we're trying to hire staff. We're still having problems because the counties pay more than the state. So this is a continuing thing where we'll build it and then we won't have the capacity to
But you
staff
need
it.
less staff. If you have a more
To
high-tech
go to
facility,
classrooms?
well, then this, right now, we're so crowded, we have such little space, and yes, staffing has been a problem. Many of the staff are teaching some of the classes.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
if you have a larger facility, you have better technology, you need fewer staff.
Time, senators.
Thank
you, Senator Pansy Brooks and Senator Geist. Senator Arch, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Couple of things I just want to note is, tonight. One is, during the discussion, Senator Lathrop talked about an issue that is not directly related to this reform matter, but it is indirectly, and that is this issue of individuals who have been in prison waiting for the services necessary to restore competency. And I just wanted you to know, let the legislature know that the Health and Human Services Committee introduced an interim study. It's LR 409. And I want to read it to you. The purpose of this resolution is to propose an interim study to examine the Department of Health and Human Services capacity and resources to treat individuals who have been committed to the department for treatment to restore competency to stand trial. The study should include, but not be limited to, an examination of the current challenges to increasing availability for such treatment and the Department of Health and Human Services' immediate and long-term plans for capacity in order to provide treatment to such individuals. I've had discussions in just meetings with the department, and what I'm hearing is a plan is coming together. And so we want an opportunity for the department to come to the Health and Human Services Committee and talk about, now, what are we going to do about these services? It probably has something to do with Lincoln Regional Center. It may have something to do with other places. But we want to follow up on that, and the Health and Human Services Committee will follow up on that. The issue of rehabilitation and treatment, of course, is something that I'm very interested in. I think that we do have issues. We have issues of exactly what the program should be. I think that there's many opportunities out there, but the staffing and also the space. So while I haven't been directly involved in that, my awareness is that with an overcrowding situation, it's difficult to find the space to have that kind of treatment, to have adequate treatment. Treatment itself is not magic. There are those who, as Senator Geist mentioned, the study shows that mandatory forced treatment versus voluntary treatment, you may have the same type of outcome. But we know what no treatment produces, and that's what we want. That's what we want to avoid. So there's anything magic in it, but we need to make sure that that opportunity is there and we do what we can. Because the information that was provided to us previously by Senator Lathrop showed 3-year recidivism rates, and they're running about 30%. In 3 years, 30% return. And that is a target. That is a number that if we were to drop that 5%, if we were to drop that even more than that, that definitely impacts the overcrowding situation. So I say whatever we can do, if the HHS committee can help in this process of treatment and all of that, we would like to engage in that if that would be at all helpful. I just have one other question that I would like to ask Senator Lathrop, if he's willing to yield to a question.
Senator Lathrop, will you yield?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. I read the report. I get to page 38 and 39, and I think that the consultants, and I'm not critical of it. I get it. It reads like kind of a giant disclaimer. The reforms, there are no guarantees, and I understand that. It takes time. Other states come back for more. It's going to be an ongoing process, whatever reforms are adopted in this process. So I guess my question to you is, whatever initiatives are adopted, how will we know if they are effective? And, what kind of indicators should we be looking for? Is there a plan? Is there a plan to monitor once we come to some agreement as
1
to
minute.
what should go forward?
Yeah, the answer is, on the last question, yes. There's a task force that gets together, a working group, or I'm not sure what the term is, but it's intended to oversee implementation of the reforms. So that's the answer to the second question. The first question about how do we know we're going to get what they say we're going to get. So they've been in other states and they can model things based upon the experiences that in the data that they collect as similar types of reforms are implemented. So they do have ways of modeling this, and you will see there's graphs where they've modeled the committee amendment and Senator Geist's amendment to show what the expectation is with the groups of reform and either the committee amendment or the Geist amendment.
Senators.
Pardon me.
Thank you, Senator Arch and Senator Lathrop. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Today has me feeling a little bit like a disgruntled pelican, so I think I will just go ahead and yield the remainder of my time to Senator Lathrop. Thank you.
Senator Lathrop, 446.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, and thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. I want to say something about my colleague. Senator Geist has been on the committee, I think, for 2 years, the last 2 years. And I have enjoyed having her there. She brings a different perspective. And we've also had an opportunity to react to things that come in front of the committee and have private conversations outside of the committee. I have no doubt that there is no daylight between her concern for people with mental illness and my concern. Nor do I have any concern or doubt that she isn't as passionate about people with substance abuse issues as I am. That part we agree on completely. And we, as the article, and we passed the article Senator Geist referred to, I passed that out today so you can look at it. The World Herald did an article that might explain even better than I've tried to over the last several days what this is about. We agree on the need to address overcrowding. We agree on the importance of treatment for substance abuse. We agree on the importance for mental health. A third of these people they're on psychotropic medications. We agree on an awful lot. Here's where there is a difference. And that is that the things that are going to make a change, I offer ideas that are based on the data that we have here. And so to suggest that if we just did more programming at the Department of Corrections, if we had a more robust programming, the problem is illustrated with that notion, which is no one's going to take it. You can have the treatment, but no one's going to take it unless they are incentivized to parole out. So you give somebody a sentence of 10 to 10 or 9 to 10, and they're going to say, I'm not taking your drug treatment program. And that's why we keep talking about the jam-outs and the idea that we open that window of parole and it lets people, it incentivizes them to go through that very programming that Senator Geist and I both believe should be there. Good, strong, evidence-based programming. But to get them in there, they have to have an opportunity for parole. Otherwise, they just say, I'm not going to do this. And they jam out. And so preventing the jam out is allowing someone the opportunity to earn parole by going through the very program Senator Geist and I both agree should be robust, evidence-based, and available to the inmate. And so today I think it's important to talk about a data-driven solution, because it's not enough to say, well, if we do this, this might happen, because we don't have any data for that. And it's not that that's a bad idea, but if we're going to come to a solution on how to address overcrowding and and our skyrocketing rate of overcrowding, then we got to look at the data. And that's what the CJI process did. And I'm 100% behind having good
1 minute.
evidence-based quality care. Did you say time?
1 minute.
Thank you. I'm 100% behind that. But we have to give them an incentive to go through it. Otherwise, they'll just say, no, thanks. We have to stop looking at this like we're letting people out early and recognize that to get parole, they have to earn it. They have to do their programming. They have to behave while incarcerated. And whatever the period of time that parole shortens their term in the Department of Corrections is added to the time they are under supervision and they have services. And don't you want the guy that moves back from the Department of Corrections that lives next door to you to have gone through the treatment and to be followed? Maybe to have a little help from the state as they transition. That's the person that's going to be the neighbor you want.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Slama, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I rise today wholeheartedly in support of AM 2337. And I say that as a member of the Judiciary Committee. I've served there for 4 years, toured the facilities, and I've been raised around the prison issue. My grandma and aunt are prison nurses. I've had family members and friends work at TSEI, and I'm grateful for their service. So this is something I'm plugged into, which is why I'm so enthusiastic about Senator Geist's proposal, which is a white copy amendment that replaces the language of LB 920 with the consensus items reached by the CJI committee. It's responsible governance that maintains community safety. To be clear, without it, I do not support AM 2286 and LB 920. And here's your fair warning. If AM 2337 is not adopted to give us a workable starting place for negotiations, this bill will go the full 8 hours, and it does not have the votes to advance on a cloture vote. And here's the real tragedy of that, because I think it really is unfortunate that this is where we're at after 9 or so months of organizing and strategizing. The consensus items that Senator Geist has proposed in her amendment represent 80% of LB 920. That's 17 of 21 proposals. They're in there. It's a thoughtful bill in its own right, and I commend Senator Geist for her efforts, not only on this bill, but for her unfailing commitment to better understanding and addressing issues within our justice system. It really is an honor to serve with her on the Judiciary Committee. So 17 of 21 items, that's where we're at. We all agree on them, and I think they'd pass with at least 40 votes. However, we've already heard on the mic tonight that this 80% of LB 920 will do absolutely nothing to address our criminal justice system in Nebraska. If that is true, why are those 17 items included in LB 920? Are they not data-driven? And with that, and I have plenty of material to get into a few other issues on the mic, I'd like to go through the 17 of the 21 things in Senator Geist's bill. 1, establish a streamlined parole process for certain eligible individuals. Totally agree with that. Increase investment in assistant probation officer positions so you can provide direct support to probation officers supervising high-risk caseloads. Absolutely support that. Establish supportive housing programs for individuals on supervision in the community. Yep. Create statewide standards for the use of early probation discharge. Absolutely. Narrow broad sentencing ranges by tailoring punishments to specific levels of seriousness. Reduce jamming out releases. Fantastic. That's something we all agree on. I'm grateful Senator Lathrop brought that up and is open. We all support reducing jamming out. Increase education for stakeholders about young adults involved in the criminal justice system. Expand problem-solving courts. Improve reentry practices for those being released from prison. Remove the barrier of criminal conviction for individuals who are successful on supervision. Invest in tangible incentives to motivate compliance while in community supervision. Prioritize restitution to victims of crime. Increase state incentives for students in Nebraska pursuing careers in behavioral health to provide care in designated shortage areas across the state. Utilize county and district courts as physical access centers for virtual behavioral health treatment for individuals on community supervision. Expand the use of sentencing alternatives. Create statewide standards for diversion programs and reinvest funding into judicial districts to administer such programs.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appoint the working group to reconvene and review the implementation and fidelity of the reforms resulting from this effort. Colleagues, that's 17 of the 21 things contained in the original LB 920. We're hitting on some huge issues, reducing jam outs, expanding mental health services. All of these things are outstanding proposals included in AM 2337. So I am hopeful that we can greenlight AM 2337 to make LB 920 something that we can all agree on, something that maintains community safety. And when I'm on my next turn on the mic, I'll explain my doubts about why I think that's going to happen, because there is an incentive to adopt as many proposals as possible. So we'll follow the money on the next turn on my mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of LB 920 and AM 2286. I also was a member of the CJI task force. And going into that process, I said, and you can ask anybody, that are we meeting to meet or are we meeting to actually do something? And I said that because I didn't want to end up where we're at today, where we're still fighting to try to get something passed and nobody is agreeing. And honestly, it just feels like a waste of 9 months of my time. I'm just being clear. You know, I was sitting here thinking, I was listening to everybody talk, and it's like, I have the life experience. Over the interim, I visited a lot of facilities in our state, and I just would ask the body, raise your hand if you currently have a family member incarcerated in any facility in the state. Raise your hand if you have a friend incarcerated in any facility in the state. Raise your hand if you had to visit a parent as a child in these facilities in our state. Or if you have family waiting to be sentenced to one of these facilities in our state. This is real for me. This is a real issue that I have to deal with every day, that is just not a political game for me. It's not about getting this or getting that. This is a real life experience. I have people write me every day saying, Senator McKinney, can you help us out? Can you write a letter for me? Can you do this? Can you do that? A lot of y'all don't have to go home and deal with these issues, but I do. I've been living with these issues my whole life. And honestly, somebody came up to me today and was like, how far does 920 go? And I think 920 is a moderate approach to criminal justice reform. It's not even extreme when you think about it. For example, there was a bill passed by the federal feds in Congress, the First Step Act, that went further than 920, literally. And guess who voted for it? Deb Fisher, Don Bacon, Jeff Fortenberry, Adrian Smith. The only one that voted no was Ben Sass. And the person that signed it into law was Donald Trump. It went further than 920, and we're standing up saying it's gonna destroy the world, and it's not. We really have to think about things and really listen and do our due diligence when we think about these bills. We have to be real with ourselves. Do we really want change, or we still want to have the highest Black incarceration rate in the nation, one of the highest in the nation? Do we, or do we want to have the most overcrowded system in the nation? That's what's on the table this year. This is not politics. We're playing with lives. Do we want people to get programming? Do we want to help individuals transition properly back into society? Those are things we need to think about. And just saying you don't like something because you think it's going to destroy the world isn't true. It's individuals in the past have jammed out and did things that y'all don't like. But there's an option to give those individuals parole in hopes that they don't do horrible things. But people don't want to be open to it. We really have to think about this. Again, I repeat, there are Republican elected officials
One
that
minute.
voted for a bill that went further than 920 and are in Congress. This is not going to destroy the world. It is literally not. And we really have to think about that. And then we stand up and say we want to save money for the state. We want to be fiscally responsible, but we keep wasting money on the Department of Corrections and nothing has improved in years and it's getting worse. But we want to be fiscally responsible. We want to save the taxpayers' money, but we're wasting money. Make it make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Wishart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 920 and in opposition to AM 2337. AM 2337 just does not cut it for me. It does not get the results that I am looking for as not only a member of this legislature, but also a member of the Appropriations Committee. When Senator Lathrop came to me, and I believe he came with the same message to Chairman Sinner about the opportunity to work with legislative colleagues and CJI on a comprehensive overview of our state's correction system and how we could follow in the steps of other states that have worked with them successfully, and not only reduce the cost that we're spending on beds for correction, but also reduce crime. I said, sign me up, because on appropriations, colleagues, almost every single year that I have served on that committee, we have built beds to the tune of about 800. And now we're looking and staring at another correctional facility to replace an aging facility, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that doesn't even cut it. Because if we continue to increase our prison population at the rate we're doing, we're staring in the face over the next 20 years of at least $1 billion of taxpayer money funneling into a correction system. And Chairman Lathrop said to us, and he sat us down with CJI, and they walked us through an example of a state who, several years ago, was looking at building a new correctional facility, and they needed to figure out how many beds do we need to build, because they were replacing, this sounds very familiar, an aging correctional facility. The state is Utah, and they worked with CJI, and they worked with them and leaned in to this data-driven agency. They leaned into the process, and they went with the decisions that CJI said they should, and they're looking at building fewer beds in their replacement facility. This report, I don't know what would, this sells me, this page in this report right here. Actually, it's a number of pages. Look at Georgia. They went through the CJI, reduction in crime. South Carolina went through CJI, reduction in crime. Oregon went through CJI, reduction in crime. South Dakota went through CJI, reduction in crime. Mississippi went through CJI coaching, reduction in crime. Utah, reduction in crime. Let's go to violent crime. South Carolina, reduction in violent crime. Georgia, reduction in violent crime. Reduction in taxpayer dollars and reduction in crime. Why are we even thinking about not following in this data-driven approach? Because here's the great thing about numbers. They don't lie, colleagues. They don't. That's the wonderful thing about numbers. We have to start differentiating in this state between who we're afraid of and who we're very disappointed in. There are people who are currently within our correction system who are a threat to society, and they should absolutely serve time, and they should have to show a lot of proof that they're not going to be a threat to society before they get out. And I know for a fact there are people currently within our correction system who
1
are
minute.
exclusively a threat to themselves. We have to stop, we have to differentiate with a data-driven approach who we are afraid of and who we are mad at. There are people behind bars who need mental health support and need a path to sobriety. And a cement cell is not the best place for them, and it costs a whole lot of money. That's what the discussion's about, colleagues. And I really encourage you to listen to Senator McKinney, of all people. He knows more than anybody what we're talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Lathrop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to talk because this has become a talking point. There's 17 things that we agree on. Let's pass those. That will take care of it. Let's pass a consensus bill. And why are they here if they don't make a difference? That was the question asked by one of my colleagues, and I want to respond to that. So the process that took place after CJI shared all the data, we broke into 3 different groups. Those 3 different groups then said they each had sort of an assignment, an aspect of the criminal justice process that they were going to take a look at. And then they came back with ideas. So when the report was put together and I did 920, we didn't say, well, this is an idea that doesn't really move the needle, so we're going to leave it out. Out of respect for people who participated, and I'm sure that these recommendations came to the larger group by people who believed that they were a piece of the puzzle that we're trying to solve tonight. No question about it. And I don't question the sincerity of the people that brought these ideas forward or their belief that they're important. That's a given. The problem is that they don't change the problem that we are addressing, which is overcrowding. They don't change the trajectory of our population growth. It doesn't make them bad ideas. It doesn't make them silly. But because there are 17 of them, that doesn't make them a majority of the solution. They represent like a 4% difference in our population trajectory. If we added them all up, it doesn't get it done. So the fact that there is a large number of items that don't make a consequential difference doesn't make that the heart and soul of this bill. It is those things that actually affect the sentence length, how long someone is at the Department of Corrections. And again, shortening a sentence by paroling somebody means that they have earned it and they will be supervised, as opposed to becoming your neighbor. 95% of these people are getting out. We're going to solve this problem, and it is a problem if you don't want to get into a place or leave this place on a path where they need to spend $1 billion on facilities and tens of millions of dollars operating them, then we need to address this trajectory. And we have an opportunity through the work of this group, from the work of the folks that came here to help us out and tell us what our data shows, and from Nebraskans who came up with the ideas that are now found in that report and in LB 920 in the committee amendment. I'm struck as I listen to the conversation today. I know the Health Committee passed a bill that said we're going to bring in an outside consultant to help us sort out child welfare. I think we passed 2 bills. I can't remember what the other one is. We were going to bring in outside consultants to help us understand something so that we can fix it. And today we are dismissing the work of the very people we brought in to help us and point us in the right direction.
1 minute.
Our approach can't be based upon hope. It can't be based upon an idea or a hunch. Because if you have a hunch, if there was an idea that percolated to the top, it's been studied and its effect on our trajectory has been charted. If we don't provide a parole opportunity, these people will never take programming. They will never participate in anger management, violence reduction, sex offender treatment, and substance abuse treatment. The very things we want them to do as they earn their parole that will lead to community supervision. We have to be driven. We have to find the solution in the data. We have to find that solution. Everything else is hoping. We've been down hope.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Sorry about that. I was in the back talking to Senator Kavanaugh. Thank you, Mr. President. I've spent a lot of time since becoming a state senator working on issues dealing with our youth rehabilitation and treatment centers. In that time that I've spent, I have become more knowledgeable about our youth involvement in the criminal justice system, and I have had the privilege of working with Republicans and Democrats to find solutions to some of these issues. I bring this up because while I have done a lot of work on the YRTCs, I have done far less work on issues that are seen in LB 920. So I hope I will be able to do on this bill. So I hope to be able to ask some questions and just learn. So with that, I was hoping Senator Lathrop may yield to some questions.
Senator Lathrop, will you yield?
I would be happy to.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop.
Certainly.
How many recommended changes are there in this bill?
In the bill or the amendment that Senator Geist has filed?
Let's deal with your bill.
Okay, so we have the bill, and the committee amendment has some of the recommendations. Senator Lowe did not require legislation. So informing the judiciary or educating the judiciary or stakeholders on the development of the brain in emerging adults, that's one of those examples. We have 21 recommendations, and some of those do not require or are not found in the bill. I think they may be a couple in number, 2 or 3. Pardon me, 4. Oh, I'm sorry. It's dark in here and I'm having trouble seeing Josh Henningsen, but 3.
Okay, thank you very much. I've had people talk to me about this bill, and they have mentioned that there are elements of this bill that are consensus items and those that are non-consensus items. How many of these changes are consensus items and how many are non-consensus items?
That's a difficult question. I'm going to answer it this way. So preventing jam outs is a consensus item. Everybody in the room wants to prevent jam outs. When we take that consensus item and turn it into a proposal, broadening the range so that people have a earlier opportunity or a larger window for parole, then it becomes a non-consensus item. I don't know another way to effectuate that consensus item of preventing jam outs, having somebody that was used a gun or caused a serious injury to somebody in an assault, how we have that person prevent a jam out other than opening the window and allowing them the opportunity to earn their way into parole. Then that's where the rub comes in. That's where when you start to affect the sentences, which is the only way to change our numbers, when you start to affect those sentences, that's when we get into well, now we're letting people out early.
1 minute.
And it's not really letting people out early so much as providing them with an opportunity to earn parole, after which they would be followed for a period of time and accountable to somebody. So it's a little bit of a difficult question to answer because that concept of preventing jam outs, everyone agreed on. And I know of no other way to prevent jam outs than to say, let's incentivize that person with an opportunity to earn parole and be followed on parole. But Senator Lowe, I appreciate your engagement in the issue and your question.
All right. Thank you, Senator Lathrop.
Thank you, Senator Lowe and Senator Lathrop. Senator McCollister, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. And I want to salute Senator Geis for her engagement on this issue. I know she didn't feel well the last couple of days. I know exactly how she feels, but she's been involved, and I'm grateful for that. In terms of the bills, I support LB 920, AM 2286, and I oppose AM 2337. 2337 just does not move the needle, doesn't get us anywhere, and we definitely need to do that. Well, it's the duty of Nebraska, our cities and counties, to protect the citizens. So what we do here today and perhaps next week, we should keep that in mind. Public safety is paramount. You may know that I've mentioned it often, I worked at the Platt Institute under Pete Ricketts, and we became interested in criminal justice reform because many of the free market think tanks, particularly the ones in Texas, were embracing this very thing. They're able to close prisons and without reducing public safety. We would also engage with free market think tanks in the East Coast. So this is a process that works. We took up LB 605 in 2015, and we adopted many of the recommendations that occurred in that report. But I contend we did not go far enough. And I think as a result, we've seen the prison population balloon in Nebraska. So last December, or in 2020, in December of 2020, I convened a group of about 20 senators, including Senator Linehan, Senator Geis. In fact, Senator Geis was the vice chair, and we brought in some of the think tanks that work on this particular issue. Issues like, think tanks like ALEC, American Legislative Exchange Council. We also brought in CSG. We also brought in CJI, and we discussed this issue. And I think that it was a precursor to what we ended up with the process that the committee just was involved with. When we think of criminal justice reform, it's a matter of risk and reward. But I contend with 35 states engaging in criminal justice reform that the risk is mitigated by the number of states that have actually undergone this process. What do we know for sure? State of Nebraska is responsible for public safety in conjunction with counties and cities. Nebraska has the most overcrowded prison system in the entire country. 35 states have undergone criminal justice reform with success without sacrificing public safety. Nebraska is responsible to maintain a viable prison, and the prison we have is overcrowded and 100 years old. So definitely, I agree that we need a new prison. No question about that. What else do we know? Long-term crime rates are down. Long-term crime rates are down at a time when Nebraska's putting more people in prison. I've mentioned many times in 1980, we had 1,400 prisoners in our system. But then we convinced ourselves that we needed to get tough with crime. 3
1
strikes,
minute.
you're out. Throw away the keys, that kind of thing. What really blows my mind is what Senator McKinney said, that the Trump administration enacted prison reform far above what we're doing here in Nebraska. And I think if we simply emulated that process and adopted some of those policies, we'd be far better off than we are likely to produce. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McCollister. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And well, I rise in support of LB 920 and AM 2286. And I honestly don't know what all's in AM 2337 yet. So I'm going to talk, I'll look at it in between, and I'll talk generally about some of the issues that I, as I see them and as I think are important. So one of the things that, has jumped out at me about this whole process is, for the most part, the changes are not going to change. They're not sentencing changes. They are changes in sort of sentencing ranges and changes in some programming and things like that, that I think are very modest and reasonable. There's 2 things that would actually change some conduct, current conduct, into a different offense level if this were enacted. One such change is under burglary. So currently, burglary would be a 2A felony, which carries 0 to 20 years. And that's for everything, no matter whether you break into a storage shed, so unoccupied outdoor sort of shed, break into a house that is somebody sleeping in bed at night, or into an office of some sort when nobody's there. All of those are treated the same under the current law. And so that is under the suggestion, the CJI recommendations, what they found other places have done is they've separated out those sorts of conduct into different levels of offenses. And so the suggestion would be leaving burglary of an occupied dwelling, or of an occupied dwelling as a 2A felony, so still carry the 0 to 20 years. Then there'd be second-degree burglary, which would be of an occupied non-dwelling, so office of some sort when somebody's there, would be a class 3 felony. And then burglary of an unoccupied non-dwelling. So like I said, a storage shed, or one example of a concession stand at like a Little League field. I played Little League in a place called Westgate in Omaha, and it's in between the interstate and the creek, and it's in a very hard to find place. And we had a shed that was a standalone shed made out of cinder blocks, and you'd run up there afterwards and get your what's it called, snow cone or ice cream sandwich or something. And so if somebody breaks into that to steal an ice cream sandwich right now, after the baseball games are all gone and everybody leaves for the night, somebody breaks the lock on that and goes inside, that's class 2A felony under the current statute. Under this suggestion, that would be a class 3A felony. Class 3A felony carries a penalty of 0 to 3 years with mandatory post-release supervision, which is this automatically people don't jam out. That's a result of the LB 605 that Senator McCollister just talked about. And so that would treat that conduct that though we still want to discourage, still treats it as a felony. Breaking into the ice cream shack at a Little League baseball field after hours is still a felony, but is not a class 2 felony, 2A felony. And so it corrects a wide sentencing disparity. It takes a more reasonable approach and actually reflects, the penalty actually reflects the seriousness and the harm of the offense, which is something that we should seek to do with all of our sentencing ranges and all of our penalties, is that the penalty itself should actually reflect the harm to society, the damage caused, and the moral culpability sort of thing. So that's one of the things it seeks to do. We should look for other places to do that, to make sure that our sentencing ranges actually reflect those things. And that kind
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. That also goes for the possession of a controlled substance less than a half a gram, making it a class 1 misdemeanor. We all think illicit drug use is bad for you. It's bad. It is a crime. We discourage it, and we want people to get help when they have a problem. But it is not the type of conduct that rises to the level, at least in the first offense, or such a small personal use amount, that rises to the level of something that we want to incarcerate someone in prison for, that someone should go to prison for. We don't think people should go to prison for this. So we should not keep it as a felony offense. If something's a felony, that means we believe people should go to prison. It has a lot of these other things that we've talked about. There are a lot of other ancillary consequences to having a felony charge, and I'll talk about those in a little bit. But it means fundamentally that we think someone should go to prison for this conduct, and having less than a half a gram of methamphetamine is not the type of conduct that we think someone should go to prison for. And our laws should reflect that.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again, colleagues. Nebraska, I am very proud to be in our body tonight. Rarely have I been in this body and heard so little extra noise. Nebraska is taking this question very seriously. I am so pleased to see how many people are engaged in this conversation. When there are conversations, they are quiet, usually off to the side, and they are about the topic which we are discussing. I am so pleased to be in the body tonight. When I was last on the mic, I was talking to you about page 5 of the 2022 mandatory discharge report with the highlighting that the pages have distributed to you. And I noted again for you that in 2022, and I want to make sure, actually this was the 2021 numbers, that you saw that in just 1 year, we released 70 people who had a high risk of violence, property, or drugs directly in a jam out. And we released 85 people with a high risk for violence. Those people are back on the streets. They are next door to you. They're swimming in the same public pool that your kids are swimming in. And I am so grateful that the committee came together and said, we want to reduce jam outs, because this is the public safety concern that I am terrified of. Every night that I serve on the Judiciary Committee, I go home and I think, if we didn't do the right thing, what if someone jams out because of our policies and they go and they kill someone? I'm terrified of that. Jam outs are dangerous, and I'm so gratified to hear that everyone agrees and that we all agree that we should reduce them. My fear, colleagues, is that there is a difference between wanting to reduce jam outs and actually reducing jam outs. And the only way that I know how to reduce jam outs is to make people who are not terribly incentivized to want to make themselves better in and of itself. Remember, these are the class 1, class 2, and class 2A felons primarily that are jamming out. These folks do not have a history of being particularly inside of our social norms. And we want to prevent them from staying that way by rehabilitating them. We have to find a way to incentivize them and then help them get back in the community safely. They will be in the community. They will be in that pool swimming with your 5-year-old. We want them to be safe. And the way we do that is we help them to be rehabilitated and we give them someone to be responsible for. Colleagues, you may not know this, but the parole eligibility date moving that date does not mean anyone will get out a day sooner than under current law unless the parole board says this person is ready. And then when they get out, they are supervised until their jam out date.
1 minute.
They will have someone asking, where have you been? What have you done? Checking their sobriety. That's the supervision that we're talking about. That's the supervision we want, because when someone is released from prison, there's a lot of differences that happen in their life in that day inside and then the next day when they're outside. It's a lot for anyone to adjust to. And now imagine someone who has shown a propensity in the past to violate social norms. I'm a little concerned if we don't have someone watching them and helping them to figure out things like, how do I get a place to live? Okay, now I've done that. How do I pay my electric bill on time? These are things they haven't done the entire time while they were in prison. They need to have somebody
Time.
kind of,
Time,
thank you,
Senator.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Geist, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I actually appreciate the words that Senator, I'm sorry, Wendy, my brain just went poof. Senator DeBoer said, one of the things that we agree on, one of our consensus items was discussing jam outs. And part of the jam out solution that's written into 2886 is the 50% rule, which was not a part of the CJI recommendations. So Senator Lathrop is right in the sense of we did all agree that we want to prevent jam outs, but we just have a different philosophy of how to get there. One of the things that we had negotiated through was adding LB 1004, which was from 2 years ago, a bill that would have mandated a 2-year probation period at the end of sentences, and you would have to have at least a 4-year sentence for this to apply. So that was what I thought was meeting in the middle, but evidently that negotiation isn't occurring right now. So one thing I would say is that in all of this, something that hasn't been addressed that's just irked me from day one is when an inmate walks into our correctional facilities, let's say they've been sentenced to 10 to 20 years. They walk in, their sentence is really 5 to 10 years because we have automatic good time. CJI even addressed this in our report and talked about that being more of a sanction than an incentive because it's passed out to everyone, it's not earned, and it can be taken away. Therefore, it can be used as a stick, and the carrot part of it kind of falls flat because everybody gets it. South Carolina is the state that has the lowest recidivism rates of anyone in the country. What they've done is made good time earned. Novel idea, and I think a great idea. Why don't we ask something of people to earn good time? I talked about this a few days ago. That gives dignity to the inmate. It also gives them a sense of control over their sentence. So if you could earn good time, 3 days a month, for having a report that you've not had any bad behavior, you're getting your GED, you're going to your treatment classes, all of those things would accrue to help you earn time against your sentence, rather than giving out something that's, one, obviously not appreciated, and two, can be used as a sanction and therefore viewed by the inmate as something that's corrective or punitive, which is not a word that people like using in judicial reform circles right now. But having them earn time gives dignity. So it's just a different way of looking at it. But hey, it works, obviously, because in South Carolina, they've lowered their recidivism rates. And that's one way to lower population. It takes a while. You're not letting a
minute.
lot of people out all at once, but you are making their lives better because you're keeping them from coming back. What I submit we need is a total reform of our sentencing structure. Maybe we eliminate good time. But if we don't, and there's other things that Senator DeBoer and I agree on, supervision needs to be added. To our high-level incarcerated people, why not supervise them to the maximum of their sentence? If they're sentenced 10 to 25 years and they jam out at 10, then put them on supervision until 25 years is up. But for our high-level offenders who jam out, there needs to be more oversight. The state needs to
Time,
take more
Senator.
responsibility. Did you say time?
Time, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Geis. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to yield my time to Senator Lathrop.
Senator Lathrop, 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. I want to talk about good time. So when I was here, by the way, you should know I've talked to some judges too. I know a lot of them. And when they impose a sentence, they know that good time is baked into the number. If they want somebody to spend 7 years there, they give them 14. That's just, I think Senator Wayne talked about this yesterday. That's just the way it is. A judge isn't surprised or having something taken from them when they impose a sentence. They know if I want this person to spend this much time, I'm going to make it twice as much, and the good time will allow them to get out when I want them to get out. This concept of earned good time comes up when these conversations start. It actually came up in my prior service. Governor Heineman brought it up, actually. He said, I think people ought to be doing good time. A speech not dissimilar from Senator Geis' remarks, in that criticized the current good time system and said it should be earned. The problem, and the person who said this is a really bad idea, was a county attorney in Lancaster County, and here's why. If you have to earn good time, then what's that look like? Besides behaving yourself, which is what they have to do now. But if it's participating in programming, but you can't get into it, guess what they do? They sue because they can't get into the programming because it's not available, they don't have the workforce for whatever reason. And so earned good time actually results in litigation by the inmates, and it was an idea floated by the previous administration and opposed by the county attorneys, or at least the one that came and testified on the topic. But it's interesting to talk about earned good time, because when we talk about somebody being parole eligible sooner, it is something they have to earn. They earn that parole by doing certain things, participating in programming, behaving themselves. The very thing that would be the foundation of an earned good time is exactly what we talk about when we talk about people having the opportunity with a window to become parole eligible and earn parole. It's the same concept. And now I want to go back to the idea of a consensus item being preventing jam outs. These are the only ideas that have been offered. There are no other offers. There are no other ideas. So my ask tonight is, if you have a way to prevent jam outs, let's hear it. Let's see if the data supports it. But the practical side of that is there's only one way to do it, and that's to open a window so people will go through this. While I was waiting to speak, I looked at the statute on what are we talking about? What kind of crimes are these people who are jamming out a Class 1B felony, sexual assault of a child, sexual assault of a child in the second or third degree with a prior conviction, sexual assault of a child in the second or third degree with prior sexual assault convictions, criminal conspiracy to commit murder in the second degree, second sexual assault of a child in the first degree, murder of an unborn child, knowingly, intentionally manufacturing, distributing, delivering, dispensing, possessing drugs.
1 minute.
1B felonies, possessing a firearm while violating a prohibition, knowingly, intentionally manufacturing, distributing, dispensing with the intent to distribute crack, knowing or intentionally manufacturing heroin. These are the kinds of people that you want to be supervised when they come out. These are the very people you want to go through programming before they are released. Do you want these people to go straight from prison with no programming and become your neighbor or return to your community? That's the issue. And the only offers, the only ideas that have been tendered are the ones we're talking about tonight.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Bostelman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I yield my time to Senator Geist.
Senator Geist, 455.
Thank you, Senator Bostelman. And gosh, I would say that we have been in negotiations most of the week, and some other things have been floated that are not up on the board here. So I think we're talking on two different planes, because we do have some other things out there that we have agreed upon, I thought, but maybe we're not to that point. So I just want to respond to a couple of things. It keeps being said that my amendment doesn't move the needle. It doesn't change anything. And I know that CJI scored that, but you have to understand that CJI gets compensated on the number of things that we pass. So it's in their best interest to score mine lower, because there are fewer recommendations listed in there, for one thing. The other is, how do we know? What business is there out in this environment right now that scores treatment, that scores focusing on recidivism? Who is incentivized to do that? There isn't a company that does that. I would say we've never tried it, so how do we know? How do we know it won't work? Also, for the public out there, I know my colleagues have heard me say this before, but overcrowded should not mean over-incarcerated. We have too small of facilities in the state of Nebraska for the population, period. We are 36th in the number of incarcerations per 100,000. So just because we have an overcrowding emergency doesn't mean that we over-incarcerate our people. Since CSG was here in 2015, our probation numbers have gone up 70%. Why is that? I'll tell you. It's because we put the right people on probation, like those low-level drug offenders that I was talking about earlier, and we have the right people who are incarcerated. Now, someone's going to push back and say, but I know someone who shouldn't be there. That may be the case. But broadly, we are doing a lot right in our state. You can look across the country, and from 2019 to 2022, arrests, murders, crime is through the roof. In our state, it's down. Do you know that our state was better going in with CJI than most states are coming out. We are doing a lot right in this state. We aren't perfect, and I'm not here to say we are perfect. We have a lot of work we can do. And I'm willing to do that work. I have 2 years left here, and this is going to be my focus.
1 minute.
But I'm also not convinced that changing sentences and lowering penalties is the way to go. We have a philosophical disagreement, and that's where we are. But I would also say that the state of Nebraska is doing a lot of things right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Senator Hilgers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. This is my first time on the mic on this particular bill. I think the conversation's been good. I appreciate the dialogue so far on the floor this morning or this evening. And I wanted to, in sort of pursuit of some of these facts and digging in a little bit deeper, I had some questions for Senator Arch, and then I had some questions for Senator Lathrop. So would Senator Arch yield to a couple questions?
Senator Arch, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Arch. So I heard most of what you said earlier during the debate, and specifically on LR 409, and I heard you reference a few statistics. So maybe we could just unpack that for a second. So you referenced LR 409. Can you just reiterate repeat the import of that to this conversation this evening?
Yes, LR 409, our HHS interim study is specifically directed, and I say it's a small bite of the apple, but it's specifically directed to those who are incarcerated waiting for treatment to restore competency for trial. There was a bill that was introduced into the Judiciary Committee this year regarding, do we have enough beds in the Lincoln Regional Center? And I believe that the number was 30, and I think that the discussion was around 60 in need of additional mental health beds necessary to restore competency. So the interim study is to address, not necessarily specifically to how many additional beds do we need at the Lincoln Regional Center, but rather what is the plan for taking these inmates, to taking these people in corrections and helping them restore competency for trial. So that specific is LR 409. I might, if I could add just one other thing, and that is that we have an issue in mental health regarding.
Senator Arch, do you mind if I just interrupt you briefly? Because I want to ask Senator Lathrop a few questions. I apologize. You referenced the reduction, a potential reduction from 30%, maybe by 5 percentage points. Could you just describe that briefly?
So recidivism was what I was addressing there. I just asked Senator Lathrop, what percent of people are going to come out of the prison and back into society? And he quoted 95%. So we have a 30% recidivism rate within 3 years of those people who are coming out and returning back into the correction system. That's what I think is when Senator Geist talks about treatment, that I think is what should be focused on, reducing that recidivism. 5% reduction of that 30% rate would be a significant help to our overcrowding issue.
Thank you, Senator Arch. I don't have a lot of time left. Thank you for those answers. Would Senator Lathrop yield to a question?
Senator Lathrop, will you yield?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Lathrop. So one of the focus of my questions is just to understand maybe a couple different points on modeling outcomes. So I think I read, and I might have been in the newspaper article attached to the materials. And by the way, colleagues, if you haven't had the chance, Senator Lathrop circulated, I think, a very helpful packet of materials that should be on your desk. And one of I think the stat I heard was if all of the reforms of the CJI report recommendations are implemented, was it 1,000 bed reduction over the next 8 years? Is that right?
That's the 5th page on the handout. There's a graph that shows our population projections and what the 920 amendment would do. And then in contrast, the yellow line, if you can see it this late at night and without a good light source, is the projections on the Geist amendment.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that, for orienting me there. Now you talked about the model. I looked through the CJI report. Is part of the report? Is it an addendum somewhere? Is there an appendix that has the modeling, or is it just this is the outcome of the model on page 5?
1 minute.
what they modeled is not the report, but the bill, LB 920.
And that is reflected in page 5.
That's it.
Okay, I only have a few seconds left. So I oriented you to this table that you included, which I think actually is a helpful table with the various recommendations. And I wanted to ask you, the last column, this bed impact, major, minimum, minimal, moderate. Can you sort of describe what that might mean if you were to try to quantify?
Best we can do, and this would be based upon CJI's experience. So we tried to develop a chart to give people sort of the lay of the land. I asked them, what effect would this have on our population projections? Some of them, it's nominal. Some of them, it's consequential. And so that's reflected in the column on the far right.
And does that tie into some number range? You know, major might be 300 beds or
It
something
really
like that, or is
isn't.
it
It's just their experience with
Time,
having done this
senators.
in other states.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilgers, Senator Arch, and Senator Lathrop. Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening again, colleagues. I rise today still opposed to LB 920 and AM 2286 without the adoption of Senator Geist's amendment, which again includes 80% of the original text in LB 920, 80% to address issues like jamming out and increasing mental health care. Senator Geist's approach is absolutely data-driven. Now, let's talk about numbers here because, like members of the Judiciary Committee, I love data. And here's a fact that I want everyone here to hear tonight. The state of Nebraska, on average, imprisons 289 people for every 100,000 in our population. This number is significantly lower than the national rate. We're in the top 15 for lowest imprisonment rate in the country. Let me repeat that. Nebraska imprisons far fewer people than the national average. We don't need to free the felons and tie the hands of our justice system in doing so. Just for everyone listening tonight, the acronyms, JRI stands for Justice Reinvestment Initiative. It's a public-private partnership that includes CJI, which is the Crime and Justice Institute, who conducted their analysis of Nebraska's system. And here's another thing that I want the body to hear, and it's an expose published by Nebraska Sunrise News, March 8th of this year, entitled Crime and Justice in Nebraska, Part 1. And I'm on page 5 here with my quote. This time around, the Crime and Justice Institute handles the nuts and bolts part of the deal. The state is not obligated to enact all or any of the recommended policies, but CJI isn't content with just laying their report on the desks of lawmakers and walking away. A key element of continued funding for CJI is determined by how many recommendations they succeed in lobbying. I'll just step away from the column here to let everyone know that CJI, the data collection group, has hired a lobbyist. The data collection, supposedly neutral group, has hired a lobbyist to push some of these initiatives on the body. Back to the article. They have less CJI employees on the ground in Nebraska, actively coordinating efforts to ensure passage. And again, stepping away from the article, they've bought a lot of people dinner. Their chosen legislative vehicle this time is LB 920, introduced by Senator Steve Lathrop, chair of the Judiciary Committee and leading advocate for judicial reinvestment. Despite marked diversity in state populations, demographic and geographic factors, along with socioeconomic and political drivers, CJI nonetheless recommends exactly the same set of 31 possible reforms to each state they analyze. A careful review of the data suggests that Nebraska went into the JRI process, which we went through with this and LB 605, in better shape than other participants have emerged from it. Apart from prison overcrowding, Nebraska's before picture is better than everyone else's after picture. Our recidivism rate is among the nation's lowest, running at about half the national average. Looking again to the top 10 states with the highest recidivism rates, we find that JRI participants who implemented more suggested reforms had proportionally worse results than those who implemented fewer. So you're getting worse results if you implement more reforms. States who have followed JRI's advice, including Nebraska, have not realized the promised benefits. Actual results have fallen far below JRI projections. As
1
stated
minute.
earlier, thank you, Mr. President, if JRI projections don't pan out, neither do the promised savings. We've got a lot of charts on our desk here, colleagues, and they're all charts that went around during LB 605. This is what will happen to our prison populations if only we pass this to lessen our sentences. And that didn't pan out. So we're sitting here just a few years later with, very colorful charts, but just like with LB 605, they don't line up because you're only as good as your data, and this data was collected with a very specific outcome and set of recommendations in mind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again in support of LB 920. Again, I will repeat that the state of Nebraska has the 10th highest Black incarceration rate in the country. Is that right? Is that okay? We have a disproportionate amount of individuals that are Black, Latino, Native American, Asian inside of our prisons. Is that okay? I don't know. I'm just curious. And I'm also curious, how do we reduce jam outs if we don't do 50% or 60%? How do we reduce jam outs? I'm asking this because this is a genuine question that I would like answered sometime tonight since we'll be here late. How do we reduce jam outs? Secondly, how do we stop overcharging individuals with substance abuse with felonies? I will never understand the philosophy of charging an individual with an addiction with a felony. From my experience, I'm sticking to my experience, I've dealt with family members that were addicted to drugs, heavy drugs, and they were in and out of jail, and charging them with crimes didn't help. It's still people in my family still in and out of jail and been on crack for my whole life. Charging them with a felony didn't help. How do we deal with the unequal usage of consecutive sentences, which actually happens more in rural Nebraska? How do we deal with that? I would like a solution. How do we deal with an aging population? Individuals that are walking around literally in our state prisons on walkers and wheelchairs. How do we deal with that? Which is an added cost for the state. We also didn't pass all of the suggestions in LB 605. I'm just here tonight hoping if we're going to have this conversation, there will be individuals that get on the mic that offer solutions. We're never going to get to agreement if we keep saying this is bad, this is good, this is bad, this is good. Let's start talking about solutions. Since we all have to sit here tonight, please get on the mic and offer a solution, a counter to the 50% rule, to the consecutive sentences, a counter to the misdemeanor possessions. Let's offer solutions if we're going to have this conversation and we're all passionate about it. It's no use to stand up or sit on the sidelines and keep saying, I don't like this is horrible, or I think this is great. We all have to find a middle. None of us are going to walk away from this saying we all got what we wanted. But if we just stand up and say this is bad and it's going to destroy the world, or this is good and this is going to make the world better, we're never going to find a solution and it's never going to work. So when we stand up from here on out, I hope people stand up and talk about solutions to this issue. Because if we're not going to stand up and talk about solutions, let's adjourn for the night and it's just a waste of time, which it seems like this whole process has been. Are we really trying to change our criminal justice system, which is overcrowded, which has the 10th highest, which we have the 10th highest Black incarceration rate? Black people are overly populated in our state prisons. And I don't know, am I going to come to the conclusion that prisons are just for Black people? If it's not, let's find solutions. It's no use to keep arguing and using jargon and all this other stuff. Let's stand up and talk about solutions. This is all a waste of time if we're not going to find solutions. It's a waste of meat if we're
1
not going to
minute.
talk about solutions. Stand up and counter with solutions. If you don't have solutions, what's the reason for us talking and having this debate? It's all a waste of time. Stand up and offer solutions. If not, why are we talking? We need to find a deal, hopefully. If not, it's just literally a waste of time, a waste of a year, and we still have an overcrowded prison, and it's just bad. Let's find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator McKinney, for your, it's not even remarks, right? It's beyond frustrating that we're in this situation. You talked about African-American incarceration rates, Latino incarceration rates. The thing that frustrates me the most isn't that this is not a black or white issue in terms of yes or no. It's that every time I'm sitting in the Appropriations Committee, every single time that we look at the budget for the last 6 years, we have invested so much into the corrections budget. Every time, every request. And the reason we do it is because, one, we care about safety. We care about our staff. We want to make sure they have the tools that they need. But every single time, we've always heard, and I've sat next to Senator McKinney in some of these meetings from corrections, that they're not going to take a stance on policy that's actually going to reduce what is coming into the system. It's probably the part that's the most frustrating. I'm going to be short on this just because I want us to get to a place where we can agree. But when we're just negotiating, and then when I look at the numbers, we're basically saying we want to spend a significant amount more on our correction system, and we are okay with that continuing to grow no matter what. And we should be doing everything we can to reduce that number. And I don't understand why that's not the conversation point. Not, can we agree on these reforms or these reforms, but more, and I support 920, because I know how much we spend on corrections, and I know how much we're going to spend 10 years from now. And we won't be here. So that's the part that frustrates me the most. Because just from a fiscal way of viewing this, we are spending way too much. And we've always said yes. If nothing changes on the incoming, I don't know what we're going to do. With that, I'll yield the remainder of my time to Senator DeBoer.
Senator DeBoer, 2 minutes 20.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. I think we're all sort of honing in on the question, I want to keep my community safe. How should we do this? Colleagues, I don't want us to get caught up in the percentage of text. That's one thing I don't want us to do. I think that 80% of text similarity doesn't mean 80% of the impact similarity. So I understand the point, it's well taken, but I do think perhaps the impact might not be the same as the number of the same words. There are two questions I want to ask, and I had asked Senator Geist if she would be willing to yield to some questions.
Senator Geist, will you yield?
I would.
Senator Geist, I appreciate so much your participating in this conversation. You said it earlier on the microphone that you have a plan for getting jam outs down that maybe aren't part of what are in either the amendments or something. What can you speak to some of those issues?
It's actually not my plan.
1 minute.
It was Senator Lathrop's bill 2 years ago. It was LB 1004. And what it did is it mandated at 2 years probation on the backside of sentences, so that, or parole. I'm
Parole.
sorry, it's probably
It was parole.
2 years so that an inmate would be incentivized to do programming. That was passed by the body 2 years ago, short session in the 106th legislature. I believe it was pocket vetoed by the governor.
That's right.
And, but something that we can agree on.
I appreciate your saying that. That is something that I was a strong supporter of. I think that might have been before you were on judiciary, but in
It
the
was,
committee,
yeah.
that was when I was there, but a little bit before you got on. And
Time, Senator. Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Geist. Senator Stinner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I have not spoken very often on this. Certainly during the budget process, I seldom spoke on prison overcrowding and what we should be doing about it. I don't like filibustering my own bills. But that doesn't mean that I'm not passionate, that I haven't been intimately involved in this process. I can tell you 8 years ago, 2014, when I came in, prison overcrowding was 150 to 160 overcrowding. 8 years later, 808 beds later, we're 155. Now, for me, as a business person, we got a problem. You can talk about all these facts that we don't incarcerate as many people as other states. I don't care. The fact of the matter is you're under an emergency declaration. Worst in the country. And all we want to talk about is replacing a prison? Are you kidding me? You know, when the governor popped up and said, hey, I want to replace the prison because we've got money, what did? We put some money aside for it. And we put some more money aside for the replacement. We know we have to do something, but there was a group of us, some for judiciary, some from appropriations. And we said, you know, we need a plan. We need to have a strategy. That's what this is all about. We got to get to that 125 or certainly driven under 140. So we did put together a small little tiny plan, a sliver of a plan. We had that 96 beds that they could build out. And that was the original plan. That was a Dewberry plan that I looked at in 2014. And that's for mental health and geriatrics. We need it. I don't know what they'll use it for once they build it because they seem to repurpose stuff. But that would bring the number down. We talked about a halfway back house. We talked about community custody beds. We had kind of a plan to get us somewhere close, and we're trying to reach that. But that's a build, folks. That's a build. And, you know, this chart that Senator Lathrop keeps referring to, just do the math. Do the math. You're going to build something that's going to cost you $270 million of taxpayer money. And I said, you know, when you're doing stuff like that, look out 20 years, plan. Well, I'm looking at a chart and I'm planning and I'm saying, holy buckets. And all we're talking about is a prison of 270,000 or 270 million. But look, 700 and you're 1,300 beds in 10 years behind just to get to the 125. That gets you to the minimum. That doesn't get you to design build. So let's go. Let's do the math. 1,500 beds, 1,500 beds, 1,500 beds in 10 years. That's 3 times. So let's put away $710 million right now, because that's the size of prison you're going to have to build to fit your 10-year projections. Now, I'll take you out if you don't want to do anything else on these reforms. Go 150 people a year. That's 1,500 beds. 1,500 beds. That's another prison. 20 years out, you're going to build 4 prisons of almost the same size. Now, how does that fit you? Now, do you want to get serious about reforms or not? You know, explain that to your constituents when you get home. We haven't had the courage. 605 was supposed to be a fix. And thank God we did some things in 605. You know, we got these specialty courts. If you've ever been there, they're wonderful. We'd probably have another 1,000 prisoners if we didn't do that. You know, we talk about safety, keeping the public safe. That's our number one ambition. How about our workers? How about the inmates? You're an emergency declaration, folks, and nobody seems to care. I can't get the governor to come and say, hey, we got to do something. He won't move. He wants to soft on crime. This isn't soft on crime, for crying out loud. These are reforms that were put in other states. They're tested. There's evidence-based. Now, are they all right? Hell, I don't know. I'm not that smart. But I am going to take it from the
Time,
experts,
Senator.
and that's who we hired. Am I out of time?
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Senator Pansing Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have some more questions for Senator Geist, if she would, please.
Senator Geist, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Geist. So I'm looking at the Senator Lathrop handed out a big packet, including, and on the front page there were 3 colored lines showing the projected population.
Okay.
So at the very back is an article that is from, I think, the Lincoln Journal-Star or Omaha World Herald. And then just before that is a graph, and then there's a page of the things that you removed in your amendment. So I'd like to talk, and that's available for everybody to look at. So it's right before, it's at the end, and the article is after it, and so is one graph. So what I'm wondering is, there were consensus policies such as creating statewide standards for diversion programs that you took out and did not include. Why was that?
Like I said earlier, I took out some of the things that were consensus items because I figured I was going to have to negotiate.
Okay,
And
so that's fine. So you took that out, and you took out tailoring offenses, tailoring punishment to seriousness for low-level theft offenses. You took out narrowing broad sentencing ranges for burglary offenses, and also reducing the jamming out releases.
exactly. Yep.
So if you take those are what I would call meaty and I think meaty policies that could make a difference in our numbers and what's going on.
Right.
What kind of meaty policies do you believe are in your amendment other than creating another task force and some pilot studies?
Well, there is a pilot study that I think is very meaningful. And one of those is adding an assistant probation officer to current probation officers that oversee high-risk offenders. One of the things that we're seeing across the state is that probation officers have very high caseloads, and especially.
But we already know that.
Right, but what we're doing is giving them help. So
yeah, we're going to hire somebody to help make sure to tell us that all they're going to do is come back and tell us they need more people.
Exactly.
But
Which
we
if
already
our
know.
probation numbers are up 70%, we probably do need more people.
Yeah, so why do we need a study to find out if we need more people?
Because
already
we
know
have to
do.
convince this body that we need more people.
Okay, so the task force is going to convince them, but not CJI.
Well,
CJI has already told us.
that was one of the recommendations that CJI had.
Okay. Can you tell me why you are not in favor of creating a geriatric parole mechanism?
I actually am in favor of that. That was one of the things that we negotiated over the past week, and actually before that. It was one of the things I left out, knowing I would put this back in. And this week, we've talked about the Judiciary Committee bill. There's a 75-year-old age, having served 15 years of their sentence. Any 1A, 2A felons would be excluded because of the severity of their crime. And then we negotiated agreeing that any crime of a sexual nature would be excluded from that consideration.
Thank you, Senator Guy. So what about the mandatory minimums? Are you against Do you want to continue the use and the practice of charging people with mandatory
1 minute.
minimums?
I want to continue that practice, yes.
And why would that be?
Because I see it as a tool in the toolbox of not only law enforcement, but a judge. And here's how this
How is it
could,
a tool? It's not a tool. How
That-
explain how it's a tool.
I will. It is a tool in the toolbox to, let's say you've nabbed the leader of a gang unit in downtown North Omaha. If you can get this person off the street for 5 years, 3 years, which are the
Okay,
minimums that we're
okay, thank
talking
you,
about,
Senator
you're
Geist.
able to clean up that neighborhood
Okay,
for a
I
limited
also know
period
of
of time.
people who were charged with a mandatory minimum who had never been in trouble before, had never done anything wrong, sold some ecstasy to a police officer. That wasn't appropriate, but they were given a mandatory minimum, never been in trouble before. So I don't think that
Time,
it's being
Senator.
used appropriately. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks and Geist. Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. What I think, and I've seen it happen when I used to work at a railroad and we did $400 billion in contract negotiations with unions and everybody else, is that we're stuck in a box. We're stuck in a CJI box, and I don't really understand it. I don't think necessarily, I don't blame anybody, but at the end of the day, I think when you get stuck in a box and you get stuck in a grid, you're stuck there. We have to remember that prior to 2009, most of your gun charges went to the federal court. That's because they sentenced a little tougher there. In 2009, we changed and added a mandatory minimum of 3 years, and the feds in Nebraska said, no, we're actually going to keep those because we can charge them longer here. They were still being convicted. They were just going to the federal system. We decided to carry that burden in 2009. And that was one of the single point of law that we've passed that grew our system. So fast forward today, I look through this list. I'm going to vote for the bill, but what concerns me is we are dying on the sword for what I think are minimal changes at best. And I will be here for the next 2 years, hopefully working on this type of topic, because I don't have really any ideas for economic development after this year. And I hope we don't get to a point where we say, if this passes, there's nothing else to do. That's my biggest concern. But if anybody on the committee who studied the CJI and all those, I would just like to know if a class 4 felony with the top end of 1 year was ever discussed. So that's what I'm proposing. Senator McKinney said, get on the mic and propose something. I'm proposing that a class 4 felony on the top end have a maximum of 1 year. According to this chart, drug sentencing, that will have a major impact. Now, you want to know how I got there? It's simple. A class 1 misdemeanor, which is what you want to take a drug to, the maximum you can get is 1 year. What's crazy is in a class 4 felony, there's actually in the statute a presumption of probation. The court has to find you not amenable or not good enough to be on probation. So if you put the max top at 1 year, essentially you got the same sentence. But I guarantee you, and I know for a fact that wasn't discussed. Get out of this box we're in and look at holistically at how you can move forward. There's a proposal. It's still a class 4 felony, absolutely. In the next couple of years, I would love to figure out how to get rid of class 4 felonies altogether. But if the sentence is the same, and then maybe you add on top of that, class 4 felonies can't be habitual, can't be enhanced, now you knocked out 2 of the major. But we're in a box, and we can't move out the box. But you're accomplishing the exact same thing. So I pushed my button. Senator McKinney said, get up and say something. Give us an idea. There's a simple idea. Class 4 felony, top end, 1 year. It can't be enhanced. There's not any violent crime in a class 4 felony. Doesn't involve a gun because you still get an enhancement off of your gun charge, especially if you're a prohibited person with 3 years. And there goes your problem with your drug use. It's not a misdemeanor, which I want, but if it can move the dial right now, let's move it.
1 minute.
Otherwise, if this dies, we got nothing. I got 2 more years here. I just said again, I have completely no idea of how to do any more economic development in North Omaha. We're putting resources in. We have tax credits. Every economic tool we are going to pass this year. This is all I have left. I don't want it to end today because we say we did some massive transformation, which we won't, because this is minimal. We should pass this. It's minimal. But if we're stuck, let's get out the box. And if anybody else got any idea, I'll take up Senator McKinney's call and say, let's have a conversation on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Geist.
Senator Geist, 5 minutes.
Thank you. And yes, and I just want to correct something. I'm an old journalist, so I misspoke when I said that CJI is incentivized by the recommendations that they give. That is not exactly the way it works. They're actually compensated on the involvement that they have. So I kind of connected the dots. The more recommendations they have, the more involvement they have. So I misspoke on that. They hope that we will keep calling them back and calling them back. Second, I want to explain to you how the working group worked. And one of the reasons why we're here where we are today. And that is we all sat around in a room and talked about, after we had divided up into 3 working smaller groups, we all came back together with the recommendations that each group brought to the table. So we discussed those as a group. And the things that we could tell were starting to become more disagreeable. We were never contentious in this group, I can say that. We put things over in a parking lot. And there were the 5 or 6 non-consensus items, or 4, 5, whatever they are, in the parking lot. And the time started going on and on because we had a lot to discuss. So the non-consensus items stayed in that parking lot. And then as a group, we never reconvened and got back together to discuss those non-consensus items. The hope, I know, of many of the people, and I think Senator Lathrop and I even agree on this, that we were hoping we would come back to those parking lot issues so we could discuss, is there wiggle room? Where is that? And so I think broadly, that's one of the things that broke down here and why we got to where we are today. I know I spent a lot of time with CJI on the phone and talked through some issues that I had. And a lot of that is just in data gathering. And I know they're experts at what they do. I just had questions about data is really important, but it's also really important the questions that you ask. And I think Senator Blood this morning even said that if you're very clever, the data can be your friend or not. I'm paraphrasing what she said, but you can use data. Something like that. And I agree. Data is a good thing, but what are the questions? And so going along, I had many questions about how is the data gathered. I can tell you one of the data points that was looked at broadly was, what is a person who is charged? How do they look at that individual to score them on whether this is a high-level offender or low-level offender? And the way that they told us they gathered the data was the highest charge at sentencing. And so I and several others questioned that, because often at sentencing, you're not being sentenced for the highest charge you were accused of. you're being sentenced for the highest charge you're being charged of at the time of sentencing. So it allows no latitude for, is this really a
1 minute.
violent offender or not? Have they pled this charge down, which happens frequently? So are we really looking at low-level offenders? And I would question if we have this number of low-level offenders that have long sentences, could it be that these low-level offenders were a little higher-level offenders, but they pled that down, which reflects a longer sentence? And I don't know the answer to that, but it's a question that I had. I know they did a file review, which I think included looking at 200 to 300 files so that they could see exactly if their matrix was right. I honestly don't recall the outcome of that because I wanted to know then what files do you look at? That becomes sort of
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Senator Wishart, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to yield my time, but I did want to respond to part of the debate today. When somebody, our judicial system is based off of the fact that you're innocent until you're proven guilty. So if somebody is accused of a crime, when they're convicted, that is what they're guilty of. It's not the opposite. You're not guilty until you can prove yourself innocent. So what somebody is charged with is what the courts and our system has decided they're guilty of. Secondly, what we are looking at, colleagues, is data. And again, these numbers don't lie. When I look here at part of the CGI report, it says that the data that was found is that 1 in 4 individuals were admitted to prison in 2020 for basically possession of a controlled substance except marijuana, for possession of drugs, colleagues. 1 in 4 people are admitted into our corrections facility for possession of drugs. That's some of the level of population of people we're working with. And I know this to be true, not just because of the facts, but anecdotally as well. I served on a jury trial 5 years ago, 6 years ago. It was right when I was running for election, and I actually ended up being an alternate and not able to make a final decision because my husband was a police officer at the time, and obviously that conflicted me out. But I had the chance to go through the entire case, and it was a woman, a young woman, who was caught with a pipe in her, a meth pipe in her purse at like 9 in the morning, about as down and out a person as I've ever seen. And the pipe had residue, it had meth residue. And she got sentenced to 5 years. 5 years, colleagues. There are people in our corrections facility right now who are addicts and are absolutely a harm to themselves, but instead of a jail cell, they should be in a sobriety center, spending 6 months getting their life back together, not in a concrete cell, getting hardened as an individual, coming out worse with no path forward. With that, I'll yield my time to Senator Lathrop.
Senator Lathrop, 1 minute 40.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Wishart. I appreciate that. I feel compelled to respond to the criticism of CJI. These are professionals that we brought in here, and they have been disparaged several times in their tenure here in Nebraska. They have been disparaged several times. And I got to tell you, I'm going to stand up for them. These guys are data driven. They know what they're doing. They're the experts. They were vetted by our governor before they were invited in here. And the disparaging of the messenger and the expert needs to stop.
1 minute.
Discrediting the data that they come up with and say, well, the data is probably wrong because I disagree that ultimately we're going to have to look at it, follow it, and come up with a solution that's data driven. So we're going to discredit CJI. We're going to discredit the data. We're going to discredit the fact that they hired a lobbyist. They hired a lobbyist, and one that you are all familiar with, not to lobby. They have taken not one single vote card in this case. They have gone to lunch or dinner to explain the data to different members who were not on the committee. That is all. And the implication that somehow CJI is in here trying to sell something or that they get paid based on the results is just not true. And it has no place in this debate. None. Nor does a misrepresentation of, did you say time?
Time, Senator. Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I was one of the senators that met with them, and from my standpoint, there was no arm twisting, no pressure to do anything. We were allowed to ask questions, and they presented their data, and that's the last I've heard of it. And I don't know quite what's going on, but that's just my experience and the people I was with. It was informative. I did enjoy visiting with them. Other than that, yeah, there was been no contact since. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Slama.
Senator Slama, 4 minute 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we talk about Senator Sinner's linebacker voice, but apparently Senator Lathrop has one too. I am glad we're talking about data because I do love data, and Senator Geis is absolutely right. Data can be used and manipulated to encourage whatever outcomes you want. And I think that was very evidenced by the process we went through in the LB 605 process. So once again, a few years back, we were in a similar situation. We were shown all sorts of graphs projecting what our prison population would be if we implemented blank program. And it hasn't panned out. It hasn't panned out in the least. And I've got my numbers here on my phone. Let me get this real quick. Because I do think it's important that as we're talking about the data and bringing out our linebacker voices about the data, that we make it clear that these projections are often wrong, especially in Nebraska's experience. So again, JRI, same group that worked on the LB 605, they're tied with CJI. They did the projections, the CSG group for LB 605 a few years back, and they projected that LB 605 would have saved us something like 1,000 inmates within the first few years of its implementation, once we got it all in place. That's in the summary of LB 605, the baseline bill, so the standpoint that we're working from now with LB 920. LB 605 only decreased our prison population by 70 inmates. So yeah, you can put together all the charts and graphs you want. We've been there, we've done that, we've seen it doesn't pan out from the same groups that are pitching LB 920. So yeah, you can sit here and you can put up charts saying, well, we're gonna decrease our inmate population by 1,000 people, because it's literally the same line that was given to us on LB 605, and it didn't work out. That's because when you twist data to have certain outcomes on policy that aren't based in reality, your numbers that you are projecting don't come to fruition. And we can have this talk about data, and we can have a passionate discussion about it, because I absolutely believe that this data was intended for specific policy outcomes. CJI recommends the same 31 policy recommendations, whether they're in Nebraska or Idaho or California. it's without regard to Nebraska's very unique situation where we have one of the lowest imprisonment rates in the country. I'll repeat it again because it bears repeating. Nebraska already has one of the lowest imprisonment rates in the country. Do you want to know why we have a very high prison overcrowding rate? It's because we've failed to invest in building our prison infrastructure. And we can get up and we can talk about the costs of investing in 96
1
beds.
minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. But 96 beds isn't going to undo 3 decades of failing to invest. When we built TSCI a few decades back, we were still short of capacity then. We needed to build another prison then. So of course we're sitting here in 2022 going, we need more beds because we needed more beds decades ago. So I'm not going to sit here and vote for a bill based on a chart that we've already proven not to be reliable with the LB 605. I'm not going to lessen sentences based on data that we've already seen that comes up short. And with that, I am opposed to LB 920 without AM 2337 attached, which again has 17 of Senator Lathrop's 21 proposals. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I appreciate the conversation that's going on here, and I appreciate Senator McKinney's call to action and Senator Wayne's response, and that made me, of course, think. And so I looked and pulled up the list of bills that I've introduced over the years. And if you're on the Judiciary Committee, I know you are familiar with my face because I brought a lot of bills to the Judiciary Committee that contemplated a lot of suggestions. Some of them are actually in LB 920. Some of them are in the recommendations of CJI. And many of my suggestions are not in there. So I'm certainly happy I could go through the litany of things that I have suggested and what I think we could incorporate. But I did want to address this conversation about LB 605. It's a topic that is, I guess, near and dear to my heart in the sense that one of the motivations for me to run for the legislature was watching the LB 605 process. I watched that bill from my office, the public defender's office. And what I watched was a conversation around what would be the right thing to do? What is in the best interest of the state of Nebraska? What are the right policies to adopt? And I saw the legislature come to a set of ideas and a set of recommendations that would help with the prison overcrowding crisis at that point in time. And they came up with that estimate that Senator Islama just referenced. And they estimated this is how much good LB 605 can do. And then when that bill, and I don't remember the specifics of the timing, but after they came up with that estimate and after that bill was, I think, reported out, the political pressure became such that it was watered down and the crux of the recommendations were taken out. The important recommendations were taken out that took away the effectiveness of LB 605. It made it so that it did not accomplish the stated objectives. It did not actually do the things that the recommendations suggested. It did not it did not meet expectations because they had the exact conversation we're having right now around these amendments and around watering down the suggestions, the recommendations of CJI. And so if you want us to repeat this conversation in 6 years, I guess, is that about how long it's been on 605? If we want to come back and continue to have the conversation, go through the whole process, get the data, get the recommendations, and then come and say, well, that may be the right idea, that may be what the data says, but we don't want to go that far. We can do that. But we've already seen that story. That is LB 605. Those recommendations were watered down in this way. You can go back and see that law enforcement and county attorneys came in at the last second and opposed some of those recommendations, and then a bunch of them were taken out because people were afraid of looking soft on crime. And so we have that exact situation presented to us here today. We have the exact conversation playing out here today. We have the option to do what the objective data says is the right thing to do. But we have, on the other hand, the thing that would be easier to do, and that gets you to then down the road saying, well, it didn't do what everybody said it would do. So my suggestion, my request would be that we adopt AM 2286 as is without the changes. We can maybe find some other changes that will actually still meet the objectives of of the CJI process, the recommendations, the requirement that we actually decrease
1 minute.
our prison population. But we cannot fall prey to this argument that we will look weak or soft and not doing the right thing if we don't water this down again. That will be a mistake. So I can push my light and talk again about some of my other specific recommendations, but it is imperative that we do something. And there is no world in which we are not incarcerating enough people. Nowhere. It doesn't matter what percentage you are, where you are in the order. We are incarcerating too many people. We're incarcerating people we should not be incarcerating. We're incarcerating people we don't need to be incarcerating. And so we need to find out ways that we can stop incarcerating people who do not need to be incarcerated. There are people who will need to be incarcerated. That is true. But we need to make the distinction between those two, and we need to stop incarcerating people who do not need to be incarcerated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lathrop, you are recognized.
Thank you. And colleagues, I think this may be the first time I've spoken since Senator Stinner did. And he probably could have gone on a little bit longer, and I would have liked it if he had had the opportunity. But when you listen to what Senator Stinner just said a few moments ago, we need to spend for the 20-year out from where we're at right now, $1 billion, $1 billion with a B, on prison facilities. Doesn't solve the problem because we'll have to keep building more beds. $1 billion. Let me say that again. $1 billion of additional capacity to meet the need as we make 20-year plans. The $270 million in construction that was the 1,500 bed proposal would net us 700 beds. This conversation is too serious. It's too serious when we're talking about $1 billion to try to distract by suggesting that the data isn't the data, that we can't rely on what we're being told, that the experts are wrong, because something happened in 605 back in 2015. Two things happened. And one is everybody acknowledged that our data and our ability to sort the data and not duplicate the data has improved, thanks to the Crime Commission and the work of Mike Fargens down there and others. So when we make projections and when we look at the data now, a far superior system to what they had in 2015. And that's a fact. And that's the reason why this is more reliable than what happened in 2015. Now I want to talk about 605. When 605 was rolled out, and I wasn't here, it was in 2015 when I was term limited, but I've spoken to the people that were involved in it, and certainly we have many of the folks that were involved in it are still here. When 605 happened, they had a package and they had projections, and then it got subjected to the political process. Those same people that are concerned about affecting sentences came into the process and beat up the end result. There were compromises that were made, and the projections didn't become a reality because some crimes actually were enhanced. The data wasn't as good as it is now. The systems that CJI has been in were far superior to what the Council of State Governments had available to it. And I'm going to offer this other observation. As Senator Wayne said, the 605 process also brought you a presumption of probation. So as Senator Geist has pointed out, we need more probation officers and assistant probation officers, and that is because We got more people on probation because of 605. And we have more people on post-release supervision who are followed by probation. So do we have more people on probation? Those people could be in our prison right now. What would have happened but for the work of 605 would have been, we would have been in a far worse situation than we find ourselves in.
1 minute.
We can't stand here on an issue involving the appropriation ultimately of $1 billion in building and probably 10% of that every year in additional operating expenses, and take this conversation and this debate sideways by discrediting the people who came here at our invitation and discrediting the data that we have available to us to make decisions. I agree with Senator Wayne. Are there other things that might have been done? Could we have gone further? Yes. This is what the group came up with, and this is what's in front of us today. And I would encourage your support of the Judiciary Committee amendment and opposition to the Geist amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again, colleagues. I wanted to be clear about the problem I'm trying to solve. I've talked to you all about jams and jamming out and the fear that I have about that. And I tie that to this flat sentence problem that we have in Nebraska, where people are being sentenced to a period of time in prison where their jam out date is very close to their parole eligibility date, if not the same date. And that concern, that's the thing that I'm trying to work on. So, I know some folks have said that they have concerns about earlier parole eligibility dates. So I think you all know this about me, that I am annoyingly earnest, I think is how it's been described. And that's where I am tonight. I am asking you earnestly in my annoying way to have a conversation with me about your fears. I'll start. I've said my fear is that someone jams out and that I didn't do my best to create policy incentives that effectively stop the jam outs, and someone gets hurt or even killed. That's my fear. So for folks out there who do not want the parole eligibility date to come forward, I want to ask you, can you take me through the fear that you have about moving up the parole eligibility date? Because of course that doesn't mean that a person gets out. So I want to know, what is it we're afraid will happen? And I'm wondering, do we not trust our parole board? We don't think that they will have the ability to make good determinations. And I'm not asking this to be rude to them or to anyone else. I really would like to know. So first I will invite Senator Geist, because I warned her I might do this. Senator Geist, could you speak to me about your concerns about moving the parole eligibility date forward?
Senator Geist, would you yield?
I will. And yes, I will. Actually, that is what 1004 does. It puts that parole eligibility date at the end of a sentence that may not receive it otherwise. And so I really don't fear that. I think that's okay. I know that there are some, I happen to not share the fear of parole and people not doing their job on parole. I don't have an issue with that. But I do think we need people to have eligibility for parole.
Oh, okay, so thank you. That's very helpful to me. I'll continue with you for a minute because I think maybe we can get
Sure.
some good discussion here. So one of the concerns that I would have, like, I was a strong supporter of 1004. I voted for it. I was absolutely sad when it got pocket vetoed. But I wonder if in every case, 2 years is enough, right? Because I know one of the things that happens is it takes a little, like, it's not like you get
1
out the
minute.
day your parole eligibility comes.
Right.
So I want to explore more about when that date is, and I understand that it might be, I think there's probably needs to be a little bit more than 2 years.
Understood. And I don't actually technically disagree with that. I'll tell you where the rub is.
Okay.
And that is because as an inmate walks in, they get their sentence cut in half. And then you put an additional percentage gap that you want, which lowers that sentence even more, right?
That's one of the ways to do it, sure.
Right. And that's where the concern comes in. But if we did just straight sentencing, I have no issue with a longer period of parole. If we're not calculating and recalculate, it practically takes a mathematician
Time,
to figure
Senator.
out someone's sentence.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer and Senator Geist. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, opponents of LB 920 don't care about this, but right to life and family values or founders' values or whatever the groups are, they're pushing a total abortion ban with no exception for rape or incest, no exception for the life of the mother, and they have a lobbyist too. They have a lobbyist too. And of course, the right to associate and organize and petition your government is protected by the First Amendment. But okay. In Nebraska, we are taxing ourselves to death to fuel mass incarceration and racial injustice at the local and state level. This is the main driver in property taxes. It's the fastest growing budget item. It's outpacing education and health and human services and economic development. And what AM 2337 is more status quo. Colleagues, the status quo that we have in Nebraska is unsafe. The status quo is what has led to severe overcrowding, #1 in the nation, and the worst, among the worst, in racial disparities and human rights violations like over-reliance on solitary confinement, putting people with severe mental illnesses in solitary confinement, which is against state law, by the way. And under-resourcing is what hurts frontline staff. And we have seen recidivism move way too far in the wrong direction. And that's not tough on crime. That's actually hurting public safety. Even more sad to me is that criminal justice reform is one of the only true bipartisan issues that we have at the state and federal level right now. Several different political ideologies can come together for different reasons, but they have come to the same powerful solutions at the state level and at the federal level all over this country. And that's smart justice and working to unwind the entanglements of mass incarceration. So the real question is, why don't opponents of LB 920 support these bipartisan smart justice solutions? And also, why don't opponents trust judges and prosecutors in Nebraska? Why don't we trust their discretion? Why has the legislature tied their hands and tried to control their judgment with these extreme sentencing laws and mandatory minimums that get rid of individual judicial discretion? And don't forget who really profits from mass incarceration. The governor and Scott Frakes literally tried to push a private prison just a few years ago, a year or so ago, before they folded on that and decided to just talk about building another state penitentiary. And companies benefit big time, and companies profit big time, and people profit big time, even when we're talking about a public prison, even when we're not talking about private prisons. And public safety and the state budget and the people is what ends up losing out when states like Nebraska try to build their way out of mass incarceration, which is literally impossible from both a fiscal perspective, a budget perspective, and from a moral perspective. Overall, LB 920 is modest reform. Data is data. We're all getting lobbied on all kinds of different things. And to cast
1 minute.
aspersions and cast doubt on the process that this has come about by saying there's a lobbyist. What is really the issue? What is preventing opponents from coming to this bipartisan solution that conservatives and progressives and everyone in between all over this country have come to and had results with? What's the harm? How many things do we debate here that just really come down to what's the harm? The harm is to public safety if we continue down this path and accept something like AM 2337, which is just more of the status quo. Again, think about who really profits from that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized, and this is your third